Forward. In June 1942, Admiral Chester W. Nimitz's United States Pacific Fleet surprised and decisively defeated Admiral Yamamoto Isoroku's Imperial Japanese Combined Fleet during its attempt to capture tiny Midway Atoll in the central Pacific Ocean. Described variously in American histories as a miracle and an incredible victory, the Battle of Midway is considered a paradigm of the spectacular reversal of military fortune by the weaker force. The tale possesses all the elements of a Greek epic poem, or tragedy, if one considers the Japanese viewpoint. In this most extraordinary of naval battles, there were plentiful instances of hubris and courage, complacency and guile, calculation and sacrifice, disaster and enduring success. Fortune's favors flitted from one side to the other as if the fickle gods actually controlled events, until the 4 aircraft carriers of the Japanese striking force suffered the ultimate penalty. The myths that arose after the battle from both defeated and victor were also exceptionally powerful and have obscured the whole truth for more than 60 years. The Pacific portion of the Second World War opened on December 7, 1941. Hitherto vastly underestimated by the Western Allies, who were preoccupied with Nazi Germany, the Imperial Japanese Navy crushed the Pacific Fleet's battleships at Pearl Harbor. That staggering blow opened the way for Japan to conquer Southeast Asia and the Philippines. Moreover, the Japanese achieved their signal triumph through a new form of sea power. Yamamoto's unprecedented concentration of naval air power, in the form of the 6 mighty aircraft carriers of Vice Admiral Nagumo Chuichi's Kidobutai mobile force, created a task force against which no opponent could stand and survive. In the next 5 months, Japan triumphed in East Asia. Spearheaded by a few carriers of its own that missed destruction at Pearl Harbor, the Pacific Fleet nevertheless confined its raids to places where it was known the Japanese carriers would not be. By spring 1942, Japan's strategic successes had come so effortlessly that the Imperial Navy was momentarily at a loss over what to do next. Debate raged at the highest level whether to seek the isolation of Australia by seizing several island bases in the South Pacific, or to do what Yamamoto desired and finish what was begun at Pearl Harbor. Yamamoto sought to use the assault on Midway to draw the remnants of the Pacific Fleet into decisive battle and destroy them. In the end, the Imperial Navy opted for compromise. A limited move against the periphery of Australia would take place in early May with the seizure of Port Moresby in New Guinea. Then massive offenses against Midway and also the Western Aleutians would follow in early June. Thereafter, in triumph, the combined fleet would regroup at Truk, and that summer complete the isolation of Australia by taking New Caledonia, Fiji, and Samoa. The famous Doolittle raid in April 1942 only hardened Japanese resolve to get the job done and end any threat to the homeland. Assaults against the outer islands of the Hawaiian chain would begin possibly in the fall of 1942. Either the discouraged Americans would submit to a negotiated peace or dash themselves against an impregnable defensive perimeter that barred the way into the Western Pacific. Far from cringing in desperation, as the Japanese imagined, the Pacific Fleet grew in confidence and strength in early 1942. Nimitz benefited from the increasing excellence of his radio intelligence, which began forecasting broad Japanese strategic moves with remarkable accuracy. That allowed him to position his forces in threatened areas ahead of time and thus negate the Japanese advantages of interior lines and holding the initiative. In April 1942, Nimitz resolved to meet the Japanese in battle in the South Pacific, where he thought the main thrust would come. In the first wave of the defense, 2 carriers under Rear Admiral Frank Jack Fletcher checked the Japanese advance in the Coral Sea and saved Port Moresby. Fletcher sank or disabled 3 carriers for the loss of one of his own. By failing to capture Port Moresby, Japan suffered its first strategic setback of the war. All 3 carriers sent against Port Moresby had also been earmarked for the Midway offensive. The U.S. carriers had shown up in the Coral Sea earlier than expected and fought well, but Yamamoto did not care, for he believed both U.S. carriers had succumbed there. Nagumo's 4 remaining carriers were sufficient for victory. The main difficulty at Midway seemed to be to induce the Americans to come out of Hawaii and actually fight. Even while the Battle of the Coral Sea raged, Nimitz learned of indications the Japanese would soon attack Midway and even possibly Oahu. He redeployed his carriers northward from the distant South Pacific and made ready to defend Midway against strong odds. Nimitz's decision to fight is dramatically portrayed as a desperate gamble where the outnumbered Pacific Fleet could only hope to sink its weight in Japanese ships before going down fighting. Yet he had strong reasons for optimism at Midway, because the situation certainly warranted taking a calculated risk. To advance to Midway, Japan must expose its precious carriers to several forms of counterattack, strongly abetted by the element of surprise. The U.S. carriers would finally enjoy a fairly strong land-based air umbrella to report and engage the enemy, whereas the Japanese carriers lacked similar support. An admiral who wore the Dolphin insignia, Nimitz anticipated a stellar performance by his submarines. Moreover, he, unlike the historians, did not realize the full weight of the resources arrayed against him. A persistent Midway myth is that the intelligence picture was so perfect, like reading the actual Japanese operation order, that even the day and time of the initial attack on Midway was known well beforehand. In truth, Nimitz worked only from a broad outline of Japanese intentions and partial order of battle, absolutely invaluable as they were. The odds still favored Japan, but he had devised a careful plan and knew victory would pay enormous dividends. It did, but no one could have ever imagined how that victory would actually be achieved. The U.S. carrier attacks on the morning of 4 June certainly succeeded beyond reasonable expectation. 3 of 4 of Nagumo's carriers sustained mortal damage before they could respond in kind. Even the trade of the carrier Yorktown for the 4th carrier did not affect the outcome of the battle. Midway truly was an incredible victory. But, with apologies to the late Walter Lord, a fine gentleman as well as a superb scholar, not so much as commonly thought in terms of the overall disparity of odds. Instead, incredible better described the chances of such a poorly framed U.S. attack succeeding so brilliantly. The U.S. carriers were extremely fortunate to defeat a foe who, with a few telling exceptions, handled his aircraft far better than they did. The Achilles heel of Japan's carrier force was defense, primarily from the lack of radar and adequate shipboard anti-aircraft guns. The American nemesis was teamwork above the squadron level. Fletcher and his principal subordinate, Rear Admiral Raymond A. Spruance, had the right to expect, once having maneuvered their task forces within striking range, that the carriers could accomplish their prime mission of delivering an effective attack and afterward retrieve their aircraft. Yet, only Fletcher's flagship, the highly innovative Yorktown, best of all the U.S. carriers in 1942, had contrived to get all her strike planes simultaneously to the target. Spruance's main effort, upon which so much depended, proved very nearly a shambles. Most of the Hornet planes never even laid eyes on the enemy, and at the outset the Enterprise group fragmented into 3 widely separated elements. Glorious success rose from individual initiative on the part of a few splendid leaders, the heroic sacrifice of the Midway attackers, and the carrier torpedo planes, and the dazzling skill of some of the dive bomber pilots. More books have been written about Midway than any other single naval battle of the Second World War. What is fascinating is that, in the West, the earliest scripted version of Midway came virtually to be set in stone. The near unanimity of historical interpretation stifled the posing of new questions and re-examination of events from different perspectives. I found this to be true in 1984 when I wrote The First Team, Pacific Naval Air Combat from Pearl Harbor to Midway, which challenged certain widely held beliefs about Midway. the same stubborn orthodoxy of thought prevailed in Western interpretations of the Japanese side of Midway, which largely stemmed from Fuchida Mitsuo and Okumiya Masataki's Midway, the Battle That Doomed Japan, 1955, and Gordon W. Prang's 1983 Miracle at Midway. Thus it was for me a great surprise and pleasure 6 years ago to make the acquaintance, via the Internet, of John Parshall and Anthony Tully, and learn of the revolutionary new ideas they were developing on the Battle of Midway. Moreover, I was delighted to be invited to join in discussions of this newly emerging evidence, and along with other Midway experts such as Mark Horan and James Sorrock, to offer my 2 cents worth on a host of amazing new ideas and interpretations. I was truly shocked to learn from John and Tony that much of what Fuchida wrote about the Battle of Midway, and some on Pearl Harbor for that matter, has been debunked in Japan, where a whole corpus of historical thought on Midway remained untapped in the West. One of the many achievements in this book is the bridging of these two hitherto isolated historical traditions. Shattered Sword is without doubt the most significant and balanced treatment of the Japanese side of the Battle of Midway, and is likely to remain so for the foreseeable future. John B. Lundstrom. Introduction. The Battle of Midway has rightly remained one of the most important and widely studied engagements in naval history. It is, in the eyes of many, the quintessential contest between Japan and America, the decisive naval battle in the Pacific War. This is understandable, since Midway contains all the timeless elements that define a classic clash of arms, an apparent mismatch in the strength of the combatants, a seesaw battle with the initiative passing back and forth, acts of tremendous heroism on both sides, and an improbable climax. It is a battle that has rightly captured the imagination of subsequent generations seeking to understand both the engagement itself and its effects on the course of the greater conflict of which it was a part. By any measure, June 4, 1942 was a watershed date, after which the Pacific War entered an entirely new phase. For the Japanese, Midway abruptly rang down the curtain on a triumphant first 6 months of war and largely destroyed Japan's ability to initiate major new offensives in the Pacific. The destruction of the Imperial Navy's 4 finest aircraft carriers, Akagi, Kaga, Hiryu, and Soryu, forever ruined the world-class naval aviation force with which it had opened hostilities. While the Imperial fleet remained a force to be reckoned with, it never regained the combination of material and qualitative superiority that made it so feared during the initial phase of the conflict. For the U.S. Navy, the Battle of Midway marked a reprieve, a chance to gather itself and turn to new tasks. If Midway checked the ambitions of Japan and signaled the destruction of its primary means of naval offense, it foretold just the opposite for the Americans. The Battle of 4 June meant that the Japanese and U.S. navies would fight on roughly equal terms for the remainder of 1942. American commanders, for the first time since their humiliation at Pearl Harbor, could now legitimately contemplate offensives of their own against the enemy. It is no exaggeration to say that only a victory at Midway could have created the moral and material basis for the crucial American campaign at Guadalcanal. And if Midway itself did not harm Japan's military in absolute terms as much as the following year's worth of warfare in the Solomons would, it clearly opened the gates to this hellish attritional cycle. For naval historians, particularly those interested in the Pacific War, Midway has lost none of its fascination over the intervening 60 years. Indeed, particularly for the authors, both of whom have been captivated by the Imperial Navy since childhood, this battle encapsulates both the most laudable as well as the most frustrating aspects of the Imperial fleet. It is not a stretch to state that in June 1942 Japan possessed the most powerful navy in the world in many respects. The Navy had opened the war with a stunning attack on Pearl Harbor, followed up 2 days later by the shocking destruction of the British capital ships Prince of Wales and Repulse, and then proceeded to systematically crush the Allied flotillas in the Philippines and around Java. Powerful raids against Port Darwin in Australia, and then into the Indian Ocean, had cemented Nihon Kaigun's fearsome reputation. Japan's carrier force, in particular, was truly without peer. At Pearl Harbor, it demonstrated a level of sophistication that the U.S. Navy would not be able to replicate for another 2 years. Whereas the Allies were still using their flight decks singly or in pairs, Japan had used 6 fleet carriers to sweep American air power aside and smash a major naval base in broad daylight. In terms of their ability to use massed air power, the Imperial Navy had no rival. Japan's pilots were war-hardened, supremely aggressive, and highly skilled. Likewise, Japanese carrier aircraft, epitomized by the marvelous Mitsubishi Zero, were in many cases superior to those used by the U.S. Navy at this stage of the war. And yet, despite these formidable strengths, at Midway the Imperial fleet committed a series of irretrievable strategic and operational mistakes that seem almost inexplicable. In so doing, it doomed its matchless carrier force to premature ruin. Before it even arrived off Midway, the Japanese Navy had frittered away its numerical advantage through a hopelessly misguided battle plan. During the battle itself, the Japanese, in many cases, performed sloppily, almost haphazardly, a far cry from the elite force that had opened the war. The reasons why this happened are manifold and complex and defy easy explanation. All great battles develop their own unique mythos. That is to say, they become wrapped in a set of popular beliefs, the common wisdom that interprets the battle and its meanings. In many cases, this mythology centers on a pivotal event, some noteworthy occurrence that captures the imagination, thereby crystallizing what the battle was all about. History is replete with such defining moments: the breaking of the French Imperial Guard at Waterloo, Pickett's charge at Gettysburg, the siege of Bastogne during the Battle of the Bulge. They are timeless events, and not to be reinterpreted lightly. Yet, it is imperative that such momentous happenings be understood properly, for if these are the lenses through which we perceive great battles, then it stands to reason that any flaws in these crystals must necessarily distort our perception of the battle as a whole. This has certainly been true of Midway, whose defining moment will always be the devastating and seemingly last-minute attack of American dive bombers against the Japanese carrier task force at 10:20 on the morning of 4 June. The image of American dauntlesses hurtling down from the heavens to drop their bombs on helpless Japanese carriers, their decks packed with aircraft just moments away from taking off, has been emblazoned on the American consciousness since the day the battle was fought. Yet, this precise version of the events surrounding the decisive attack, a rendition that would be accepted in any contemporary history book, is but one, and perhaps not the greatest, of the misconceptions surrounding Midway. In fact, the 10:20 attack did not happen in this way, in that it did not catch the Japanese in any way ready to launch their own attack. Other myths of the battle include: the Americans triumphed against overwhelming odds at the Battle of Midway. The Aleutians operation was conceived by Admiral Yamamoto, the commander-in-chief of Combined Fleet, as a diversion designed to lure the American fleet out of Pearl Harbor. During the transit to Midway, Admiral Yamamoto withheld important intelligence information from Admiral Nagumo, the operational commander of the carrier striking force. As a result, Nagumo was in the dark concerning the nature of the threat facing him. Had the Japanese implemented a 2-phase reconnaissance search on the morning of 4 June, they would have succeeded in locating the American fleet in time to win the battle. The late launch of cruiser Tone's No. 4 scout plane doomed Admiral Nagumo to defeat in the battle. Had Admiral Nagumo not decided to rearm his aircraft with land attack weapons, he would have been in a position to attack the Americans as soon as they were discovered. The sacrifice of USS Hornet's Torpedo Squadron 8 was not in vain, since it pulled the Japanese combat air patrol fighters down to sea level, thereby allowing the American dive bombers to attack at 10:20. Japan's elite carrier aviators were all but wiped out during the battle. All of these are fallacious. All are either untrue or at least require careful clarification. Some of these ideas have been implanted in the Western accounts as a result of misunderstandings of the records of the battle. Some have resulted from a faulty understanding of the basic mechanics of how the battle was fought. Some are misrepresentations of the truth that were deliberately introduced by participants in the battle, and each has caused lasting distortions in Western perceptions of the reasons for victory and defeat. Correcting these distortions is the overriding goal of this book. How could such misconceptions creep into the historical record? It is fundamentally because the study of Midway in the West has been conducted primarily on American terms, from American perspectives, and using essentially American sources. Winners write the history books is certainly true in this case. The fact that the winners of Midway, by and large, also had no ability to read the losers' history books certainly didn't help matters. As a result, the majority of the English-language accounts written about this pivotal battle have been built around a trio of translated Japanese sources. These are the after-action log of Admiral Nagumo, the Nagumo Report, which was captured on Saipan in 1944 and later translated, the interviews with Japanese naval officers conducted immediately after the war by the United States Strategic Bombing Survey, USSBS, and Fuchido Mitsuo's book Midway, The Battle That Doomed Japan, which was originally published in Japan in 1951 and then translated and republished in the United States in 1955. These three sources, augmented by survivor accounts and other fragmentary records, have formed the backbone of the Japanese account for 50 years. Unfortunately, one of these sources, Fuchida's Midway, is irretrievably flawed. The effects of Fuchida's misstatements, which have lain undetected until recently, are manifold. In essence, every single Western history of the battle has passed along Fuchida's untruths to at least some extent, because his errors pertain to very important facets of the engagement: Nagumo's intelligence estimates, his search plan, Japanese flight deck operations, and the nature of the decisive American dive bomber attack. Fuchida's are not minor errors of omission. They are fundamental and willful distortions of the truth that must be corrected. Intriguingly, Fuchida's account has been overturned in Japan for more than 20 years. Yet in the West, he has remained as authoritative as on the day his book was first published. This book builds a new account that not only corrects these errors, but also broadens our understanding of the Japanese side of the battle. In this, we employ three new approaches that have yet to be used extensively in any prior study of Midway. The first is a detailed understanding of how Japanese aircraft carriers operated. Carriers, of course, formed the very heart of the battle, and in this context, seemingly trivial technical details, the configuration of the ship's command spaces and flag accommodations, the arrangement of the hangar decks, the relative speed of a ship's elevator cycles, could have important implications for how a carrier performed its mission. These details are anything but dry. Taken together, they help bring the tangible personalities of these warships more clearly into focus. In addition to the details surrounding the carriers, we also draw heavily on the Japanese operational records of the battle. While it is true that the logs of the individual Japanese vessels at Midway were destroyed after the war, the air group records of the carriers survived. The tabular data contained in these reports, known as kodochoshos, has been used in some newer works to supply such details as the names of individual Japanese pilots. Yet these records have never been used in a systematic way to understand what the carriers themselves were actually doing at any given time. For instance, knowing when a carrier was launching or recovering aircraft can also be used to derive a sense for the direction the ship was heading, into the wind, and what was occurring on the flight decks and in the hangars. Thus, we use the Korochoshos as tools to understand the carrier operations of 4 June in more detail than has been attempted previously. Third, we apply an understanding of Japanese naval doctrine, in particular their carrier doctrine, to analyze how and why the Japanese operated as they did. Heretofore, American authors trying to put themselves in Nagumo's shoes had to make the assumption that Japanese carriers and air groups functioned pretty much as did their American counterparts. In fact, though, because of differences in both ship design and doctrine, the Japanese operated very differently from the U.S. Navy. Worse yet, many earlier authors didn't really have a grasp of how American carriers operated either. The result has been that many of the criticisms of Admiral Nagumo's actions during the battle have proceeded from a flawed basis, leading to equally flawed conclusions. It is only recently that information on Japanese doctrine has begun to be employed in the study of the Pacific War. Works like John Lundstrom's First Team series contain the first solid information on Japanese air group operations and doctrine. These were augmented in 1997 by the publication of David Evans and Mark Peaty's landmark study, Kaigun, Strategy, Tactics, and Technology in the Imperial Japanese Navy, and Peaty's subsequent Sunburst, The Rise of Japanese Naval Aviation. The latter in particular supplied sufficient information on Japanese carrier operations to form the basis for this book. We expand on these earlier works by drawing on additional Japanese sources particular to the battle. The various volumes of the Boi Icho Boi Kenshujo, Senshibu, often referred to as BKS or Senshi Sosho. Compiled by the War History section of the Japanese Defense Agency, these studies are highly regarded for their comprehensive treatment of individual campaigns as well as their general lack of bias. The Midway volume, WWII Kaisen, Battle of Midway, was published in 1971 and remains the authoritative Japanese work on the topic. Beyond Senshi Sosho, we also have used never-before-translated Japanese primary and secondary sources, including monographs on Japanese carrier and air operations, as well as accounts of various Japanese survivors. Taken together, any listener of this book will emerge with a fuller understanding of how and why the Japanese Navy, and its carriers in particular, operated as it did. In the process, we hope to give our listeners a better flavor of what it was like to be a sailor serving aboard an imperial warship. And while this is neither a technical design study nor a treatise on Japanese carrier doctrine, we also necessarily seek to relate, with the least pain possible to the listener, the critical points regarding Japanese weaponry, doctrine, and carrier operations that shaped the outcome at Midway. While our work is intended as a new, comprehensive, and clarified history of the Japanese Navy at Midway, it is also a very tightly scoped work. For instance, although we are keenly interested in the carrier operations and command decisions of the Americans during the battle, we do not seek to address comprehensively all aspects of the American account. Much of this has already been covered by such works as Walter Lord's Incredible Victory, Gordon Prang's Miracle at Midway, and 2 other fine but underappreciated volumes, H.P. Wilmot's The Barrier and the Javelin, and Robert Cressman et al.'s A Glorious Page in Our History. Likewise, we do not deal exhaustively with such topics as American cryptography. We have nothing to add in these matters that hasn't been previously covered by works such as the late Admiral Edwin Layton's And I Was There. Nor do we seek to be the final word on the air combat of the battle. John Lundstrom's account holds that honor for the foreseeable future. This is not to say that nothing new remains to be done on the American side of the battle. However, we choose to focus primarily on the Japanese history, since there are clearly important new aspects of the tale that need to be clarified here. The work is divided into 3 main sections. The first, Preliminaries, Josho Osho, is an examination of the strategic context of the engagement, including its origins and the political machinations that led to the creation of the disastrous Japanese plan of battle. The second section, Battle Diary, Sentoniki, is a detailed narrative of the battle itself from the morning of 4 June until the final return of the Japanese fleet to home waters on 14 June. The third section, Reckonings, Kesan, analyzes why the Japanese lost at Midway, as well as what it meant to lose this particular battle within the larger context of the Pacific War. The book closes with a re-examination and clarification of some of the myths of Midway mentioned previously. Throughout the book, our narrative perspective is almost wholly that of the Japanese. Furthermore, during the description of the actual Battle of 4 June, the book is almost exclusively carrier-centric in its viewpoint. Except in those cases where crucial context is required to understand the events at hand, we deliberately relate the battle's narrative in terms of what would have been either directly visible or otherwise known from the bridges of the Japanese carriers themselves. Some might question the validity of adopting a carrier-centric narrative viewpoint for a battle as large as Midway. Yet, this approach lends itself well to recreating the fog of war, which is crucial to understanding the handicaps under which Admiral Nagumo had to labor in making his command decisions. It was on board the Japanese aircraft carriers that most of the crucial decisions of the day were made. It was the destruction of the Japanese carriers that brought the battle to an effective close, even though the bulk of the Imperial fleet involved in the overall operation remained unengaged. And it was on board the carriers that the vast majority of Japanese casualties were suffered. Thus, the story of Akagi, Kaga, Hiryu, and Soryu in many ways is the Japanese story at Midway. This method also has merits from a strategic perspective, because it was around the operational realities of the carrier weapons system that strategy necessarily had to be crafted. Understanding the strengths and limitations of their own carrier force in early 1942 should have had a dramatic impact on the Japanese operations that unfolded during that time frame. Not only that, but as we will show, the number and strength of the carrier force in itself should have imposed a logic on Japan's strategic calculus in terms of target selection and operational timetables. Contrary to outside appearances, the truth was that, after 6 months of war, Japan's naval aviation arm was already balanced on a knife's edge in terms of its men and materiel. The carriers and crews were tired and badly in need of refit and repair. In the same vein, Japan's naval air groups, though still highly proficient, needed to be replenished with new aircraft and pilots. Yet, we argue that these realities were not understood by the men vying over the right to decide Japanese naval strategy. These were Admiral Yamamoto Isoroku, Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Navy's combined fleet, and his various foes in Naval General Headquarters. Their political wrangling, complicated still further by the baleful influence of inter-service rivalries with the Imperial Army, badly warped the process of strategy formulation. Likewise, the morally dishonest methods Yamamoto employed to ensure his victory in this process, and employed again during the operational planning phase, ensured that the Midway battle plan was flawed from the outset. Worse yet, during this same period, and despite the fact that any rational analysis should have shown that all of Japan's fleet carriers would be needed at Midway, Naval GHQ continued to insist that these irreplaceable combat assets be doled out to subsidiary operations in penny packets, thereby exposing them to unacceptable dangers. These mistakes belie an unpleasant truth that despite the Imperial Navy having opened the Pacific War with one of the most daring military feats of all time, the massed carrier attack on Pearl Harbor, neither Yamamoto nor Naval GHQ truly comprehended the strengths and weaknesses of the world-class weapons system they possessed. As a result, they unwittingly consigned Japan's finest fleet, the product of untold years of industrial and organizational toil, to its premature doom off Midway. To have lost this magnificent force in such a miserable and wholly preventable fashion was one of the greatest of Japan's failings as a modern nation. For Yamamoto personally, the defeat at Midway utterly eclipsed his very real achievements in the first 6 months of World War II. At a deeper level, though, it is important to clarify that the defeat at Midway was not just the product of flawed decisions by a handful of men at the top. Likewise, Admiral Nagumo's command decisions on the day of the battle, which have widely been held up as having been the reason for Japan's defeat, were not solely to blame either. Instead, we will show that Yamamoto, Nagumo, and indeed all the Japanese forces involved suffered from deep-seated flaws that were a product of the Imperial Navy's strategic outlooks, doctrinal tenets, and institutional cultures. This is not to say that individual mistakes were not made, but these mistakes must be understood within the proper context. In fact, contrary to the prevailing wisdom, the seeds of Japan's defeat at Midway were not planted in the 6 months of easy Japanese victories that led up to the battle, but had instead been sown in the very earliest days of the Imperial Navy's development. The Battle of Midway loses none of its grandeur when retold from a different perspective. Instead, the fundamentals of the battle's greatness remain the same. Midway is, and always will be, a tale of confusion and difficult decisions, of tremendous bravery, and of furious combat to the death. Yet, inevitably, the Japanese story is also that of a mighty force brought low, and contains all the grief and human suffering that characterize the losing side of any great conflict. These aspects bear retelling. Indeed, they warrant amplification from new sources. An accurate account of the Japanese travails of June 4, 1942, of what it meant to be trapped on board a burning vessel for hours on end, of the horrendous conditions encountered by the men of the Imperial Navy as they fought their own personal battles aboard their doomed warships, and of how the survivors ultimately managed to come through their ordeal, deserves to be related, for it is a tale that transcends nationality. It reminds us that all warfare, in the final analysis, boils down to a lowest common human denominator. All parties to a great battle, winner and loser, can benefit from greater knowledge of the other's story in this respect, particularly in an age where aerial warfare is often strangely antiseptic, and where violence is inflicted from great distances and seemingly omnipotent heights. We would do well to remember what the ultimate, intimate results of such activities are. Part 1. Preliminaries. 1. Departure. The inland sea of Japan was still veiled in darkness when the anchorage at Hashirajima began to awaken. On board the aircraft carrier Akagi, white-clad crewmen, ghostly in the deep twilight on the forecastle, began raising the ship's anchors. The clatter of the capstan was overlain with the bright sound of spraying water as the foredeck gang played hoses along the dripping anchor chains, washing them clean of the harbor's black mud. All around Akagi, just barely discernible in the gloom, lay dozens of great gray warships, many of them weighing anchor as well. Nautical twilight was at 04:37. But the dark waters of the bay, sheltered by the mountainous islands, would remain shrouded in gray until well after sunlight dappled the hilltops. Akagi would sortie around dawn. The date was 27 May 1942. Those in the deck gang chattered in tight little knots as they worked. The topics of conversation were the age-old harps of all sailors, wives and girlfriends, home, and what was likely to be on today's menu. Hopefully this morning's fare would be something soothing to the stomach, as many of the men were rather hung over. The drinking on board Akagi the previous night had started early and ended late. The crew on the foredeck knew this much. As tedious as raising anchor could be, duty on the foredeck was still vastly to be preferred to the job of cleaning out the lavatories this morning. Only the bravest, or most coerced, of men would venture into those spaces after the excesses of the night before. By far the prevalent topic of conversation, though, concerned the operation ahead. Something was up. The activity in Hashirajima this morning made that much clear. It was known that a large banquet had been held on board Combined Fleet's flagship 2 nights previously for the fleet's commanders. The top brass didn't throw parties just for laughs. Akagi was headed somewhere important. Where to was anybody's guess, though. Many of the men still sported suntans from their recent operations in the South Pacific, and it was possible they might be headed there again, either to Truk, Japan's great sanctuary in the Carolines, or perhaps Singapore. They might even be returning to Staring Bay in the Celebes, which had been their base of operations for much of March. Others didn't think so. The scuttlebutt around the fleet was that some of the ships provisioning at Kure lately had been fitted for cold weather duty. That meant Akagi could be headed north. Having attacked Pearl Harbor in December, the crewmen knew that the North Pacific was no joke. The weather had been atrocious, and high seas had washed several men overboard. Hopefully, though, the weather in June would be a little more forgiving. Located in the seclusion of Hiroshima Bay, the fastness of Hashirajima was perfectly situated to give access to the open ocean within a few hours' steaming. It was Japan's equivalent of Britain's Scapa Flow or America's Hampton Roads, a vast anchorage where the entire fleet could be safely sheltered close to its logistical centers and the sea, and yet protected from snooping enemies. It was ringed with anti-aircraft weapons, interdicted by anti-torpedo netting, and ceaselessly patrolled by smaller warships. Phone lines laid to the main mooring buoys meant that the fleet's flagships enjoyed secure communication back to Naval General Headquarters in Tokyo. Hashirajima lay just 22 nautical miles from the lively port city of Hiroshima. Closer yet, 16 miles to the northeast, lay the great naval arsenal and shipyard of Kure. Kure had built an appreciable portion of the Japanese Navy. It was also close to the Naval Academy, which was located just west of the yard on the island of Etajima. It was here, in the red brick buildings built in deliberate imitation of the British Royal Navy, that the Emperor's naval officers were trained. The combination of Kure's yards, Etajima's academy, and Hashirajima's anchorage made this area of the inland sea the very cradle of the Japanese Navy. From where she lay, Akagi's crewmen could see the battleship anchorage near Hashirajima Island. There lay the 7 great dreadnoughts of First Fleet, the symbols for the last 25 years of Japan's undeniable status as a major navy. At their head was the largest battleship ever built, the 69,000-ton Yamato, which had become operational just 2 days earlier. Flagship of Combined Fleet, and home to its commander, Admiral Yamamoto Isoroku, her bulk overshadowed every other warship in the bay. For many officers in the Navy, her enormous guns still represented the apotheosis of naval power. Bristling with weapons, her girth made her appear almost like a mountain rising out of the still waters. Yet her swept-back stack, undulating deck, and streamlined superstructure lent her a grace that seemed curiously out of place on such a behemoth. The battleships wouldn't be sailing this morning. No surprise there, joked Akagi's crewmen. They hadn't done anything during the entire war. For them the battleships were irrelevant, nothing more than a symbol of a bygone era. Worse yet, in the workaholic culture of the Imperial Navy, which, popular lore had it, operated 8 days a week, the battleships were seen as slackers. While Akagi and her companions had been winning unprecedented victories, the battleships had largely lain at anchor, leaving only to conduct gunnery practice in the nearby Ionada waterway, and earning in the process the unwanted sobriquet of the Hashirajima Fleet. Only the 4 fast battleships of Battle Division 3, hereafter rendered as Bat Div 3, which had been stalwart companions of Akagi's for the last 6 months, were excluded from the scorn heaped on the slower battle wagons. Yamato might be pretty to look at, but Akagi's men knew, and everyone else in the anchorage knew, that the carriers, in particular these 4 carriers, were the Imperial Navy's superstars. They were the Navy's samurai sword, the gleaming blade that had humbled Japan's enemies at Pearl Harbor and across the breadth of the Pacific, the finest naval aviation force in the world. Akagi was flagship of Carrier Division I, Daiichi Kokusentai, referred to hereafter as Cardiv 1. She flew the flag of Vice Admiral Nagumo Chuichi, commander of 1st Air Fleet and its tactical incarnation, the first mobile striking force, Daiichi Kidobutan. Akagi was enormous, at 855 feet, the longest carrier in the Imperial Navy, displacing more than 41,000 tons. Her architecture immediately betrayed her as a hybrid, a carrier constructed on top of what had originally been intended as a capital ship. Her lower hull was all sleek battle cruiser, its most prominent feature being her massive rakish bow. It was a bow built for speed, not seakeeping, a huge meat cleaver of a prow. Near the stern lingered another vestige of her original design, 6 casemated 8-inch guns, set 3 to a side down near the waterline. Constructed at a time when no one was sure how carriers would operate with the battle fleet, these weapons had been intended to help Akagi fend off enemy cruisers. Now, they were simply wasted displacement. Above the main deck, her clean lines quickly gave way to a crazy quilt of upper works enclosing her hangars. Her cliff-like sides sported a maze of catwalks, huge grills covering engine ventilator intakes, and a forest of slanting supports for her walkways, gun galleries, and fire control equipment. A gargantuan downswept funnel sprouted from the ship's starboard side. Her improbably high flight deck towered 6 stories above the ocean's surface. Yet, despite the mishmash appearance, she had a curious balance and power in her lines. She wasn't a pretty ship, but she wasn't to be trifled with either. It was Akagi's 31-knot speed that had first recommended her to the Japanese as a carrier. When the Washington Naval Treaty of 1922 was signed, Akagi was still on the building ways. Instead of being scrapped, she and her sister, Amagi, had been slated for conversion to carriers in much the same fashion that the Americans had converted battlecruisers Lexington and Saratoga. Both navies had tentatively decided, through the operations of their respective carrier prototypes, Hosho and Langley, that they needed larger carriers than they currently had, with bigger flight decks and a healthy margin of speed. Battlecruisers with their size and swiftness were perfect for the job. As a result, work on Akagi had been stopped long enough to redraw her plans. What emerged was almost bizarre, a design with 3 flight decks forward to allow simultaneous takeoffs of multiple types of aircraft, supported by 3 separate anti-aircraft hangars. Her conversion also proved enormously expensive. At 53 million yen, $36.45 million, she was by far the most costly warship the Imperial Navy had ever built. Not only that, but within 8 years of her commissioning, it had been decided that her original triple flight deck configuration was unusable, owing to the ever-increasing weight and hence takeoff room required of modern carrier aircraft. She re-entered the yards in 1935 for another expensive refit. She emerged in 1938 with a full-length flight deck and an island on her port side. Akagi and Hiryu were the only carriers in the world whose islands were located to port. This unorthodox configuration had come about as the result of design studies in the mid-1930s that had suggested that turbulence over the flight deck aft, which affected aircraft during landing, could be reduced by moving the island away from the ship's exhaust gases. In the event, the port-side arrangement actually made things somewhat worse, but there was no helping that now. This was not to say that Akagi hadn't been useful during her first 8 years. Far from it. It was on board her and Kaga that Japanese naval aviation had largely been created. Japanese carrier doctrine had been predicated on Akagi's capabilities. She was the first Japanese vessel that possessed the size, speed, and aircraft handling facilities to justify being called a true carrier. Even now, as the oldest of the 4 carriers in harbor, She was, arguably, still the most useful, fast enough to keep up with almost any battle force, yet larger and better protected than her smaller compatriots in Carrier Division II, hereafter Cardiv II. Only the spanking new Shokaku and Zuikaku clearly eclipsed her. As it happened, Akagi would be sailing under a new skipper for this operation. The tall and angular Captain Hasegawa Kiichi, veteran of the Pearl Harbor attack, had been relieved by Captain Aoki Taijiro, 52. Aoki was a spare, compact man who sported a trim little mustache. Most recently, he had been the commander of a floatplane training squadron. Not exactly a glamorous assignment, although he had commanded the seaplane carrier Mizuho previously. This was his first combat posting, making him the only carrier commander in Kidobutai with no battle experience. However, Akagi's crew was well stocked with experienced officers. Undoubtedly, the most important of these, as far as the flight operations was concerned, was her air officer, Hikocho, Commander Masuda Shogo. The Hikocho was in charge of orchestrating both the flight deck and the hangar decks. He also directed the ship's combat air patrol aircraft when they were aloft. It was his job to ensure that the ship was capable of carrying out the captain's orders to arm, launch, and recover aircraft when required. Masuda, the father of 4 daughters, was not a flamboyant individual, but he was highly capable, having been with the ship since the beginning of the war. Akagi's sister ship, Amagi, had never joined the fleet. She was wrecked on the ways during the Great Kanto earthquake of 1923. Lacking any further battle cruiser hulls, the Navy had selected a battleship hull scheduled to be scrapped under the Washington Naval Treaty. Kaga was thus saved from the scrapyard and towed instead to Yokosuka to be completed as a carrier. The same lengthy building time and astronomical cost as Akagi had preceded her commissioning in March 1928. Kaga, too, had initially been designed with triple flight decks, but she lacked Akagi's speed. Her 25 knots was barely sufficient to hold station with her faster division mate. By 1934 it was clear that she was the least serviceable of the pair, and she went into the yards for a refit. In the process, Yokosuka's yard workers ripped the guts out of her propulsion plant and completely re-engined her. She emerged in 1935 with better hangar facilities, but still far from speedy, although new engines and a slight lengthening of her hull had raised its speed another 3 knots. Her flight deck, though, was generously sized, towering above the water much like Akagi, and making for a wide, dry platform for takeoffs and landings. All in all, Kaga had an appealing, homey dumpiness about her. She was, by all accounts, a happy ship to serve on board. Kaga's commander, Captain Okada Jisaku, was 48 years old, the same age as the skippers of both Soryu and Hiryu. A severe, comely man, he had been associated with aviation for much of his career. Starting as a squadron commander, he later rose to command seaplane carrier Notoro, and later the light carrier Ryujo. Following a posting as a commander in the Navy Technical Department, Kansei Hanbu, he came on board Kaga in September 1941. Okaga had just inherited a new Hikocho, Commander Amagai Takahisa, who had been carrier Hiryu's Hikocho since the outbreak of hostilities. Amagai was apparently something of a bumpkin. One fighter pilot who knew him described him as both artless and rather sloppy in appearance. For all that, though, his simplicity of character made him approachable, and he was always happy to talk with anyone and everyone. Further off, but still easily visible from the flight decks Kaga and Akagi, were the 2 ships of Cardiv II, Hiryu and Soryu. Whereas the ships of Cardiv I were both notable for their size, Cardiv II was characterized by speed. Soryu, the elder of the pair, having joined the fleet in 1937, was the progenitor of Japan's standard fleet carrier design. Built around a cruiser-style hull and power plant which generated a prodigious 152,000 shaft horsepower, she was capable of cranking out 35 knots. She was the fastest aircraft carrier in the world when she was launched. In fact, she could outrun Kaga at only 40% power. Unlike Cardiff I's ships, Soryu had been designed from the keel up as a carrier. Her hangar decks, instead of being simply plopped down on top of an existing hull like Akagi's and Kaga's, had been smoothly fared into the structure of the hull itself, making her profile lower, her lines cleaner, and her flight deck, unfortunately, wetter. Soryu seemed almost out of place next to the hulking members of Cardiff I. She was small, lean, almost elegant. However, her diminutive size and delicate features betrayed her weaknesses, light construction and a near total lack of armor. Thus far, though, her defensive characteristics had never been tested. Soryu was commanded by Captain Yanagimoto Ryusaku. Yanagimoto was an intensely handsome man, possessing high cheekbones, a delicate mouth, and wide-set, intelligent eyes. His credentials were equally impressive, having previously served as a naval attaché, a Naval War College instructor, and as head of the intelligence section of the Naval General Staff. His reputation in the fleet was that of both a gentleman and a warrior. He was revered for his self-confidence, fairness, and courteous manners to both peers and underlings alike. No small feat in a navy ruled by iron discipline. He and his hikocho, Commander Kusamoto Ikuto, had been with Soryu since before Pearl Harbor, making them unquestionably the most experienced air operations duo in the fleet. Soryu's compatriot, Hiryu, was really only a stepsister. Entering service in 1939, she shared much of Soryu's general layout, but with some notable differences. Her hull was a bit wider, and her island was located to port like Akagi's. Her bow had been plated up an extra deck, flattening her sheer forward. As a result, she had boxier, more severe lines than Soryu, although she shared her sister's speed. Hiryu was currently the flagship of the fiery Rear Admiral Yamaguchi Tamon, commander of Cardiff II. Until a month earlier, he had flown his flag in Soryu, but in early May Yamaguchi had decided to avail himself of Hiryu's more commodious command spaces. Her bridge was the largest and most modern of the four carriers, and therefore more convenient for housing the admiral's staff. Hiryu was commanded by Captain Kaku Tomeo. Kaku, like Kaga's Captain Okada, was an early proponent of air power. As early as 1927, he had been participating in the development of the Navy's air doctrine, first as a student at the Naval War College, and later as an air group commander and ship's captain. Kaku had the distinction of being the only aviator among the four carrier commanders in Kido Butai. He was an intimidating figure, a burly man whose mouth fell naturally into a ferocious scowl. Kaku's new hikocho was Commander Kawaguchi Susumu, a former fighter pilot. In addition to Akagi, Kaga, Soryu, and Hiryu, two other carriers ought to have been sortying this morning as well, the brand-new Shokaku and Zuikaku of Carrier Division 5, hereafter Cardiff 5. Cardiff 5 was an integral part of Kido Butai, having been incorporated into Nagumo's battle force upon Zuikaku's commissioning in September 1941. Though they were inexperienced vessels, their large size and excellent aircraft handling facilities had made them indispensable for December's Pearl Harbor operation. Under the command of Rear Admiral Harachuichi, they had operated with Kido Butai continuously since then. However, in mid-April, Cardiff 5 had been detached to support the Japanese landings against Port Moresby in New Guinea, slated for early May. There, on 7 and 8 May in the Coral Sea north of Australia, they had been put through the ringer. An American carrier force had appeared unexpectedly, and in the ensuing battle the two yearlings had suffered heavily. Shokaku had sustained 3 bomb hits, knocking her out of the battle. Zuikaku had escaped physical damage, but her air group had been shredded. Both carriers were now at Kure. Shokaku had made port on 17 May, having run a gauntlet of American submarines, and very nearly capsizing in the process as a result of the rough treatment on her damaged bow. Zuikaku had docked 4 days later. Shokaku would ultimately spend the latter half of June in dry dock. Zuikaku was nominally operational, but her air group was not, and would not be fully reconstituted for months. Thus, both carriers were out of the picture for the current operation. If the rank and file on board Kido Butai were worried about this diminution of their strength, they weren't showing it. Why should they? Nagumo's remaining carriers were an elite formation with or without Cardiv 5. Kido Butai had ranged across the Pacific Ocean during the first 6 months of the war, wreaking havoc, running up a nearly unbroken string of victories and humiliating Allied naval forces. During Kido Butai's opening assault on Pearl Harbor, they had sunk or disabled the better part of the U.S. Pacific Fleet's battleship force and crushed U.S. air power on Hawaii. Shortly afterward, Soryu and Hiryu had provided air cover for the second invasion of Wake Island. Following this, Kido Butai refitted briefly in Japan before moving into southern waters to cover operations in Malaya and the Indies. On 19 February 1942, as part of the opening moves against Java, the striking force had launched a major raid against the northern Australian harbour of Port Darwin, causing heavy damage and effectively shutting down the port. In early April 1942, Kido Butai, composed of Akagi, Soryu, Hiryu, Shokaku, and Zuikaku, raided the Indian Ocean. The Japanese carriers launched attacks against the British bases of Colombo and Trincomalee on Ceylon. Colombo was hit on the morning of 5 April, causing heavy damage to its port facilities. More important, in the afternoon the Japanese located the heavy cruisers Dorsetshire and Cornwall fleeing the scene of the action southward. The Japanese quickly dispatched these vessels with a devastating dive-bomber attack. Nagumo's force had retired briefly to the east, returning on 9 April to attack Trincomalee. In the process, they caught the carrier Hermes and a destroyer and dispatched them in similar fashion before retiring. These raids exposed the enormous gap between Japanese and British naval aviation. For the first time in centuries, the Royal Navy was impotent in the face of a foe that had clearly moved ahead of British practice in a crucial area of naval combat. Kido Butai then returned to Japan for much-needed rest and refitting. Nagumo's ships had been in near-constant operations for 4.5 months and had traversed nearly a third of the globe. Though aircraft losses had been relatively light by the standards of a global conflict, they had still been a serious drain. New replacements needed to be integrated into the air formations and trained. Similarly, the carriers needed dry dock time and maintenance. However, if the crews were looking forward to a leisurely period of R&R in the delightful city of Hiroshima, they were gravely disappointed. Returning to Hashirajima on 22 April, the carriers had immediately been plunged into frantic preparations for the next sortie. Each ship had been taken in for a quick refit and then began reprovisioning. There had been precious little time for the men to enjoy liberty, though the ferry ride was short, and Hiroshima well liked for its May Flower Festival, not to mention its tasty food and pretty girls. Now, a scant month after returning, they were getting ready to leave again. The Navy's work was never done, the men joked. At 0600, Akagi raised her ensign and signaled, "Commence sortie as scheduled." One by one, Kido Butai fell into line and began parading through the anchorage. Light cruiser Nagara headed the column, leading her destroyer squadron. Cruiser Division 8's, hereafter Crew Div 8, flagship Tone followed with her sister ship Chikuma, next followed by battleships Haruna and Kirishima. At the end of the proud line came Akagi, Kaga, Hiryu, and Soryu. Coincidentally, 27 May was also Navy Day, the anniversary of Admiral Togo Heihachiro's spectacular victory over the Russians in 1905, a good omen for victory if ever there was one. Across Japan, the morning dailies were already trumpeting the accomplishments of the Imperial Navy. The English edition of the Japan Times and Advertiser proclaimed that this year Navy Day is not a day of mere remembrance, not a mere reminder. It is a day of fulfillment. The Japanese Navy has not only duplicated the exploits of 37 years ago, it has repeated it time and again, and in an unbelievably greater scale. Navy Day this year is the climax for which all Navy Days of past years have been in preparation. The article concluded that Japan stands today as the premier naval power of the world. It may well presage the rise of Japan in the future history of the world to a position comparable to that which Britain has occupied in the past. It was a heady vision. Indeed, no newspaper reporter who might have had the privilege of witnessing this morning's sortie would have faulted the splendor of the spectacle spread before him. On the decks of every ship in the bay, white-clad crewmen packed the railings. The men on board the warships still at anchor cheered lustily as Nagumo's force promenaded in slow splendor. Kido-butai cheered them back. Though most of them had no idea of the particulars of what was afoot, Operation M.I., the assault on the island of Midway, was now under way. On Akagi's bridge stood the man on whom the weight of command for the mission was laid. Vice Admiral Nagumo Chuichi, commander of the 1st Mobile Striking Force, was small, gruff, and 55 years of age. A sailor's sailor, he had held numerous seagoing commands on his way up through the ranks. A torpedo expert by training, as a young officer he had garnered a reputation for dash and intelligence, and was considered a rising star within the Navy. Somewhere along the way, though, his earlier drive had been leached away. Perhaps it was simply the onset of premature old age. Once an avid kendo fencer, bouts of arthritis now left him in considerable pain. He wore the command of Kido-butai uneasily. An official photograph, taken of him in a dress uniform dripping in medals, seems to reveal a man distinctly uncomfortable with the image of an admiral, staring with muted supplication at the camera. Perhaps he simply longed for the simpler days when he was a lower-level commander and spent his time at sea out of the limelight. The complexity of the new mode of aerial warfare clearly was beyond his ken. Nagumo's true personality is difficult to pin down. It is probable that he, like many men, had different faces for different audiences. His youngest son remembered him as a serious, somewhat brooding father. His ambitions to have his 2 sons follow him into the Navy were destined for disappointment. Nagumo was all business and rarely joked at home, seemingly always consumed with the concerns of a career Navy officer. He was often at sea, leaving his 3 children for long periods of time. To his junior officers he often appeared friendly, evincing the sort of fatherly familiarity that his own son apparently rarely saw. He was always willing to lend them a helping hand and provide advice. He was also given to delegating responsibility to younger men, sometimes too much so. His peers in the admiral's ranks apparently considered him a mixed bag at best, competent but given to drunken bravado. The mercurial Admiral Ugaki Matome, Chief of Staff for Combined Fleet, disliked Nagumo intensely, and in the privacy of his diary ascribed to him all manner of mental shortcomings from panics and nerves to simple stupidity. It is unlikely that Nagumo had friendly relations with his chief, Admiral Yamamoto. Yamamoto was a noted member of the faction within the Navy that had supported the Washington Naval Treaty. Nagumo had been a member of the militaristic Fleet faction, which opposed the treaty as if it were a national hemlock. Given that Yamamoto's life had been threatened by extremist members of the Fleet faction, it can be safely speculated that each man loathed the other. Yamamoto could not have been happy that it was Nagumo who was put in charge of 1st Air Fleet when it was formed in April 1941. This new entity, which concentrated all the large flight decks in the fleet into a single tactical unit, needed to be commanded by a vice admiral. Unfortunately, the more air-minded Vice Admiral Ozawa Jisaburo, who had been one of the primary advocates behind 1st Air Fleet's creation, had just been assigned to a different post, leaving Nagumo next in line. According to the Navy's strict rules of seniority, he was given a command for which he was basically ill-suited. It wasn't that Nagumo was a bad officer. Rather, he was largely passive and not terribly innovative, at a moment in history when adaptability would be key to the Navy's fortunes. Nagumo had no real affinity for the supremely powerful weapon that was thrust into his hands. However, by the time of Midway, Nagumo's name was also inextricably linked to the success of Kido Butai. Though Yamamoto had rebuked him over his performance at Pearl Harbor, he wasn't in any position to remove him from command. When such an action had been suggested by a member of Yamamoto's staff, he had replied that such an action would be the same as killing him. It would be the same thing as asking him to commit harakiri. Besides, such an action would have had to be ratified by the Naval General Staff in any case, and it was known within the circles of Combined Fleet that Naval GHQ could not and would not approve such an action. It's possible, too, that Nagumo's passivity may have been somewhat appealing to the Commander-in-Chief. Admiral Yamamoto was used to having his way, and already had had plenty of internal battles to fight with the Navy establishment in 1941 when trying to get approval for Pearl Harbor. Having a strong-willed commander presiding over the primary implement of that strategic vision could have been quite inconvenient. Yamamoto liked original thinking, as long as it was his, or if it emanated from individuals he could directly control. In Nagumo he found a commander who, though grudging, was at least not inclined to resist his orders. Nagumo grumbled, but he did what he was told. That Kido Butai had won, and won big, for the first 6 months of the war, was no real indication of Nagumo's prowess or growth as a carrier commander. At the beginning of the Pacific War, the Japanese Navy had found itself within the happy confluence of 3 key forces: weak opponents, possession of a superior weapon system in the form of high-quality massed naval air power, and an effective doctrine for its employ. None of Kido Butai's foes had an effective reply to the challenge posed by 6 carriers and some 400 aircraft that could appear and disappear at will. Japanese planes and pilots were so markedly superior that apparently nothing could stand before them. But if Nagumo used this honeymoon period to gain a deeper understanding of the workings of carrier warfare, it does not show in his subsequent actions. Nagumo was merely the ringleader of this traveling circus. He had hardly anything to do with its success. Nagumo's right-hand man was his chief of staff, Rear Admiral Kusaka Ryunosuke. Originally a gunnery officer, he had been posted to Kasumigaura Air Group in 1926, whereupon his career became totally devoted to aviation. Though not a flyer himself, he had commanded both the Hosho and Akagi before being promoted to Rear Admiral in 1937. Kusaka was, by all accounts, devoted to his chief, and became something of an apologist for him after the war. They were both cautious by nature, although Kusaka's personality was more placid and philosophical than that of his dour commander. A Zen Buddhist, he was apparently a skilled negotiator and conciliator. However, there is little to suggest that he possessed an incisive mind. His lectures on aerial tactics at Kasumigaura were remembered by the aviators there as being not so much on aerial tactics as on aerial philosophy. He was, in short, something of a dilettante, a man who recognized the potential of naval aviation and wanted to be associated with it, but whose training and personal insights into air power were limited. That, in combination with his rather laid-back personality, meant that he was unlikely to take bold actions when the need arose. Kido-Butai's other ranking carrier admiral was Rear Admiral Yamaguchi Tamon. The commander of Cardiff II, Yamaguchi was a much different man than his superior. 5 years younger than Nagumo, he seemed ages more youthful and energetic. Photographs of Yamaguchi reveal an odd mixture of features, with high eyebrows, close-set eyes, and an almost feline appearance. He was widely seen within the fleet as being the logical successor to Admiral Yamamoto. He had an impeccable pedigree for higher command, a Naval Staff College graduate, schooling abroad at Princeton University, and extensive sea service. Yamaguchi had worked his way up through command of light cruiser Isuzu, heavy cruiser Atago, and eventually battleship Ise. He had been a member of Japan's naval delegation to the London Naval Conference in 1929 and had also served as naval attaché in Washington, D.C. During the conflict in China, he had commanded the Navy's 1st Combined Air Group and directed its bombing campaign against central China. Though not a pilot, he was respected in the aviation community and had been a vocal supporter of its growth. Yamaguchi appears to have been quite social, which may have furthered his career. An American naval officer who met Yamaguchi in 1923, when he was still a lieutenant, observed that he appeared to prefer pleasure to work. Yamaguchi was quite enthusiastic about his American alma mater, Princeton, where he apparently preferred horses, tennis, golf, and liquor to study. The American went on to observe that Yamaguchi did not give the impression of being well-founded professionally, but would be better suited to diplomacy. Yet, despite what his vitae or American social acquaintances might have said, in the final analysis Yamaguchi fell into the category of man that Chihaya Masataki, himself a commander in the Imperial Navy and a shrewd observer of its failings, would later term the Oriental hero type, rough-hewn and lacking precision of thought and a clear-cut sense of responsibility in the Western sense of the word. He was, in short, the epitome of the traditional samurai, hot-tempered, aggressive to a fault, a man who valued honor as the ultimate virtue. It is clear that Yamaguchi had misgivings about his more passive superior, and indeed of First Air Fleet staff in general. Admiral Ugaki recorded in his diary that Yamaguchi had complained to him on several occasions that First Air Fleet Headquarters had never taken steps to expand its achievement in battle, grasping an opportunity to do so or to cope with a change of circumstances. He confided to Ugaki that what was missing in First Air Fleet was leadership. The Commander-in-Chief, Nagumo, doesn't say a word, and both the Chief of Staff, Kusaka, and the senior staff officer, Captain Oishi, Kusaka's right-hand man, lack boldness. In his complaints, Yamaguchi found a receptive ear, for Ugaki was hardly impressed with Nagumo himself and urged Yamaguchi to continue recommending his views as much as possible in the future. If true brilliance was to be found in Kido-Butai, it lay further down the chain of command. Nagumo's air officer, Commander Genda Minoru, was commonly recognized as the house genius. Like his commander, he wore his mantle somewhat uneasily, but for entirely different reasons. There was no questioning his air credentials. Genda had first made his name as a highly skilled fighter pilot, eventually going so far as to organize a naval acrobatic team to tour Japan. After his run with the Genda Circus, as it came to be known, he had served as an air staff officer in China, flight instructor, and an assistant naval attaché for good measure. Genda was gifted, insightful, and had a firm grasp over the workings of carrier warfare. Indeed, he was largely responsible for creating and shaping the force now under Nagumo's command. He had been hand-picked by Yamamoto for his position, and thus far in the war he had performed well. It was Genda who had been the architect of massed naval air power within the fleet, and it was his and Vice Admiral Ozawa's constant nagging of the top brass that had finally prompted Yamamoto to officially create the First Air Fleet. Nagumo, with his penchant for delegating to talented juniors, essentially let Genda run the show when it came to planning air operations. As far as Genda was concerned, this was a mixed blessing. While he was confident in his abilities, to the point of arrogance, according to Kusaka, he was also aware of his limitations. Nagumo rarely critiqued his plans. Genda would have preferred having someone supervising him to ensure that he didn't overlook the obvious. Unfortunately, there was no one else with the necessary insight into aerial matters to do so. The net result was that air operations for Kido Butai were disproportionately the responsibility of a single individual. Nagumo's warships left Hashirajima traveling south, passing between the islands of Yashirojima and Nakajima before turning into the broad Ionara waterway. The heavily cultivated islands of the inland sea are verdant and steep-sided, rising spectacularly from the blue waters. Fishermen in their boats paused to wave at the grim warships as they cruised along. Kido Butai made its way toward the north entrance of the Bungo Suido, the key waterway that separates Shikoku from the southern island of Kyushu. Entering the narrow channel in single file, the force plowed south-southeast toward the open ocean, clearing Bungo Suido around noon. Kido Butai's screening vessels began shaking themselves out into an alert cruising disposition. Nagumo's escorts for this mission were well known to the force as a whole. The fast battleships Haruna and Kirishima, the second section of Bat Div 3, were along to provide whatever heavy gunfire might be needed. Both ships were old but had been refitted several times during their long lives. Originally constructed as battle cruisers, they could still crank out 31 knots, and as such were perfect heavy escorts for Kido Butai's carriers. Each mounted 8 14-inch guns and relatively heavy anti-aircraft armament as well. They were in no way equivalent to a modern fast battleship, but could certainly stand up against a heavy cruiser which was their primary screening role. They could also be called on to initiate a night action against any American forces that might be in the neighborhood if the situation required it. Nagumo's screen commander, Rear Admiral Abe Hiroaki, flew his flag on the heavy cruiser Tone. Both Tone and Chikuma had been built as adjuncts to the carrier forces. Each mounted their 8 8-inch guns and 4 twin turrets forward, leaving the entire rear deck available for floatplane operations. Each ship normally carried 5 aircraft, although on this occasion Tone was missing one of hers. The role of these cruisers was to act as scouts for the fleet through their floatplanes, thereby freeing up the carrier aircraft for offensive operations. The light cruiser Nagara, flagship of Rear Admiral Kimura Susumu, commander of Destroyer Squadron 10, directed a screen of 11 destroyers: Arashi, Noaki, Hagikaze, Maikaze, Kazagumo, Yugumo, Makigumo, Isokaze, Urakaze, Hamakaze, and Tamikaze. Nagara was an older 5,500-ton cruiser and wasn't much help in a fight, but her role was to act as flagship for the destroyers in her charge, which is where the real surface combat power of the force lay. Each of the destroyers was a new fleet unit, and all of them were armed to the teeth with 5-inch guns and the feared Type 93 torpedo. Nagumo's force settled onto a course taking it southeast into the broad Pacific. They would continue in this fashion for the rest of the day before turning east that night and heading toward the objective. The coastline of Shikoku was fading into the distance. Tsuchiya Ryosaku, a third-class seaman from Shizuoka Province, still 4 months shy of his 16th birthday, may have had a chance to look over Akagi's railing one last time as the shore vanished behind him. 57-year-old Hodate Ken, a lieutenant commander from Kagoshima, might well have done the same from Soryu's bridge. They were destined to be, respectively, the youngest and oldest of the 3,057 Japanese who would never see their homeland again as a result of Operation MI. Within 10 days, they and the proud carriers they served on would be lying at the bottom of the cold Pacific. 2. Genesis of a Battle. Whereas the spectacle surrounding Nagumo's sortie 6 hours earlier had been gala, the mood among his senior officers was quite the opposite. This was not a popular operation, particularly among the staff members of Kido Butai, who worried that Combined Fleet's planning staff was sending them on a fool's errand. Nagumo had been withdrawn and apathetic during the planning phase. Admirals Kusaka, Yamaguchi, and Kondo, along with Captain Kaku of Hiryu, had been downright hostile to it almost from the outset. Commander Genda, for his part, while not opposed to seeking a decisive battle with the Americans off Midway, also felt that the mission's operational planning left much to be desired. Indeed, to many fleet officers, Operation MI and its concurrent northern counterpart, Operation AL, aimed at the occupation of the Aleutian Islands, appeared to have been simply thrown together. Appearances in this case were not deceptive. Operations MI and AL were the unhappy outcome of a lack of real strategic direction on the part of the Japanese military and the Imperial Navy in particular in early 1942. To a large degree, these difficulties stemmed from Japan's unforeseen successes during the first 4 months of war. By March 1942, Japan had either attained all of her initial objectives or was in sight of doing so. Malaya had already been captured after a brilliant campaign that had seen the fall of the great British bastion of Singapore on February 15, 1942. The Dutch East Indies, including the rich resources of Borneo and Java, had survived less than a month longer. The key to securing the Indies had been a series of savage naval battles near Java. There, the Imperial Navy had crushed the combined squadrons of the American, British, Dutch, and Australian navies, the ill-starred ABDA command, and then hunted down their fleeing remnants. In addition to capturing the oil and rubber that had been the reason for going to war in the first place, Japan had also ripped apart the last line of defense in front of Australia. The Imperial Navy's fleet was now in a position both to raid Australia's northern coast and to make moves into the Indian Ocean. Similarly, the Japanese campaign in Burma was well in hand and would see the expulsion of the British by the end of April. In the Philippines, the initial landings had gone smoothly, and Manila had fallen on January 2, 1942. American and Philippine forces had retreated to the Bataan Peninsula and were still holding out, but the outcome was a foregone conclusion because the U.S. Navy was in no position to relieve the siege. The entirety of the West Central Pacific Basin, including the American possessions of Guam and Wake, had fallen in the opening weeks of the conflict. Further south, the Japanese had secured the important port of Rabaul, located on the northern tip of New Britain, in January. From there they threatened to make further inroads into New Guinea and ultimately to develop offensives to the south and east that could potentially cut communications between Australia and the United States. Thus, on the face of it, Japan had all but achieved all of the goals that she had gone to war for. She had expelled the white colonial powers and secured the southern resource areas in the Indies that would, in time, supply her with all the oil and strategic minerals that her new Pacific empire required. With her earlier conquests in China, she now had under her control a vast territory stretching from Manchuria in the north through central China and French Indochina into Malaya and Burma in the southwest. From there, her possessions ran eastward down the line of islands stretching from Sumatra all the way to Rabaul, and proceeded north from there through the stronghold of Truk all the way to the Kuriles. In the space of a few short months, the Japanese had thus secured for themselves one of the largest empires in the history of mankind. Japan now stood temporarily supreme in the Pacific. Dutch and British naval power had, for all intents and purposes, been eliminated from the area, with the Royal Navy having retreated to Ceylon and India. The U.S. Navy had been humbled at Pearl Harbor and bloodied again in the Philippines and around Java. Though unbeaten, it had been incapable of disrupting Japanese offensive actions in the Pacific and was currently able to do little more than conduct hit-and-run raids against Japanese outposts. It had not yet recovered the ability to launch strategically meaningful operations of its own. It could only react to Japanese moves. The Japanese held the initiative everywhere. The logical question that arose in the ranks of the Japanese military's planners as a result of their success was how to use that initiative. It was to this strategic debate that Japan's leadership turned its attentions beginning as early as January 1942. As it developed, there was widespread disagreement over this subject, not only between the Army and Navy, but within the Navy itself as well. But Admiral Yamamoto Isoroku, the commander-in-chief of Combined Fleet, was determined to have the final say in Pacific war strategy. Yamamoto, the most controversial and important figure in the history of the Japanese Navy, was a man who defies easy description. He was widely portrayed during the war, both at home and abroad, as a brilliant commander. However, his reputation within the fleet itself was less clear-cut, despite his considerable pre-war achievements. Born to humble origins, he combined intelligence with an intense drive to better his circumstances. Along the way, he had acquired a taste for the creature comforts of rank which he would retain until his death. Charismatic and capable, he was also an ambivalent husband and father, enjoying gambling and spending time with geishas instead. Taken together, he was a man of notable strengths and weaknesses, though his personality flaws were not those that would have been detrimental within the social organization of the Navy. What is surprising about Yamamoto is that he had managed to rise nearly to the pinnacle of his profession despite having been a standard-bearer for some very unpopular causes. He was a supporter of the Washington and London naval treaties, within a Navy whose majority considered those agreements to be a slap in the face of national pride because they pegged Japan's naval forces at a level below those of the United States and Great Britain. He was an advocate of naval aviation at a time when the Navy still worshipped at the temple of the big gun warship. Finally, he was an opponent of Japan's alliance with Nazi Germany, whose martial prowess and antipathy toward the Soviet state were widely admired throughout the Japanese military. Given these facts, two general conclusions can be reached about Yamamoto. First, he must have combined a high degree of confidence and competence along with the survival skills necessary to have reached his present position. Second, he had undoubtedly made a lot of enemies. The forthcoming strategic planning process would swell their ranks still further. Assuming command of Combined Fleet in 1939, Yamamoto had imposed his stamp on it in a way that no commander had done since the days of the revered Admiral Togo. To his detractors, it must have seemed that Yamamoto was determined to make Combined Fleet his own personal fiefdom. His staff became a haven for unorthodox thinkers, including many of the air power supporters within the Navy. This was a mixed blessing. On the one hand, it is undeniable that Yamamoto's advocacy had brought about a greater reliance on naval aviation within the fleet, which had subsequently served Japan well. On the other hand, Yamamoto and his staff saw themselves engaged in a perpetual struggle against the naval establishment. Not surprisingly, he and his officers were unpopular at Imperial General Headquarters, IGHQ, in Tokyo, which thought, somewhat justifiably, that Combined Fleet's commander and cronies had a bit of an attitude problem. Worse was yet to follow. As war approached, Yamamoto laid the groundwork for what was, in effect, a coup against IGHQ over who was to set strategic direction for the fleet. In so doing, he sowed the seeds of future military defeat by destroying the checks and balances within the Navy's policy-making processes. Yamamoto had insisted in 1941 that if Japan chose to capture the resources of the South through war, that war also had to include the United States. Furthermore, he believed that the U.S. Navy had to be dealt a crippling blow at the outset so as to buy time for Japan to carry out its operations in the southern campaign areas without opposition. In this view, he was opposed by several senior members of the Naval General Staff, including its head, Admiral Nagano Osami. Nagano was of the opinion that the United States would find it very difficult to go to war if Japan refrained from an outright attack. He reasoned, correctly, that President Franklin D. Roosevelt would have a difficult time rallying sufficient support for a casus belli, based only on Japanese attacks against British and Dutch colonial holdings, as American popular opinion was decidedly ambivalent about defending such interests. Nagano had eventually lost the debate, even though his basic reasoning was sound. Yamamoto had won on the basis of both his personal reputation and his willingness to use inelegant means to get his way. In the midst of the Pearl Harbor debate, he had let it be known that he and the entire staff of Combined Fleet were prepared to resign if his views were not confirmed. Nagano, given the choice between acquiescing or confronting his wayward subordinate, had backed down. In so doing, he essentially let Yamamoto hijack the Navy's strategic planning process and place it under the purview of Combined Fleet. Yamamoto would later remark to his cohort Ugaki that, in his opinion, Naval Headquarters seemed to have no definite ideas as to how to carry out the war. Indeed, during a meeting in Tokyo on 5 December to brief the Emperor, Yamamoto had gone so far as to tell the Chief of the Naval General Staff, as well as the Navy Minister, not to interfere too much and thus set a bad precedent in the Navy. This was, bluntly, a rather incredible state of affairs for any military organization. The Pearl Harbor attack, Hawaii Sakusen, proved a spectacular success, at least superficially. Although it had left some notable loose ends in its wake, including the failure to sink any American aircraft carriers, it had resulted in enough damage to the U.S. Navy that the Japanese greeted it as a great victory. As a result, Yamamoto's political clout within the Navy was considerably enhanced, especially as one Japanese success piled on the next in the heady first months of war. Wherever the Navy had gone, Yamamoto's name, by default, had gone with it. By early 1942, he was associated by the Japanese public with all the fruits of victory that the Navy had won for the nation. Having taken control over naval strategy, Yamamoto had no intention of relinquishing his new perquisite. The Naval General Staff in Tokyo, of course, had other ideas. Consequently, strategic formulation concerning future operations was accompanied by a tug-of-war between Hashirajima and Tokyo. However, Yamamoto already knew two things. First, his threat to resign had already been effective once. Second, his own political clout had increased dramatically since the inception of the war. Naval GHQ held no such cards. A fractured internal policy-making process was only the first hurdle to the Navy's being able to fashion a reasonable set of follow-on operations in 1942. The second major problem was that the Navy itself did not have unilateral say in such matters. Any further territorial expansion required ground forces to capture and garrison the conquests. The Navy had too few troops to do any real heavy lifting of its own, and therefore had to rely on the Army if it wanted to secure important objectives. The Army recognized that it had an important say in such matters, and it intended to use this leverage. Unfortunately, whereas most nations' inter-service relationships range from bad to worse, Japan's were mired at the dysfunctional end of the spectrum. The Imperial Army and Navy loathed each other, their interchanges being marked by suspicion, pettiness, and outright hostility. Admiral Nagano's penchant, real or feigned, for conveniently falling asleep during joint Army-Navy liaison conferences was indicative of the overall level of civility that prevailed between the two services. The Army was still largely focused on its private quagmire in China, which had consumed the vast majority of its forces since July 1937. Furthermore, given the Army's heavy defeat at the hands of the Soviets during a series of violent border clashes in Manchuria in the summer of 1939, it felt compelled to maintain substantial forces in the area. Thus, it had been parsimonious in relinquishing forces for the initial stage of war operations in the Pacific. In fact, only a shade over 11 divisions had been required to conquer the entirety of the new Japanese empire. This represented perhaps a fifth of the Army's total manpower. Given that stinginess had apparently paid for itself in the opening campaign, it was loath to release any more forces than it had to for future operations. It was also determined to resist any operational concepts that created open-ended manpower commitments. In fairness to the Army, it rightly wanted to preserve its strength for further actions against the Russians in Manchuria. Despite the mauling the Japanese had been subjected to 2 years earlier, in late 1941 it looked as if the Russians themselves were being overwhelmed. The Red Army had been continually beaten by the Wehrmacht during the previous summer, and to all outward appearances, the Soviet Union was on the verge of collapse. This reversal of fortunes for the Soviet colossus meant that there might exist real opportunities for the Japanese to seize more of Manchuria. But the net result was that the Army's attention was not fully engaged by the Pacific. This tendency reflected fundamental differences between the Army and the Navy about how the war was to be brought to a close. The Navy was steeped in a tradition of seeking decisive battle with its foes. It believed that landing a single roundhouse blow, if sufficiently powerful, would bring hostilities to a close. It was the Navy's fervent hope, therefore, that the war could be concluded in 1942. The Army, however, held no such illusions, particularly against an opponent as powerful as the United States. Instead, the Army was girding itself for a protracted struggle. It was deeply suspicious of any attempts to increase the size of Japan's territorial holdings in the largely empty wastes of the Pacific, knowing it didn't have the strength to garrison every outpost. Instead, the Army wished to fortify an outer shell as strongly as possible, preparing to make the Americans pay an unacceptable price in blood when their inevitable counterattacks began. As a result, the Army consistently resisted any notions that looked likely to increase its troop commitments in the Pacific. Thus, when the Navy began floating trial balloons during a series of joint service consultations in the early part of 1942, the Army held important trump cards. Lacking naval transport, it could not unilaterally initiate actions against Americans. But by the same token, neither could the Navy, in that the Army had no qualms in vetoing strategic avenues that appeared too risky or that created open-ended commitments. This, then, was the treacherous landscape across which Japan's military leadership groped for a solution to their strategic dilemmas. In such a poisonous political atmosphere, it is hardly surprising that Japan put its carrier force to little strategically meaningful work during the months of March and April 1942. While the internal debate over second-stage war policy raged, the only operations that could be countenanced for Kido-butai were by definition those that did not tread too decisively down any strategic avenue. Thus, Japan was guilty of wasting its most important strategic asset at a time when it was largely unchallengeable in the Pacific. In the eyes of the Imperial Navy, Japan had an array of strategic options open to it at the beginning of 1942. Not all of these alternatives were recognized or developed simultaneously. The sine qua non of success for any of them, though, was the presence of the Navy's fleet carriers. Of course, there were only so many flight decks to go around. As will be seen, the Navy ultimately ended up committing its carriers in support of more operations than they could handle, with disastrous consequences. The circuitous path by which it shouldered these disparate and contradictory commitments was a misadventure of truly epic proportions. The first strategic option was switching over from an offensive to a defensive stance. Rear Admiral Kusaka, Nagumo's chief of staff, was one of the leading proponents of this vision. At this point in the war, Japan had conquered, but it had not really consolidated its gains. It needed time to toughen up its defensive shell and begin preparing for when America would counterattack. Obviously, this could not be accomplished while the defensive perimeter was still being pushed outward. Shifting to a defensive stance would give the fleet time and breathing room to replenish its aircraft and pilots which were already showing the deleterious effects of an all-out war. Kusaka had a legitimate point, but he was the wrong man to present such a plan. Both he and his superior, Nagumo, had been opposed to the attack on Pearl Harbor. As a result, Kido Butai's two senior officers paradoxically had very little cachet within the fleet. Not only that, but such an approach seemed too passive to be countenanced by a service as habitually aggressive as the Imperial Navy. If a legitimate combat leader had agitated for the same proposal, it might at least have been debated, but coming from a paper-pusher like Kusaka, it was dead on arrival. The second option envisioned occupying some or all of Australia. On the face of it, given the size of the objective, this was an outrageous proposal. Yet it actually offered a number of attractions. Though large, Australia was sparsely inhabited and could muster no more than a handful of divisions in its own defense. Its very size meant that the Japanese could be reasonably assured of getting ashore somewhere, since the Australians could not adequately cover their coastline. Even securing the northern portion of the country would create a beachhead on the Allies' most important remaining bastion in the South Pacific. The Japanese were well aware that Australia figured prominently in America's calculations. There were indications that the United States intended to use it as a jumping-off point for operations in the South. Capturing their base would preempt these operations. Indeed, Admiral Nagumo's raid against Darwin was launched partly with such a goal in mind. Attacking Australia was supported by the Plans Division of the Naval General Staff, which was headed up by Rear Admiral Fukudomi Shigeru, and ably assisted by his right-hand man, Captain Tomioka Sadatoshi. It was also advocated by the fiery Vice Admiral Inoue Shigeyoshi, an air power visionary and now the current commander of the Navy's Fourth Fleet, headquartered at Truk, which had authority over operations in the southern region. However, the Army quickly nixed this proposal, arguing correctly that it would take a minimum of 10 to 12 divisions to execute. Australia was just the sort of open-ended manpower sump that the Imperial Army wanted at all costs to avoid. Thus, while agreeing that there were benefits to undertaking its conquest, the Army asserted that the troops and transports were simply unavailable. Worse, it tweaked the Navy's nose by suggesting that an extension of Japan's campaign this far south would create a theater of operations that was beyond the nation's logistical capabilities. That the Army was wholly justified in its assessment of Japan's already slender logistical base did not help the Navy's temper. A fallback option to an Australian invasion was cutting its line of supply with the United States. To do so, Japan would attack to the southeast through the length of the Solomon Islands. From there, advances would be made into the New Hebrides, New Caledonia, with its important port of Noumea, Fiji, and finally Samoa. By doing so, Japan would sit astride Australia's communications lines, preventing any American buildup. This alternative was seen as less desirable by both Tomioka and Inoue, but they were open to considering it in the event an Australian invasion was dismissed. At the same time, though, Combined Fleet had been quietly contemplating conducting second-stage operations not in the South, but in the Central Pacific. Initial support for this approach came from Vice Admiral Hosagaya Moshiro, the commander with responsibility for guarding Japan's seaward approaches in the north, the path by which an American carrier force could gain easiest access to the Japanese homeland. It was Yamamoto and his staff, though, that were its most forceful proponents. Yamamoto had been haunted by the cardinal disappointment of Pearl Harbor, the failure to sink the enemy flat-tops that, by rights, should have been moored at Ford Island on the morning of the attack. Instead, for all his efforts, the American carriers had yet to be brought to battle. Yamamoto was determined to destroy them. Knowing that their primary base was Pearl Harbor, Yamamoto believed it only made sense to precipitate a battle somewhere near their lair. Given Pearl Harbor's outcome, Yamamoto had been considering the Central Pacific almost from the inception of the war. On December 9, 1941, he had ordered Admiral Ugaki to re-examine the notion of an invasion of Hawaii. Ugaki was actively working on this by early January 1942. Included in this early operational plan was the concept that a direct invasion of Hawaii would be used to precipitate a decisive battle with the Americans. However, Ugaki admitted to himself shortly afterward that Hawaii's native strength made fighting a battle there extremely risky. It is important to clarify the role of an invasion in these schemes, however. It has commonly been supposed that any successful Japanese operation in the Central Pacific would automatically have culminated in an invasion of Hawaii. Certainly, this is what Yamamoto had in mind. However, like the notion of operations in the Central Pacific itself, an invasion of Hawaii was by no means accepted within the Navy as a whole, much less by the Army. Admiral Yamamoto and his staff had been contemplating such a venture since the summer of 1941, but few others had contemplated such a notion. During the planning for the attack on Pearl Harbor, the idea had briefly been floated that a simultaneous invasion also occur against Oahu. However, such an attack was judged by Naval GHQ as being far too risky. In September 1941, the notion was dropped, though it was not forgotten by Combined Fleet. Thus, during the strategic debate that reemerged in early 1942, Yamamoto and his staff found themselves rolling not one, but two rocks uphill. It didn't take long for both Naval GHQ and the Army to get wind of Combined Fleet's ambitions in the Central Pacific, whereupon Naval GHQ moved aggressively to put a stop to them. On 16 September, HQ sent Captain Tomioka down to Hashirajima to meet with Ugaki and discuss follow-on operations. While there, Captain Kuroshima Kameto, Combined Fleet's god of operations, briefed Tomioka on operations aimed at seizing Palmyra, a tiny atoll that lay halfway between Hawaii and Samoa. Tomioka initially believed that this move was designed to help support follow-on operations into Fiji and Samoa, which was Tomioka's own favored axis of attack. Upon returning to Tokyo, Tomioka relayed the results of his meeting to both his boss, Fukudome, and to Fukudome's counterpart on the Army General Staff, Lieutenant General Tanaka Shinichi. Tanaka saw immediately that Tomioka had been misled, and that invading Palmyra was intended as a move into the Central Pacific and a stepping stone toward Hawaii, not Fiji or Samoa. He told Tomioka bluntly that the Army viewed any enlargement of the defensive perimeter as dangerous and unnecessary. Captain Tomioka was now on his guard. Highly intelligent and capable, some said arrogant as well, he was not a man to be trifled with. In reaction to General Tanaka's misgivings, he shortly had Captain Miwa Yoshitake of Combined Fleet staff come up to Tokyo to report further on Combined Fleet's plans. Miwa dutifully arrived on 27 December 1941 and delivered a briefing on what was coming to be known within Combined Fleet as Eastern Operation, the invasion of Hawaii. Tomioka, alarmed, saw that he had indeed been given the wrong impression about Combined Fleet schemes. He thereupon tasked one of his subordinates, Captain Kami Shigenori, to prepare a logistical study of the proposed operation. Kami dutifully complied, and by 11 January, Tomioka had all the ammunition he needed to shoot Combined Fleet's proposal down. While capturing Hawaii might be feasible, the logistical problems associated with keeping the island's large civilian population supplied were substantial. Hawaii was not even remotely self-sufficient in basic foodstuffs. These necessities, in addition to the needs of the large garrison Japan would have to post there, would require at least 60 transport loads per month, a figure beyond Japan's meager resources. It was obvious that, in the face of likely resistance from American submarines, these basic figures would need to be even further expanded. While Kami was preparing his report, Tomioka was simultaneously working his superiors. At an Army-Navy conference in Tokyo on January 10, 1942, Admiral Nagano discussed the notion of Hawaiian operations with General Sugiyama Gen, head of the Army General Staff. Sugiyama and Nagano agreed that a direct attack on Hawaii was impossible, and that operations into the Fiji-Samoa area made better sense. General Sugiyama liked this option because it would require less of a commitment from his branch of the service. Nagano liked it because it was, at least, an indirect move against Australia. Into this lion's den of stacked deck politics walked Commander Sasaki Akira, a relatively junior member of Combined Fleet Staff, to deliver yet another briefing to Naval GHQ on January 13th. His comrade, Miwa, not having gotten a strong negative reaction to Eastern operation on his previous trip up to Tokyo, Sasaki was undoubtedly expecting smooth sailing as well. Instead, he was treated to Captain Kami's damning logistics study, followed by the Army's flat refusal to sanction an invasion of Hawaii, and topped off with the announcement of Nagano and Sugiyama's joint accord to proceed into the Fiji-Samoa region instead. Sasaki thereupon retreated to Hashirajima to relay the news to Combined Fleet Staff. Yamamoto and Ugaki were understandably furious at this turn of events, but they had little choice but to temporarily turn their attention to the operational concepts favored by Tokyo. Yamamoto instructed his chief of staff to flesh out the Fiji-Samoa operation. Ugaki complied, although both he and his staff were unenthusiastic. It is apparent, too, that the notion of operations in the Central Pacific may have been temporarily banished from consideration, but it was never far from either Ugaki or his superiors' minds. Indeed, Ugaki's diary makes it clear that both he and Kuroshima continued battling the idea around internally for the next several weeks. However, it was at this junction that a fifth strategic option began its brief rise to ascendancy. Just 2 weeks after Commander Sasaki's demoralizing trip to Tokyo, Ugaki privately confided to his diary that immediate actions against Hawaii were probably impractical anyway because of its inherent air power, and broached the notion that operations aimed at the Indian Ocean might offer better results. Under this scheme, Japan would move against the British in India, attempting to pry India from British rule by a combination of military action and, it was hoped, a rebellion on the part of the indigenous population. Success in this theater raised the possibility of effecting a link-up with Japan's Axis partners through the Middle East, thus creating a corridor of fascism across half the globe. It also had the added bonus of being in accord with popular sentiment in Japan, whose press was calling for just such a world-spanning Axis hegemony. By early February, Combined Fleet Staff invited both Naval HQ as well as Army representatives to attend a series of Indian Ocean war games to be held on board Yamato on 20 to 23 February. The results were mixed at best. Ugaki noted in his diary that the idea of the operation in the Indian Ocean was not good. The exercise suggested that it would be difficult to locate the enemy's fleet and that enemy air power would badly hinder operations. However, the results of the wargaming were apparently good enough to continue studying the operation, with increasing attention given to the capture of Ceylon. For the time being, the Army was going along with the concept, and it seemed to be interested in expanding operations along the Indian front in the near future. However, within a matter of a few weeks, the bloom was apparently off the rose. Indeed, just 5 days after the exercises on Yamato wrapped up, no mention was made of such operations at a high-level liaison meeting in Tokyo. Part of this resulted from the continuing reluctance on the part of the Army to open a new theater and thereby commit ground troops. Planning estimates had called for a minimum of 5 divisions for garrison duties in places like Ceylon. Not only that, but the Army began to become suspicious that, by committing substantial numbers of new troops to any coming Indian Ocean venture, It would undermine its previously successful strategy of being able to veto any new operation on the basis of troops simply not being available. The Army suspected that the Navy might get it to commit to the Indian Ocean and then pull a bait-and-switch back to the eastern operational front, while simultaneously demanding to use forces that were now known to be available. Given this possibility, however far-fetched, the Army apparently judged that a return to sophistry was the less risky strategy. A further complicating factor was that by mid-March the Army was beginning to face up to the fact that operations in Burma were going to require more support than had been anticipated. With Rangoon having fallen on March 8th, the Army was shortly to turn north to chase the British out of Burma and into India, requiring a long advance up the Irrawaddy River into very inhospitable terrain. Logistically, the Army was getting near the end of its rope. The later construction of the infamous Burma Railroad was but one indication of the difficulties Japan faced in keeping pressure on India via this axis of advance. The addition of Ceylon would have vastly complicated these problems. Finally, matters were not helped by Germany's signaling that it would not carry out operations in the Middle East aimed at securing their portion of the land bridge to Asia. This weakened the overall rationale behind an adventure in the Indian Ocean, at least from the standpoint of generating propaganda. Taken together, this option was dead by the end of March. Other than Nagumo's coming April raid, an operation that had been in the works for some time, no further moves were anticipated. So far as Army and Naval GHQ knew, the only strategic alternative now left standing was the Southwest Pacific. On 13 March, Naval GHQ and the Army formally ratified the notion of operations against Fiji and Samoa. In this they were further supported by Admiral Inoue, who had recently suffered two setbacks that argued for more attention being paid to this theater. The first was an abortive raid on Rabaul on 20 February by an American carrier, Lexington, under the command of Vice Admiral Wilson Brown. During the course of this action, the Americans had taught the Japanese a painful lesson concerning the vulnerability of both their aircraft and their defensive perimeter as a whole. Brown's intention was to launch a hit-and-run attack. However, his task force had been detected while still too far away to launch its aircraft. Rabaul was hardly undefended, and the base air commander had dispatched his entire group of 17 Type 1 land attack aircraft, later codenamed Betty by the Allies, from the recently activated 4th Kokutai against the American carrier. The ensuing engagement was a minor disaster. 15 of the squadron's bombers had been shot down, with no damage against the enemy to show for it. This was an ominous development indeed. Rabaul was an important installation and ought to have been able to defend itself from such a raid. That it could not cast a pall over one of Japan's basic strategic premises, namely that a perimeter buttressed by bases such as Rabaul could be defended against American incursions. Then barely a month later, on 10 March, came a second stunning reversal. American carriers had again appeared in southern waters and launched surprise attacks against Japanese forces making landings against the towns of Lae and Salamaua on the northern coast of New Guinea. 2 American carriers, Lexington again, along with Yorktown, both under Vice Admiral Brown, had launched 104 aircraft within sight of New Guinea's southern coast. From there the Americans had flown across the towering Owen Stanley Mountains and then down upon the Japanese invasion forces, which were taken completely unawares. The material effects were dramatic. 2/3 of the invasion transports were either damaged or sunk. The only thing that had prevented more Army casualties was the fact that many of the transports had been close to shore when the Americans attacked, allowing several of the ships to beach themselves. In psychological terms, this raid had an even larger impact than had the 4th Kokutai's mauling. The Army, for its part, was horrified at the prospect of similar attacks. Likewise, Vice Admiral Inoue immediately discerned that the days of easy pickings were over in his theater of operations. Allied resistance was stiffening, enemy air activity was on the rise, and the Americans were clearly willing to employ their carriers to contest Japanese moves in the region. Shoestring operations were no longer viable in the face of such opposition. If Inoue was to complete the southern defensive perimeter, he needed help from combined fleet to augment his tiny forces. Inoue was supported in his views by the Naval General Staff. In light of these unwholesome developments, Inoue invited a member of Combined Fleet staff to confer with him at Truk. His goal was to lobby for more support from Yamamoto. The well-traveled Captain Miwa, arriving on 13 March, agreed with Inoue that more support was needed, but the Navy's fleet carriers were currently unavailable because they were about to enter the Indian Ocean. However, Miwa assured Inoue that a carrier division could be freed up to assist him within about a month. Inoue was encouraged by Miwa to write up a proposal and submit it to Combined Fleet. Thereupon, Miwa departed. What Inoue discovered upon submission of his proposals in early April, though, was that he had been sold a bill of goods. No carriers were forthcoming, as Yamamoto had already earmarked them for operations in early June, operations aimed at the Central Pacific. During March, unbeknownst to anyone else, Yamamoto and Ugaki had begun turning their attentions back to the Central Pacific. In the opinion of Yamamoto, the fact that American carriers had recently shown an interest in Inoue's theater was less important than the simple fact that the Americans still had carriers at all. As such, interdicting Australian supply lines in Fiji was secondary to eliminating the naval strength that underwrote the safety of those supply lines. Consequently, Japanese operations should be aimed at their destruction. In fact, this was exactly the same objective that Yamamoto's opponent, Admiral Chester W. Nimitz, intended to achieve as well. Since Yamamoto held the initiative, though, it was up to him to create the conditions whereby the Americans could be brought to battle. At this point in the war, Japan believed that the U.S. Navy had probably been reduced to a quartet of fleet carriers in the Pacific. Lexington was believed to have been sunk earlier in the war by submarine attack. This left Saratoga and the 3 Yorktown-class carriers, Yorktown, Enterprise, and Hornet, available in the Pacific. The location of the remaining American carrier Wasp was unknown. The smaller Ranger, which the Japanese factored into their calculations, was believed to be in the Atlantic. This meant a theoretical maximum of 5 American carriers to deal with. However, since it was, presumably, unthinkable that the Americans would have a clear sense for Japanese intentions, it was considered equally unlikely that all 5 would be in the same location when the Japanese attacked. Yamamoto was confident that with all 6 of his large carriers, Nagumo could deal with any enemy force he encountered. It is perhaps not surprising that the destruction of America's carriers had taken on such a heavy dose of symbolism in Yamamoto's eyes. The mere existence of these vessels, effective or not, illustrated the absurdity of the war Japan had gotten itself into. While Japan's initial victories had been spectacular, they had also been ultimately empty, in that the war-making potential of the United States remained intact. It was true that America had been expelled from its Pacific dominions and that its navy had been battered and humiliated at Pearl Harbor, but the Americans were still willing to fight and had declared that nothing short of total victory would satisfy their war aims against Japan. Herein lay the fundamental strategic conundrum that now faced the Japanese: how to force to the negotiating table an enemy who, although wounded, was both vastly more powerful in the long term and in the short term had demonstrated a furious disinclination to bargain. Likewise, Japan had to grapple with the question of how to secure, once and for all, the economic underpinnings of its new empire against an enemy whose economy was not only much larger, but also largely untouchable. Clear-cut as these problems may have been, the potential solution was far from obvious. In fact, it probably didn't exist. Having initiated the war with a surprise attack, It was almost certainly beyond her means to cajole the Americans to the table, no matter what military setbacks she subsequently foisted on her adversary. Given the lack of readily identifiable exit strategies, Admiral Yamamoto's answer, to continue offensive operations aimed at the destruction of the American fleet, was predictable and yet ultimately empty. Yamamoto was convinced that the best way to lure the American carriers out was to attack an objective the Americans could not relinquish without a fight. As related previously, his first notion had been to attack Hawaii directly, but American strength on the Hawaiian Islands had ballooned since the time of December 7th, and the seas and skies around them were now too heavily patrolled to allow a repeat visit from Nagumo on anything like the favorable terms he had achieved in December. Yet, Yamamoto reasoned that an attack against an intermediate objective that placed Hawaii in danger would be met with a vigorous American response. At the same time, the objective needed to be outside the range of U.S. air power stationed in Hawaii, thereby curtailing its ability to intervene directly in the battle. The place of attack he selected was the island of Midway. Aptly named, it sat in the middle of the Pacific at the far tip of the Hawaiian chain, some 1,300 miles northwest of Oahu. On the face of it, Yamamoto's objective hardly seemed worth a good bar fight, let alone a decisive sea battle. Midway was a tiny atoll, composed of two islands, Sand and Eastern, surrounded by a coral reef. Both islands together comprised less than 2 square miles of real estate. Eastern Island, the smaller of the two, was almost totally covered by the 3 crisscrossing landing strips of an American air base. Japanese intelligence estimated that 50-odd aircraft were operating from it. Sand Island held the majority of the shore facilities, barracks, and the new American seaplane base. This installation, which the Americans had completed just prior to the war at the then staggering cost of $20 million, hosted a number of Catalina PBY flying boats that patrolled the seas in all directions. However, given the diminutive size of Midway itself, there was little chance that the Americans could operate a very large air group there, no matter how much money they poured into its facilities. The value of Midway lay not in the intrinsic value of its facilities, but rather in its location. Capturing Midway would allow the Japanese to establish themselves within the Hawaiian Islands. Midway could, theoretically, be used as a springboard for future operations aimed at the conquest of Hawaii itself, although its practical value as an advance base was limited. However, holding Midway would enable the Japanese to intercept American raiding forces operating in the empty expanse of waters north and west of the Hawaiian Islands. It would also prevent the island being used by the Americans for attacks against Wake. As such, Yamamoto reasoned that the Americans would be compelled to fight for it. Given that the Naval General Staff was still behind the Fiji-Samoa option, and combined fleet supported the Central Pacific option, things were bound to come to a head once GHQ became aware of Yamamoto's rekindled intentions. A series of staff meetings in Tokyo during April 2 through 5, 1942, was the venue for the showdown between the two camps. The battle was fought by proxy, with both sides using staff officers to duke it out, while Yamamoto remained sequestered on board Yamato at Hashirajima. At Naval GHQ, Yamamoto's errand boy, Captain Watanabe Yasuji, laid out Combined Fleet's proposal to the assembled officers. Yamamoto's scheme was immediately taken under fire by Admiral Fukudome's 3 top planners, Captain Tomioka and his 2 leading subordinates, Commanders Yamamoto Yuji and Mio Tatsukichi. Commander Mio, himself an air officer and classmate of Watanabe's from Staff College, was particularly well suited to commenting on Admiral Yamamoto's plan. He promptly meted out a withering criticism. Mio's critique was based on 3 fundamentally sound objections. The first was that, in attempting to attack Midway, the Navy would be reversing the formula that had worked so well during the previous months. In the opening operations of the war, the Japanese had advanced under the cover of land-based air power, quickly establishing themselves at captured bases and moving the air umbrella forward. In this new operation, though, they would be attacking across the Pacific without such support. By the same token, Midway was itself an outpost of a far larger enemy bastion, Oahu, which could support it with relative ease. Midway was within range of American heavy bombers, but was too far from Hawaii to allow Japanese fighter aircraft to extend their own sphere of influence over the main islands. It is important to recall that, at this stage in the development of naval aviation, conducting extended carrier operations in the face of enemy land-based air power was infeasible. Kido Butai couldn't stand off a hostile enemy base and hope to wear it down through attrition. This capability, the very definition of the true carrier task force, would not be created until later in the war, when the U.S. Navy brought its vastly superior logistics capabilities to bear. Kido Butai, although powerful, was a raiding force, and this is exactly how the Japanese understood its usage. Once Midway was captured, Nagumo would be forced to retire and replenish. At that point, Midway would be on its own, exposed to Hawaii-based air and sea power. This led directly to the second point. Even if Midway was captured, it was unlikely that it could be supported, particularly in the face of concerted enemy submarine attack. The Japanese merchant marine was already overtaxed. Japan had begun the war at a disadvantage in that many of her imports had previously been carried in either neutral or allied ships. When war was declared, Japan, in effect, lost millions of tons worth of shipping overnight. These difficulties were compounded by the need to support the military's troop transport missions, which pulled more tonnage out of service to the civilian economy. Unnecessarily impacting this already overstretched network was to be avoided at all costs. The truth was that every mile that Japan's defensive perimeter expanded placed an additional 2 miles of burden on the nation's shipping, because ships not only had to go out to the newly captured base, but also had to return. Given that there was nothing on Midway even vaguely worth transporting home, those ships would return empty. Every mile traveled in ballast, of course, lowered the overall efficiency of Japan's merchant marine still further. As a result, shipping difficulties increased at a geometric rate in relation to the distance of the defensive perimeter from the home islands. Whether or not Mio understood this problem in precisely this fashion is unlikely, but he and his fellow staff officers could tell instantly that keeping the island in supply would be exceedingly difficult. Mio also correctly pointed out that Midway itself was tiny and could only support a small air group, thus mitigating its usefulness as an advance base to be used against the hundreds of American aircraft known to be on Hawaii. Yet, even keeping a diminutive air group operating in the face of such opposition would be difficult. Midway was so small that dispersing aircraft would be impossible. This raised the specter of suffering outsized aircraft losses on the ground in the event of American bombing. Mio knew that aircraft shortages were already a serious problem in the fleet. How did Yamamoto propose to keep Midway supplied with aircraft given the likely attrition rates it would suffer? In the same vein, Mio doubted that sufficient aviation gasoline could be provided. Japan's stock of tankers was small, and most were already tied up supporting the fleet or transporting crude oil from the southern resource areas back to the home islands. Keeping aircraft operating on Midway would require a major logistics effort, a fact that Yamamoto's proposals ignored. Mio's third and final critique was that attacking Midway would not provoke the type of reaction from the Americans that Yamamoto blandly assumed. In Mio's opinion, Midway was superfluous to the ultimate defense of Hawaii for the very reasons just laid out. The Americans could afford to cede their outlying outpost and then reclaim it whenever the Japanese logistical thread showed signs of fraying. In the meantime, Japan's ownership would not jeopardize Hawaii's position in the slightest. Why, Mio asked, would the Americans react as violently as Yamamoto assumed they would over such an insignificant speck of land? In Mio's opinion, and that of the Naval General Staff, launching operations that severed American communications with Australia were far more likely to provoke the needed reaction. If the Americans were serious about using Australia as a base for future operations, and their recent commitment of carriers to this area indicated that this was so, they could not help but respond vigorously to any threat to its supply lines. Furthermore, a campaign in this region of the Pacific, while distant from Japan, would at least place an equal burden of distance on the Americans. Precipitating combat near Hawaii handed the Americans the advantage of fighting from interior lines. It seems clear that Watanabe found himself in an unenviable position. Unable to counter Mio's arguments, he was on the verge of angry tears. The truth was that Mio's critique was far better thought out than Yamamoto's plan. Despite being flustered, though, Watanabe refused to be lured into an argument against Mio's well-reasoned objections. Instead, he simply restated Combined Fleet's position by rote, presenting its arguments as incontrovertible fact. This inability to engage Yamamoto's lackey in any form of rational discourse soured Tomioka and Mio's moods still further. In the end, under increasing pressure from GHQ, Watanabe was forced to appeal to his chief to intercede. Placing a call to Yamato, Watanabe asked Yamamoto to comment on Mio's alternative proposal for actions in the Southwest Pacific. Yamamoto replied that the most effective way of severing the American lines of communication was to destroy the means whereby these lines were maintained, namely, their carriers. He also argued that in the unlikely event that the Americans did not bite at Midway, Japan would win a bloodless victory there that extended the defensive perimeter outward. Yamamoto, in other words, was unmoved. Furthermore, the manner of his delivery and his unflinching support for an aide who had just been logically dismembered made it clear that he was prepared once again to resign unless he got his way. The Naval General Staff, having already lost this game once, was in a much worse position to call Yamamoto's bluff this time, particularly in light of Yamamoto's successes over the previous months. Predictably, when push came to shove, the Naval General Staff caved in once more. The men in a position to actually do something about Yamamoto's near insubordination, Fukudome and Nagano, apparently did nothing to defend their subordinates against what was, in essence, a coup against their own authority. Nagano thereupon grudgingly ratified Yamamoto's basic operational plan on 5 April. All that remained now was for Yamamoto's staff to work out the details. As one historian has noted, this was a disgraceful way of conducting a war. Nagano and Fukudome had essentially ceded all responsibility for planning to Combined Fleet and had elevated Yamamoto's writ to law. No one was now in a position to challenge his authority. Yamamoto had also demonstrated precisely what sort of leader he was, one who ruled through intimidation rather than reason, and who was not prepared to accept criticism. However, Yamamoto's victory came at a price. In return for GHQ's grudging adoption of Midway as the objective of the next operation, Yamamoto was shortly forced to accede to first one and later a second of the naval staff's demands. The first, which greatly affected Yamamoto's operational planning for his decisive battle, was an agreement to incorporate an attack on the Aleutian Islands into the overall scheme for June's operations. The second concession, as we shall hear shortly, would be a decision to support a limited incursion into the Southwest Pacific prior to the attack on Midway. Thus, a strategic formulation process that should have logically reached a final decision in favor of a unified strategy with a single near-term objective, in fact resulted in de facto support for 3 objectives in 2 theaters, none of which was mutually reinforcing. Nothing better illustrates the depths to which Japan's policymaking had sunk on the eve of its great battle. An attack into the Aleutians had not originally been part of Yamamoto's vision. Rather, it was an idea that had been kicked around by lower-level officers within Army and Naval GHQ. Capturing the Aleutians was seen as a means of forestalling U.S. offensives, both by air and naval forces, toward northern Japan. In Naval GHQ's conception, Operation AL would have been conducted at the very beginning of the second phase operations, before any of the major offensives were opened. However, during the heated April exchanges, it was decided to attack both Midway and the Aleutians in early June. This was agreed to by Nagano on 5 April as well, and orders were issued to that effect on 16 April. Thereafter, Yamamoto handed off the detailed planning to Captain Kuroshima. The inclusion of the Aleutians widened the overall scope of planning enormously. The area of campaign now encompassed a trapezoidal area bounded on the north and south by the 1,500-mile lengths of both the Aleutian and Hawaiian island chains and spanning the 2,400-odd miles in between. This represented an area of nearly 4 million square miles, or roughly 2% of the surface area of the globe, most of it composed of the stormy waters of the North Pacific. It was an outsized battlefield, to say the least. Even with the ambitious inclusion of the Aleutians into the overall scheme, follow-on operations against Hawaii had not been authorized, because Army ratification would be required for such an undertaking. Indeed, at this point, the Army had not yet even agreed to contribute forces to securing Midway, let alone the divisions that would have been required for Hawaii. Unfortunately, for the long-suffering Captain Tomioka, now that Admirals Fukudome and Nagano had given their assent, thereby making it the Navy's plan rather than just combined fleets, it fell to him to sell the idea to the Army. Though he doubtless viewed the task ahead with a distaste bordering on nausea, on 12 April he dutifully met with General Tanaka. The meeting did not go well. The general was a sharp customer, and though Tomioka did his level best to deliver a version of the plan that would deflect criticism, Tanaka immediately realized that Midway necessitated a substantial enlargement of the defensive perimeter. More important, Tanaka correctly divined that capturing Midway represented combined fleet's first step toward an eventual operation aimed at Hawaii. He was strongly opposed to both notions, even going so far as to declare that an Hawaiian invasion would undermine the Empire's entire war effort. In the end, Tanaka flatly refused to contribute troops to either Midway or the Aleutians. Despite this rather sharp dismissal, Tomioka had little choice but to proceed with the wholesale gulping down of Yamamoto's plans, culminating in his penning a naval staff document entitled Imperial Navy Operational Plans for Stage 2 of the Great East Asia War. Within its pages, the notion of an operation aimed at the Indian Ocean was officially relegated to secondary status. An advance against Fiji and Samoa was dropped altogether, although only for the moment, as we shall hear. In lieu of Army forces, naval landing troops would be employed against Midway. After the seizure of Midway, Johnston and Palmyra would be taken, setting up an invasion of Hawaii. Despite Tanaka's rebuff, the Navy's plan optimistically anticipated that this operation would be launched in cooperation with the Army. It was this plan that Admiral Nagano personally submitted to the Emperor on 16 April. Also present was General Sugiyama Gen, the Army's Chief of Staff, who raised no objections. Perhaps he was waiting for a more opportune time to make the Army's counter-arguments. As events were to prove, though, this was the Army's last opportunity to stop the forthcoming operation. Just 2 days after the audience with the Emperor, the Americans would seal Yamamoto's political victory. 3. Plans. To all outward appearances, during the first 4 months of 1942, The Americans were losing the war in the Pacific in a truly spectacular fashion. The raid on Pearl Harbor had shaken the self-confidence of the U.S. Navy to its foundations. America's battleship force, the core of its naval power for decades, had been crippled at the outset, meaning that there was no hope of defending the Philippines when the Japanese simultaneously launched operations there. Nor could it do more than offer token forces to the defense of Java and Sumatra. The Americans were forced to watch as the Japanese offensive unfolded with a speed and precision that no one had thought possible. If the U.S. Navy's material losses had been, in absolute terms, marginal to its overall strength, the blows to its pride had been real enough. By April, the strategic position of the Allies in the Pacific had been reduced to a shambles. Java and Sumatra had fallen, with almost the entire U.S. Asiatic squadron destroyed in the process. The Japanese were now in a position to threaten Australia directly. The Philippines were completely isolated, and the bulk of General Douglas MacArthur's forces there, though gallant, would surrender on 9 April. Malaya and Burma had fallen under the aggressor's boot, and the British would shortly find India directly threatened as well. The picture was one of utter calamity. However, the disasters of the previous 4 months had resulted in several key realizations on the part of the Americans. First, it was clear that the battleship was no longer a weapon of decision. If the war was to be won, America would have to rely on aircraft carriers for power projection and submarines for destruction of enemy shipping. For the U.S. Navy, this was a simple matter of finding virtue in necessity. The preservation and augmentation of its carriers and the destruction of the enemies were the overriding goals of the U.S. Navy from the time the smoke cleared over Pearl Harbor. Second, if a successful defense against the Japanese was to be made, it would hinge primarily on the abilities of the U.S. military. The tiny Dutch forces had been annihilated. More important, British strength had evaporated to the point that the Royal Navy was in no position to leave the Indian Ocean, even in direct defense of Australia and New Zealand. This was a shocking state of affairs, but the weakness of Britain's position was plain for all to see. For their part, Australia and New Zealand, though possessed of first-rate militaries, had neither the population nor the economic basis to guarantee their own defense, let alone carry the war to Japan. If the war in the Pacific was to be won, the United States would have to shoulder the majority of the burden. Third, in light of these considerations, it was vital that the Americans immediately guarantee the security of those Pacific bases that were essential to the long-term prosecution of the war. In an immediate sense, these were Pearl Harbor and the Panama Canal. The loss of either would have been catastrophic. The Panama Canal was so remote that its outright capture was almost inconceivable, and hence it required little garrisoning. Hawaii was quite another matter, however, and the Americans moved quickly after 7 December to beef up Oahu's defenses, as well as those at outlying bases such as Johnston Island and Midway. By April of 1942, the garrison in Hawaii had already increased to nearly 70,000 combatants, up from about 30,000 in October 1941, and was projected to grow to 115,000 in short order. If not absolutely guaranteeing the security of the islands, the size of the American garrison certainly presented the Japanese with formidable obstacles to conquest. However, by the same token, if the United States was ultimately to be successful in carrying the war to the enemy, Australia had to be defended as well. By February, the Japanese were already threatening its northern frontiers. Worse yet, several of the Aussies' splendid infantry divisions were still deployed in the Middle East with the British Army. At this critical juncture, President Franklin D. Roosevelt had personally assured Australia's Prime Minister, John Curtin, that at least one division of American troops, and perhaps more, would be sent to ensure Australia's security. Such a promise was logical, but it generated additional requirements beyond the direct commitment of American forces. To support ground troops, it would also be necessary to defend the communications lines to Australia. This meant that several important island groups, including the Fijis, New Caledonia, and Samoa, would need to be fortified more strongly. The Australian and New Zealand garrisons already in these areas were pitifully under strength. Accordingly, the Americans lost little time in scrambling to send substantial combat contingents to these potential hotspots. Thus, the Americans, in short order, found themselves moving regiments and divisions to places that many U.S. officers wouldn't have been able to find on a map just 6 months earlier. This led directly to the fourth American realization: if the Pacific was to be defended, the notion of a Germany first strategy had to be flexible enough to accommodate the immediate needs of the Pacific. In practical terms, this meant that the prevailing notion of an invasion of the European continent as early as mid-1942 had to be put on ice. In hindsight, attacking Germany directly in 1942 was completely unrealistic in any case. Nevertheless, this temporary reordering of military priorities in favor of the Pacific represented a dramatic modification of pre-war strategy. The man upon whom command in the Pacific fell was Admiral Chester W. Nimitz, Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Fleet. Nimitz had taken charge on 31 December 1941, after the disgraced Admiral Husband E. Kimmel had been relieved following the attack on Pearl Harbor. Nimitz was, by all accounts, an excellent officer. Instead of sacking Kimmel's staff, his first act was to retain them amid assurances of his utter confidence in their abilities. This had the effect of steadying the morale of a command that had been badly shaken. Likewise, the new commander-in-chief was a sound judge of men, knowing who to promote and who to lateral into positions that better fit their abilities. He delegated authority easily and knew how to get the best out of his subordinates. Level-headed, Nimitz was apparently immune to panic and retained at all times a shrewd ability to assess odds and likely outcomes. His calculating nature was complemented, though, with boldness and an aggressive spirit. Nimitz was determined to destroy the main force of the Japanese Navy as soon as was practical, and he knew that his carriers would be the centerpiece of any such action. Even in the face of the near hysteria of the early war months, when the exploits of Japan's warriors had given them the aura of invincibility, Nimitz was confident that his sailors and aviators were fully the equal of their opponents. For the moment, though, Nimitz had little choice but to react to Japanese moves. He did not yet have anything resembling the material preponderance that he would need to win the war. He was outnumbered in fleet carriers, the Saratoga having been heavily damaged in January by an enemy submarine. The newer but smaller Wasp was still in the Atlantic. This left 4 carriers, Saratoga's sister ship Lexington, and the Enterprise, Yorktown, and their newly commissioned sister ship Hornet, which had just reached the Pacific in March. Throughout the first months of the war, Nimitz gamely employed his carriers in a series of raids against exposed enemy outposts. Although these minor actions had little material impact on the war, they did have the positive effect of hardening the American carrier air groups. However, by April, reacting to pressure from Washington that the Navy do something positive to boost the morale of the American public, 2 of Nimitz's carriers participated in a far more audacious carrier raid, one that ultimately produced outsized results. On the morning of 18 April, just 2 days after Admiral Nagano had presented the Midway plan to the Emperor, 16 American twin-engined medium bombers appeared as if by magic over Tokyo and half a dozen other cities. Commanded by Army Air Force Lieutenant Colonel James Doolittle, these aircraft had been launched some 400 miles off of the Japanese coastline by the carrier Hornet. She, along with her consort, Enterprise, had penetrated the Japanese defensive lines in much the same way that Japan had opened the war against the United States, by traversing the desolate wastes of the northern Pacific. Given the scarcity of carriers, Admiral Nimitz had been reluctant to authorize such an operation, but he had no choice but to comply with his superior's wishes and ordered the newly arrived Hornet to participate. At Alameda Air Station in California, Hornet had duly stowed Doolittle's B-25s on the after end of her flight deck, and then set off directly across the Pacific for what the majority of her sailors thought was an aircraft ferrying mission. It was only after being joined by Vice Admiral William F. Halsey Jr.'s Enterprise in mid-ocean that the nature of the mission was fully revealed. Such a raid had not been unanticipated by the Imperial Navy. Ugaki had remarked on the danger of such attacks in his diary as early as 2 February 1942. To safeguard against these threats, the Japanese had placed a ring of picket boats 700 miles off the shore of the home islands to detect the approach of enemy task forces. A pair of these sentinels had, in fact, sighted the American task force in time to warn Tokyo before being sunk by the Americans. However, the Japanese had not anticipated the American innovation of using longer-ranged Army bombers launched from a carrier. Normally, an enemy flat-top would have been obligated to close to within about 200 miles, the extreme range of U.S. carrier-based aircraft, in order to attack. Upon being sighted, however, the Americans had simply let fly with their B-25s and then promptly headed for the exits. The Imperial Navy tried to redeem the situation. Coincidentally, Nagumo and his 5 carriers were making their way back to Japan from their raids against Ceylon when Doolittle attacked, and Akagi, Soryu, and Hiryu were sent charging eastward from Mako, Taiwan, in pursuit of the American flat-tops. But the Americans were not waiting around to receive Japanese retribution for their insolence. Akagi and company had found nothing but empty ocean and were obliged to return to Hashirajima empty-handed. Strictly speaking, the military results of the Doolittle raid were so minimal as to be laughable. A few bombs, sprinkled in desultory fashion over various targets, and the light carrier Ryuho slightly damaged on the building ways in Yokosuka. But the psychological impact of the attack was enormous. Admiral Nagano, having personally heard the explosions in Tokyo, reacted to news of the attack with stunned disbelief, muttering, "This shouldn't happen. This just should not happen." Yamamoto took ill and retreated to his cabin for an entire day. Like all the Navy's upper command, he felt a deep obligation to safeguard the nation from attack. More particularly, the thought that the Emperor had been personally endangered filled Yamamoto with an unquenchable remorse. He knew, and his peers knew, that such a raid could never have materialized if the American carriers had been sunk outright in Hawaii at the beginning of the war. The fact that not a single American plane had been brought down by Japanese defenses only made the whole episode even more mortifying. This American pinprick had the effect of cementing the strategic debate in favor of Yamamoto and winning the Army over regarding operations in the Central Pacific. Until the American carriers were safely in their graves, the homeland could never be completely protected from their attacks. After April 18th, their destruction had been raised to the status of an axiomatic good. The day after Doolittle's raid, General Tanaka privately told Captain Tomioka that he was rethinking his reservations regarding Operation MI. On the 20th, Tanaka not only formally approved of Operation MI, but also committed the Army to supplying troops for the assault. Even more intriguing, he informally asked Tomioka for more details on Eastern Operation, which marked something of a watershed in the Army's appreciation for the scheme. The Army initially assented to Operation MI on the explicit understanding that it not be dragged into operations aimed at Hawaii. However, within a month, the Army had done an about-face on this matter, too. On 25 May, just days before the Nagumo force was slated to sail for Midway, the Army issued orders to several units to begin preparing for an amphibious attack against Hawaii. Training for the assault was to be completed by the end of September. Thus, against great odds, Yamamoto had achieved his goal, operations in the Central Pacific aimed at the destruction of the American fleet and the subsequent capture of Hawaii. It is necessary now to turn to an examination of Yamamoto's operational plan as it emerged in its final form, a task for which the listener would be well advised to pour a rather tall glass of spirits beforehand. The first order of business involves clarifying the exact relationship between the operations aimed at the Aleutians, AL, and those centered on Midway, MI. Western accounts of the battle have generally characterized Operation AL as being an elaborate diversion in support of Operation MI. According to this interpretation, AL was designed to lure the U.S. fleet out of Pearl Harbor such that it could be intercepted and engaged north of Hawaii as it moved to relieve the Aleutians. However, this rendering of Japanese intentions is incorrect. In fact, Operation AL was an entirely separate endeavor that was never designed to impact the conduct of operations around Midway. The debunking of the diversion myth is supported by numerous Japanese sources. Prominent among these are a pair of monographs prepared by Japanese naval officers for the military history section of U.S. Army Forces Far East immediately after the war. According to one of these reports, the April 5 compromise between Nagano and Yamamoto led to a revision of the operational plan to allow for conducting the Midway and Aleutian invasions simultaneously in early June. The second monograph confirms that Operation MI was to be carried out nearly simultaneously with the Aleutians operation. In neither of these monographs is mention made of Operation AL being a feint or diversion to be launched before Operation MI, or of its being intended to draw the Americans north out of Pearl Harbor. It's worth noting, too, that the main battleship groups for the two operations, Yamamoto's main body and Takasu's guard force, sortied together from Hashirajima and simply diverged thereafter. Admiral Nagumo's official report on the battle similarly makes no mention of the Aleutians operations being a diversion. Indeed, it doesn't describe the Aleutians as being related to the action off Midway in any way whatsoever. Similarly, the post-war interview of Commander Watanabe Yasuji, Yamamoto's staff officer, is completely silent on the topic. One would have supposed that such a prominent feature of the plan would have been pointed out by Watanabe, making this omission curious indeed. The interview of Admiral Nagano as well, despite Nagano's spurious disavowal of his staff's role in creating the Aleutians operational concept, makes no mention of AL being a diversion. Watanabe and Nagano, of course, were both present at the 2-5 April staff discussions that led to Operation AL's incorporation into the overall battle plan, and were clearly in a position to have pointed out this facet of the operations. The second objection to be raised is simply one of common sense. For a diversion to have lured the Americans from Pearl Harbor, an attack in the Aleutians would have needed to take place not one, but several days before the Japanese showed their hand at Midway. This was absolutely necessary in order to give the U.S. fleet time to react to the perceived threat and begin steaming north to the Aleutians. Even had they responded quickly on only a day's notice, the Americans would still have been well south of Midway when Nagumo attacked. Indeed, as will be shown, Yamamoto never considered that the enemy would move directly north toward the Aleutians. Rather, he envisioned U.S. forces sailing west from Oahu and then giving battle to the southwest of Midway. This was hardly the course of action one would expect of a force being deliberately lured toward the Aleutians. The final piece of the puzzle is to be found in the Japanese official war history. In its final form, Yamamoto's plans all fundamentally revolved around N-Day, 7 June, Tokyo time, 6 June local, when Midway was to be invaded and captured. As mentioned, offensive operations would open several days beforehand on day N-3, 4 June Tokyo, 3 June local. On this day, as set forth in the original Japanese plan of operations, Dutch Harbor and Midway were both to have been attacked. Indeed, this was the plan up until shortly before Nagumo actually sailed. Thus the idea of the Aleutians being a feint is clearly untrue. For the most part, Operation AL was simply an expedient land grab, to be executed while the U.S. Pacific Fleet was busy elsewhere. Its goal was to push Japan's defensive perimeter outward. More precisely, AL's object was to capture or demolish points of strategical value on the western Aleutian Islands in order to check the enemy's air and ship maneuvers in this area. By doing so, air and surface patrols would provide a perfect shielding opportunity for Japan, potential incursion from the north, and communication links between the United States and Russia would then be obstructed. This latter was a very important point, given the quantity of American supplies being sent to Russia via the Bering Sea. Furthermore, Japanese possession of the Aleutians was conceived as a flanking movement to protect Midway from a possible attack from the north once the island was secured. It is clear from the foregoing that the Japanese held an exaggerated opinion of the utility of the Aleutians as a possible path for launching either an invasion or strategic bombing attacks against the homeland. The weather conditions in the Aleutians, as the Japanese were shortly to discover, were routinely awful. The islands themselves, small, mountainous, and devoid of any ground cover or building materials, made the archipelago useless for staging any offensive action larger than an occasional narwhal hunt. Yet such were the defensive goals with which the Japanese went forth. The second major clarification regarding AL regards how it was to unfold. Despite being almost a sideshow in comparison to the operations off Midway, Operation AL's order of battle was perhaps more complex than that of Operation MI. Yamamoto's plan considered 3 distinct phases of operation, each of which anticipated major reshufflings of the naval formations involved. This has the effect of greatly complicating any discussion of the anticipated movements of warships during the operation. The 3 phases, known as distributions, were detailed in Northern Naval Force Order No. 24 issued on 20 May. Their goals and timing were as follows. The first distribution encompassed the initial approach to the objective and operations up to the point where the immediate landing objectives were achieved, that is, approximately 8 June 1942. The second distribution pertained to operations designed to consolidate Japan's hold on the area and would continue until such time as the threat of counterattack by the enemy had been largely nullified. The third distribution defined reallocation of ships to guard the northern area. This was to be in effect by 20 June 1942. Yamamoto envisioned opening Operation AL with an attack on Dutch Harbor on 4 June, 3 days before the planned invasion of Midway itself. This would nullify American naval and air power at their only major base proximate to the western end of the Aleutians archipelago. Attacks would continue as needed, followed by landings on the islands of Kiska and Adak on the 6th. An optional landing on Attu was scheduled for the 12th. The landing at Adak was to be temporary, lasting only as long as it took to destroy the American facilities that were feared to be there. Although the capture of Dutch Harbor was not contemplated at this time, the Japanese felt it was important to secure bases from which patrols could be mounted against it. Doing so would forestall the feared development of Dutch Harbor as an air and submarine base that threatened the North Pacific. To accomplish these aims, an Army force of 1,143 troops was slated to land on Attu and Adak, carried by a single transport. Guarding it would be a light cruiser, Abukuma, 4 destroyers, and a mine layer. Meanwhile, Kiska would be assaulted by 550 troops from the Navy's Maizuru 3rd Special Pioneer Force, known in the West as Special Naval Landing Forces, or SNLF, accompanied by a construction battalion. The Navy troops were to be carried in 2 transports guarded by the light cruisers Kiso and Tama, and 3 destroyers accompanied by an armed merchant cruiser and 3 minesweepers. Overall command of the Aleutians operation was to be vested in Vice Admiral Hosagaya Moshiro's Northern Force main body, which, during the first distribution, would consist of heavy cruiser Nachi, 2 destroyers, 2 oilers, and 3 supply ships. Also under Hosagaya's control was Rear Admiral Yamazaki Shigeaki's force of 6 submarines, which were to scout ahead of the landing forces and screen the surface forces behind them. The real striking power of the Aleutians operation was centered on Rear Admiral Kakuta Kakuji's 2nd Mobile Striking Force. Daimikiro Butai bore little resemblance to its more illustrious cousin. It consisted of Carrier Division 4, hereafter Cardiv 4, composed of the converted carrier Junyo, which had just been commissioned, and the light carrier Ryujo. They were an odd pair. Junyo was larger and had better aircraft handling facilities, but she was hampered by her low speed of 25 knots. This meant that she was not considered capable of operating torpedo aircraft, because in light wind conditions she wasn't fast enough to create the relative wind over her bow necessary to launch them. Kakuta's flagship, Ryujo, was faster, but she was plagued by small elevators, meaning that she could not operate the burly Type 99 dive bomber. Thus neither of these ships was as useful as a true fleet carrier alone, and they were only marginally more useful in tandem. Kakuta's command was filled out by heavy cruisers Takao and Maya, 3 destroyers and an oiler. A small independent seaplane force, composed of the seaplane tender Kimikawa Maru and a destroyer, was responsible for cooperating with the landing operations as well as locating enemy ships. In a similar vein, the 22nd Picket Boat Squadron would provide a defensive perimeter around the operation. The Aleutians Base Air Force, consisting of 4 transports and 6 large Type 97 flying boats from the Toko Air Group, would provide scouting support. In distant support of Kakuta's force was the Aleutian Screening Force under Vice Admiral Takasu Shiro, who hoisted his flag on battleship Hyuga. The core of his force was Bat Div 2, composed of Hyuga's sister ship Issei and the dowager battleships Fuso and Yamashiro. These were the 4 oldest battle wagons in Japan's inventory and were roughly equivalent to the aged American battleships sunk at Pearl Harbor. Screening these heavy units were light cruisers Kitakami and Oi, and 12 destroyers. 2 oilers accompanied them. However, Takasu's dreadnoughts were not officially part of Operation AL and were only mentioned tangentially in the original Japanese planning documents. They would sail with Yamamoto's main body and thereafter place themselves in a position to provide support to the Aleutians forces if events warranted. Once the Aleutians were captured, the second distribution would bring about a large-scale reshuffling of Japan's warships. The Attu, Adak, and Kiska invasion force would be dissolved, and its vessels incorporated into other formations, notably the main body. This beefed-up unit would be retained for support of the entire Aleutian operation. Meanwhile, Kakuta's 2nd Mobile Striking Force would be augmented by light carrier Zuiho and a quartet of destroyers drawn from the various Midway forces. Kakuta's goal remained the same, the annihilation of any American vessels encountered. In support of this, the submarine force would be more than doubled by the addition of another 7 boats that had been under maintenance in Japan at the time the operational orders were issued, 20 May. The seaplane group, reinforced with Kamikawa Maru, again drawn from the Midway forces, would continue its scouting mission, as would the base Air Force. On both Kiska and Attu, the land forces would begin deploying for defense. The 3rd distribution anticipated yet another major reshuffling aimed at the long-term defense of the newly won territories. The main body would be reduced, though its support-oriented mission would remain. 2 new support formations would be formed, each centered on a pair of fast battleships from the Bat Div 3 and augmented by heavy cruisers and destroyers, in many cases newly released from the forces clustered around Midway. At the same time, Kakuta's 2nd Mobile Striking Force would be heavily reinforced and divided into 2 separate raiding groups. The first group would essentially consist of the forces he had begun the battle with, Cardiv 4 and their escorts. Meanwhile, Zuiho would be split off into the 2nd raiding group, joined by the Zuikaku, which was expected to be ready for operations by this time. Both raiding groups were to be under Kakuta's overall command. However, no specific missions for either group were defined. and it is difficult to see what these forces would have been able to accomplish in such latitudes. Operation AL's 3 distributions ultimately expected to call on the services of more than 80 vessels at one time or another, including 8 battleships out of the Imperial Navy's inventory of 11, 4 of her 11 carriers, and 13 submarines. By itself, the Aleutians Plan represented a larger commitment of forces than any operation the Japanese had embarked on thus far in the war. Far from being a sideshow, AL actually represented a sizable drain on the Imperial Navy's already scarce resources. It is interesting to note that nowhere in the Aleutians battle plan was there apparently any provision for Kakuta's second striking force to be in any position to support Nagumo's operations to the south after its initial attacks against Dutch Harbor were concluded. If anything, the flow of forces was in reverse, in that many of the vessels slated for inclusion in AL's later phases were to come directly from the Midway forces. Indeed, some of them, including 4 destroyers from Nagumo's own screen, were scheduled to arrive soon after 8 June. Presumably, these vessels would be detached and head northward immediately after the conclusion of operations in the vicinity of Midway. All in all, Operation AL reflected the larger problems inherent in Yamamoto's battle plan. It anticipated using widely separated forces and putting a great number of warships into northern waters, many of which weren't accomplishing anything terribly important. At the same time, AL's force structure for its later distributions actually anticipated siphoning off units that were being used near Midway, which was, ostensibly, the center of strategic gravity in the entire Pacific Ocean. These requirements directly contributed to the clockwork rigidity of the planning for Operation MI itself. It is difficult to escape the conclusion that all the time and energy that went into Operation AL might have been better spent focusing on operations to the south. Operation AL's flaws, though, paled in comparison to the errors Yamamoto would commit in his schemes aimed at Midway. Operation MI would begin at the same time that Kakuta opened his attacks on Dutch Harbor, N-3 day, 4 June Tokyo time, 3 June local. Nagumo's force, 6 fleet carriers, Cardivs 1, 2, and 5, 2 fast battleships from BATDIV 3, 2 heavy cruisers, and 11 destroyers with their light cruiser flotilla leader, would approach Midway from the northwest. On the morning of the 4th, Tokyo time, Daiichi Kido-Butai would be in position to strike. It was believed that a single attack would be sufficient to destroy the American airbase and its aircraft. The Japanese presumed that they would have the element of strategic and tactical surprise on their side because offensive activities would be opened concurrently with Operation AL. Thus, Nagumo's carriers would simply sweep in unannounced and deliver a death blow against American air power on the island. Day N-2, 5th and 4th June, would see additional airstrikes, with the Japanese turning their attention toward reducing the island's defenses in preparation for the coming amphibious operation. While it was understood that Nagumo would have to deal with any American carriers that ventured north from Pearl Harbor to contest the Midway invasion, it was anticipated that the Americans would not be able to steam the distance between Hawaii and Midway in any less than 3 days. This being the case, Nagumo would only have to attend to one thing at a time. Nagumo's force would also use 10 of its Type 97 carrier attack planes for scouting purposes. Each of these aircraft would search out to a range of 400 miles to help provide early warning of the American fleet. Ground operations would begin on the morning of N-1 day, 6th and 5th June. The Japanese would land on Kure Island, a tiny islet 60 miles west of Midway. Rear Admiral Fujito Ryutaro's seaplane tender group would secure this objective with a small contingent of troops. It was then to be put into operation as a seaplane base for use against Midway itself. On the morning of N Day, 7th-6th June, Midway would be assaulted by a mixed group of both Navy and Army units. The landing would be carried out by barge, known in the Imperial Navy as Daihatsu, each of which could carry about 100 soldiers as far as the reef. From there, the men would have to wade the remaining 200 or more yards through the lagoon and onto the beaches by foot. The Navy's second combined SNLF, consisting of some 1,500 soldiers, would be landed on Sand Island. Eastern Island would be invaded by the 1,000 men of Colonel Ichiki Kiyonao's regiment, named the Ichiki Detachment after its commander. Both forces would be landed on the southern shores of the islands, where the reef was less of an obstacle to amphibious movements. An additional landing on Sand Island's northwest corner was also planned, if necessary. Accompanying the combat troops were 2 construction battalions, some of which were equipped with American construction material captured at Wake Island, and other auxiliary personnel necessary to repair Midway and turn it into a front-line air base, bringing the total ground forces to over 5,000. The transports would also be hauling along 94 cannon, 40 machine guns, 6 Type A midget submarines, 5 motor torpedo boats, and all the accoutrements to develop Midway into a major outpost. Additional midget submarines, as well as land-based torpedo tubes and a dozen 20-centimeter guns, were slated for delivery in mid-June. In a fashion that was typical of Japan's inter-service cooperation, the Army troops would sail separately from Yokosuka, while the SNLF troops would sail from Kure. Both the Army and Navy had their own separate transports, and neither service was willing to accommodate the other aboard their own ships. Both private fleets would rendezvous at Saipan, and thereafter would sail together under the command of Rear Admiral Tanaka Raizo's transport group. This force consisted of the light cruiser Jinsu, 10 destroyers, 3 patrol boats, 12 transports, and several oilers. In relative proximity to Tanaka would sail Vice Admiral Kurita Takeo's close support group, which was centered on the 4 powerful heavy cruisers of Crew Div 7, Kumano, Suzuya, Mikuma, and Mogami. This quartet's 40 8-inch guns were to provide fire support for the landing. However, the Imperial Navy's raison d'etre was engaging enemy warships, not supporting landings. The Navy had never spent much time developing any sort of formal approach for spotting and coordinating gunfire ashore for troops. In hindsight, there is a very real question as to how effective Crew Div 7 would have proved to be in this role had it actually been put to the test. Kurita was accompanied by 2 destroyers and an oiler. Also, near to hand but sailing separately, was a minesweeper group consisting of 3 minesweepers, 3 sub-chasers, and an ammunition ship. Somewhat farther away would be the invasion force main body under the command of Vice Admiral Kando Nobutake. It consisted of the other 2 members of Bat Div 3, Hiei and Kango, under Rear Admiral Mikawa Gunichi. 4 heavy cruisers, Atago, Chokai, Aguro, and Miyoko, also accompanied the force. The screen for this powerful unit was commanded by Rear Admiral Nishimura Shoji aboard the light cruiser Yura, which led 7 destroyers. Also included in this group was the fine new light carrier Zuiho and her plane guard destroyer. All 3 of these formations, Tanaka's, Kondo's, and Kurita's, were to approach Midway from the west-southwest. Midway was scheduled for capture on the 6th local time, leaving a day for the base to be put back into operation in advance of the expected sea battle with the Americans. During this time, Nagumo's carriers would be supporting the invasion and simultaneously moving to the northeast of the island in preparation for the naval battle. His force was expected to be in position to support Kondo from the north-northwest by the end of the 6th. Kondo, for his part, would keep his battleships ready to deliver backup fire support against Midway if stiff resistance was encountered. The backstop to both Kondo's and Nagumo's forces was Yamamoto himself and his main body. Centered on Bat Div 1, Yamato, Nagato, and Mutsu, this force contained the largest guns in the fleet. It was to follow behind Nagumo during the initial phase of the operation. Within this force would be several smaller formations that could maneuver independently if need be. One of them, the Special Group, consisting of seaplane tenders Chiyoda and Nishin, which were carrying midget submarines and motor torpedo boats respectively to reinforce Midway once it was captured. The second special formation, the Carrier Group, consisting of the ancient light carrier Hosho. Around all of the elements of the main force would be Rear Admiral Hashimoto Shintaro's screening force, consisting of light cruiser Sendai and 8 destroyers. 3 oilers accompanied the group. Once Midway was secured, the main body would be in position to support Kondo should the need arise. It was strongly believed that after 6 months of war, the Americans were now sufficiently weakened and demoralized that they would only sortie from Pearl Harbor with some coaxing. Kondo was the bait. Among other things, his flotilla contained a pair of capital ships, Hiei and Kongo, which made it a force worth attacking. At the same time, his 2 battleships were fast enough to extricate themselves from trouble if need be. Yamamoto apparently did not want to tip his hand by revealing his main body too soon, in the belief that such a massive array of firepower would induce the Americans to stay home. In other words, Yamamoto's dispersal of forces was purely an attempt at deception. His killing force would not enter scouting range of Midway until after the Americans had themselves sortied from Pearl. In a way, his plan was almost reminiscent of the usage of cruiser forces by both the German High Seas Fleet and the Royal Navy in World War I to lure the enemy into range of the main battle squadrons. Not surprisingly, having current intelligence on the American units that would presumably be walking into the trap was crucial to the operation's success. Yamamoto would be aided in these efforts by a special mission designed to assess the status of the American fleet at Pearl Harbor. Referred to as Operation K, the Japanese would employ flying boats operating out of the islands of Jaluit and Wetje to overfly the American fleet base on 31 May, just before the commencement of the fleet actions. Kawanishi Type II 4-engined flying boats had performed this same mission twice before in early March. On the first occasion, a heavy overcast on 3 to 4 March had made reconnaissance impossible. During the second, on 9 and 10 March, American fighters from Midway had intercepted and destroyed the Japanese plane. Yet, despite the negative results from these 2 missions, not to mention the evidence that this particular gimmick might be wearing a bit thin, Yamamoto didn't waver from trying a 3rd time. The catch to Operation K was that no Japanese aircraft, even the big Kawanishis, had the range to fly all the way to Pearl Harbor and back without refueling. A flying boat, however, could make good this deficiency by stopping at some secluded place along the way to refuel. The chosen stopover had been an uninhabited islet known as French Frigate Shoals, which lay between Midway and Hawaii. In March, the Navy had used a submarine there to refuel the Kawanishis, which then proceeded to Hawaii. The same approach was to be used again on 31 May. In addition to aerial reconnaissance, 2 picket lines of submarines would be positioned across the presumed line of advance of the Americans. The southern cordon, A, and northern cordon, B, were each composed of 7 fleet boats. However, the submarines of both groups were assigned fixed positions, rather than being placed in patrol boxes in which they could operate freely. Worse, the patrol lines did not have overlapping fields of vision, making them porous indeed. This static mode of employment, which was typical of Japanese submarine operations throughout the war, meant that the big Imperial Navy boats could not be concentrated on enemy units with anything like the flexibility that the Germans were currently employing in the Atlantic. The decisive battle, as Yamamoto envisioned it, would be fought somewhere off Midway with the main Japanese forces arrayed so as to intercept the oncoming Americans. After pounding Midway, Nagumo would withdraw and wait some 500 miles north-northeast of Midway, with Yamamoto's main body supporting him 300 miles to the west. Takasu's battleship force would come down from its position in the North Pacific to hover 500 miles north of Yamamoto. Second Mobile Striking Force, with its 2 carriers, would perform a similar maneuver to position itself 300 miles to the east of Takasu. Kondo's force would supply the bait to draw the Americans out of hiding at Pearl Harbor and lure them north, with the Japanese heavy forces lurking out of range of American reconnaissance aircraft and submarines. If all went according to plan, the Americans would appear off Midway after the landings had taken place. Yamamoto presumed that the Americans would sortie west from Oahu and then head north so as to be able to ambush the exposed Kondo as he trailed his coat near the island. Interestingly, it appears that Combined Fleet's opinion was that the Americans would bring out not only their carriers, but also their few remaining battleships to the fray. It was further assumed that the carriers would operate separately from their battleship-centric main body, screening them from the west-northwest. This was a fairly doctrinaire interpretation of how the Americans would maneuver their forces, with the carriers presumably governed by the movements of the slower battleship force operating in the rear. In other words, it assumed that the Americans thought their battle squadrons were capable of making a meaningful contribution to a modern carrier battle, as Yamamoto believed his own could. In this, the Japanese were projecting their own beliefs on their opponent, a classic failing of many military plans. Having manufactured roles for their own battleships, the Japanese believed that the enemy would do likewise. However, what the Japanese couldn't know was that the Americans had by now totally discarded the idea of using their older battle wagons in conjunction with fast carriers. Yamamoto had only himself to blame for this radical transformation of American naval thought, as his triumph at Pearl Harbor had demonstrated unequivocally to his enemies the total vulnerability of such forces in the face of modern air power. Once the Americans were detected, Takasu's battle group would move south to join Yamamoto. On the eastern flank, Nagumo would move south to engage the American fleet as well. It was expected that attrition from the submarines, coupled with airstrikes from the carriers, would weaken the Americans sufficiently that they could be engaged and annihilated by the Japanese battleships. In a sense, Yamamoto's plan represented a curious reversion to a more gunpowder-oriented philosophy, relegating Nagumo's carriers to an attritional role on par with the submarine force. Taken together, Operations AL and MI represented the commitment of almost the entirety of the Imperial Japanese Navy, all of its carriers, all of its battleships, all but 4 of its heavy cruisers, and the bulk of its lesser combatants. 28 admirals would lead these forces into battle. They would log more miles and consume more fuel in this single operation than was normally used in an entire year. It was planned that once the battle was won, Nagumo's carriers would retire to Truk between 16 and 20 June. The battleships would return to home waters or head north to assist Operation AL. Thereafter, operations would be launched to consolidate the fruits of victory. Truk would be the jumping-off location for further planned incursions into the Southwest Pacific, with New Caledonia, Fiji, and Samoa slated for occupation in July. In other words, in the interval between 5 April, when Admiral Nagano had acceded to Yamamoto's plans, and the Southwest Pacific had been ostensibly removed from consideration, and early May, when the detailed battle plan was to be war-gamed, Naval GHQ's preferred strategic option had once again been reintegrated into the Navy's overall strategic plan, albeit as a follow-on operation. August was to see the occupation of Johnston Island as well as the first invasions of the Australian landmass itself. Last to go would be Hawaii, now shorn of any sort of mobile support and increasingly isolated by Japanese outposts. It was a breathtaking vision indeed. Yet its grandeur was betrayed by fundamental flaws in planning. Listeners may be pardoned at this juncture if they are somewhat dizzied by the array of geographic objectives, formations, admirals, and ships that paraded through the schemes for Operations AL and MI. Indeed, this is the first and most obvious drawback to the plan drafted by Kuroshima and ratified by Yamamoto. It was almost incomprehensibly complex. More than a dozen different surface formations and numerous groups of submarines were expected to participate in this tightly scripted operation. However, the expectation that these formations could coordinate their actions in such a fashion was ill-founded. Byzantine intricacy was a trademark of pre-war Japanese naval strategy. Fleet exercises often featured exquisitely coordinated maneuvers on the part of the Imperial Navy, being met with conveniently inept countermoves by the oafish Americans, who never failed to go lowing obediently to their choreographed slaughter. Yamamoto, far from having steered his way clear of this strategic dreamland, had instead erected a monument to it. He concocted a plan that dissipated his own superiority of numbers such that the essential core of the operation, the neutralization of Midway, was to be performed by a mere 22 warships. This was about a tenth of the total number of vessels he envisioned scattering across the breadth of the Pacific in pursuit of various objectives, many of which were completely irrelevant to the success or failure of the centerpiece of the plan. The Aleutians operation stands at the top of this list of frivolous goals. By anyone's measure, the reduction of Dutch Harbor was a poor excuse to send the 50-odd warships of the first distribution to the North Pacific. In light of the fact that Operation AL was not even intended as a feint, it is difficult to understand devoting any resources to such a strategic irrelevancy. If the American carriers were destroyed off of Midway, then the Aleutians could be captured at will. If Nagumo failed, however, then in the long run the Aleutians could not be defended even if captured. As it developed, Attu and Kiska were to be the trifling consolation prizes for the failure of Operation MI. Their loss meant almost nothing to the Americans. Indeed, when he was informed of Attu's fall after the Battle of Midway had already transpired, U.S. Navy Secretary W. Frank Knox offered a pithy indictment of Yamamoto's plan by remarking that Japan was either unable to understand modern war or not qualified to take part in it. It must be emphasized that blame for this strategic faux pas must be shared by not only Yamamoto, but by Naval GHQ as well. It was GHQ that appended the Aleutians concept to Yamamoto's offensive as the price for his ill-won gains in the realm of planning prerogative. If Yamamoto's downstream planning was flawed, Admiral Nagano and company had only themselves to blame for demanding that he throw good assets at a fundamentally bad idea. Yamamoto, though, apparently didn't put up much of a fuss at the notion. Such was his confidence in his ability to beat the Americans. The larger issue of dispersal of Japan's forces, of which Operation AL was only a symptom, has of course been minutely examined in earlier histories of the battle. Certain points bear repeating here, though. As was mentioned, the prevailing opinion within Combined Fleet, and a belief that Yamamoto apparently shared, was that the American fleet was a beaten, demoralized outfit that would need to be coaxed toward its own annihilation. The corollary to this was that the need for deception outweighed the need for placing forces where they could be mutually supporting. Only by using deception would Yamamoto be able to bring his array of warships to battle without spooking the Americans into remaining in Hawaii. In this age of unquestioned American military hegemony, it is difficult to understand how any nation could have characterized the U.S. Navy in such a fashion. Yet it must be remembered that in 1942 Japan had only a very limited context for judging the character of America's fighting forces. Indeed, in Japan's two previous wars, against the Chinese and Russians, it had been up to the Japanese to precipitate many of the naval encounters despite being the underdog. The Imperial Navy was thus used to being the aggressor against reluctant opponents. The first 4 months of the Pacific conflict had confirmed certain aspects of this Japanese self-image. The Allies had been handed an unbroken string of defeats since the inception of hostilities. If their bravery was not in question, it was apparent to all that their equipment, doctrine, and training were in many ways not equal to Japan's. And while American morale had never broken, there was no question that American military prowess to date had been somewhat lacking. Given the beating the U.S. Navy had taken thus far, it was hardly surprising that the Japanese might have thought the Americans would be reluctant to fight them on the high seas. Faced with such a foe, Yamamoto might well have thought that he was emulating the ancient Chinese military sage Sun Tzu's 9th maxim concerning weaknesses and strengths. By making his dispositions subtle and insubstantial, the expert leaves no trace. Divinely mysterious, he is inaudible. Yamamoto would have been well advised to read ahead to the chapter's 13th maxim, which his opponent Nimitz would adroitly use to destroy him in the coming days. If I am able to determine the enemy's dispositions, while at the same time I conceal my own, then I can concentrate, and he must divide. And if I concentrate while he divides, I can use my entire strength to attack a fraction of his. This points to the first in the catalogue of Yamamoto's flaws as a commander, his inability to correctly fathom the true nature of his enemy. He had already failed in this regard once before at Pearl Harbor. There, his passion for disabling the American fleet with a swift strike at the outset of hostilities had blinded him to the fact that attacking Hawaii by surprise would guarantee the implacable hatred of America. Now, during the planning for Midway, he likewise failed to discern the moral character of the enemy and its willingness to fight. Had Yamamoto correctly gauged the will of his foe, he might have realized that what was called for was less subtlety and more in the way of brute strength. Yamamoto then compounded this error by creating unnecessary subsidiary missions within the overall battle plan. One cannot fail to get the impression that many of the forces involved in both AL and MI seemed to have been put there almost out of a simple desire to find something for them to do. In fact, this may not be far from the truth. Admiral Ugaki remarked in his diary on 3 March that he feared that the morale of the main body is stale after a long stay in home waters. I have encouraged them, but we must engage in some operational action. Given this situation, Yamamoto may well have felt that make work was better than no work at all. Yet, of the 11 battleships deployed, only the 4 fast battleships in Nagumo's and Kondo's forces would actually be providing any real support to the crux of the operation. And as it developed, Kondo's pair would never really be involved in any meaningful way. This left the 7 remaining slower battle wagons to provide distant cover for other groups. This was neither the first nor last time that the notion of distant cover would rear its misshapen head in Japanese battle planning. Indeed, it plagued their operations throughout the war. As it turned out, distant too often meant non-existent, in that the forces meant to be covered were too remote to be succored when needed. This had very nearly proven the Japanese undoing at the Battle of Java Sea in March, where a Japanese cruiser force supporting an invasion convoy had been caught out of position by an Allied squadron. Only the speediness of Japan's cruisers had saved the day, allowing them to make up time on their slower charges. Likewise, the same notion of distant cover was to cost them the services of the light carrier Shoho in the not-too-distant future. It would be tempting to point to the Aleutians Force main body as being another poster child for this concept. Hosagaya's anorexic formation, whose warships were outnumbered by non-combatant vessels 5-3, could barely fend off an attack on itself, let alone pull anyone else's bacon from the fire. However, it must be recalled that, according to the first distribution of Operation AL, the main body was little more than a placeholder for a larger force that would come into being in the second distribution. Takasu's Aleutians screening force, centered on Bat Div 2, was perhaps a more appropriate target for this criticism. With the 4 oldest battleships in the Japanese inventory covering the 2 misfit carriers of Dainikido-butai, Takasu's force could not by itself provide a credible threat to any American carrier task force that somehow ranged into northern waters. Nor, with a top speed of around 24 knots, could it run away quickly enough to save itself should the wolf show up at its own doorstep. Had he encountered American carriers, Takasu would have suffered the same fate as the Pearl Harbor battleships, the only difference being the greater depth and lower ambient temperature of their respective watery graves. Of course, it was Yamamoto's intention that they never be brought to battle in northern waters at all. The fact that Takasu's group was not even administratively attached to Operation AL in a formal manner reinforces this impression. It is difficult to understand why Yamamoto didn't simply put Takasu's battle wagons in the main body and have done with. As it was, Takasu was poorly positioned to unite with the main body when the main battle began. The fact that Takasu was hundreds of miles north necessarily limited Yamamoto's speed of reaction if and when the Americans were detected. Should the Americans deviate from their script, Yamamoto might be forced to go into battle without Bat-Div 2's gun power. By standing equidistant between 2 friendly forces, Takasu, in essence, supported neither. Yamamoto's own main body, despite its much heavier gun power, lay in a similarly poor position to provide support if called upon. With at least 600 miles between him and Nagumo's fleet carriers, according to the original plan, he would be at least 2 days steaming away from any trouble they might run into. However, in Yamamoto's mind, the likelihood of this was low. Nagumo's opponent in the opening round of the battle would be solitary and static, namely Midway Island. Obviously, dictating the range to an island was much easier than doing the same with an enemy task force. If Nagumo got in trouble, he could always fall back on the main body. Midway wasn't going anywhere. Not surprisingly, many post-war commentators have criticized Yamamoto's placement of the main body relative to Nagumo. However, the remedy proposed by these same commentators, the direct integration of the main body with the striking force, would actually have made little operational sense, even if Yamamoto had decided to dispense with subtlety. Yamato, at 27 knots the fastest of the main body's 3 battleships, would perhaps have been able to keep up with Kido-butai during a battle, although she was a full knot slower than the slowest carrier in the group, Kaga. However, Nagato and Mutsu were 2 knots slower than Yamato and almost 10 knots slower than Hiryu and Soryu. As such, they would have been more of a hindrance than a help in any situation where the ability to maneuver rapidly was called for. Thus, direct integration of the 2 forces was not the right answer. Had direct support of Nagumo's carriers with heavy gunfire been needed, it would have made much more sense to have maintained the main body as a separate formation, but also to have kept it close to Nagumo. Yamamoto could have trailed Nagumo at a short distance so as to be partially shielded by Nagumo's own Combat Air Patrol, CAP, from American air attacks coming from the island. Alternately and more boldly, the main body could have been placed in advance of the carrier force, providing the Americans with a tempting target, and thereby providing an air power sump for the enemy. All of these musings, however, miss the real point. In truth, supporting Nagumo was strictly secondary to the main body's intended mission of destroying the American fleet during the later stages of the battle. This in turn points to a central truth about Yamamoto's planning. If the premise is accepted that the Americans would have to be lured from Pearl Harbor in order to create the needed battle, there was no way to construct an operational plan whose distribution of warships was both deceptive and mutually supporting. The 2 goals were antithetical. Yamamoto knew he couldn't have it both ways, and he willingly sacrificed mutual support to the perceived need for stealth. In a very real sense, this one assumption about the nature of the enemy doomed the battle plan from the start. Notwithstanding Yamamoto's penchant for strategic deception, the arrangement of the various invasion forces approaching from the southwest is also difficult to understand. All were ultimately intended to arrive at roughly the same time off of Midway, albeit with Kondo's more powerful group heading up the van during the final approach. Thereafter, Kondo would head southeast without his weaker charges. For all this labor, all four groups could just as easily have sailed together from either Saipan or Truk and spared themselves the difficulty of coordination while simultaneously providing a greater degree of mutual protection. Likewise, directly incorporating the four fast, powerful cruisers of Crew Div 7, Mogami, Kumano, Suzuya, and Mikuma, into Nagumo's force would have greatly increased his odds of success at little increased risk. Operating directly with Kido Butai, Crew Div 7 could have contributed greatly enhanced anti-aircraft and surface gun power during the actual battle, and still have been easily detached to bombard Midway when the time came. More important, the dozen or so long-range scout aircraft carried by these cruisers would have improved Nagumo's scouting capabilities immensely. Including Crew Div 7 would have made it possible to more than double the number of scout aircraft that were fated to be used on the morning of 5 June, and commensurately increase the number of aircraft in reserve for following up enemy contacts. Clearly, too, stripping Crew Div 7 from the immediate vicinity of Tanaka's invasion convoy hardly exposed the latter to greater danger, as Kido Butai was the final guarantor of its safety in any case. A commander's job is to orchestrate and direct the three major dimensions of combat: space, time, and force. From the preceding remarks, it can be seen that Yamamoto's plan failed to address the concept of space in a flexible manner. In his attempt to be divinely mysterious, he had rendered much of his fleet purposeless through dispersion. Many of his forces were positioned in such a way that they could accomplish nothing more meaningful than parading about in the Pacific in lieu of fighting. If they were called on to react to unforeseen developments, they could not do so. What then of the other two dimensions, time and force? In these as well, Yamamoto's plan suffered from alarming deficiencies. Nagumo's schedule required him to begin subduing Midway on the 4th, support landings on Kure on the 6th, followed by more landings on Midway on the 7th, and then be ready to fight a major fleet engagement immediately thereafter. In the course of these operations, Kure was to be placed in operation as a seaplane base within a day of its capture, and Midway restored to fighting order the day after that to be ready to support Nagumo on the 8th. This was, to put it mildly, cutting things a little fine. Kure Island would have been relatively easy to put back into service. Seaplanes require less in the way of facilities for operation. But Midway's airstrip was a completely different matter. Given that Nagumo was to conduct air raids against it from the 4th through the 6th, it hardly seemed likely that the strip would be captured intact or even in working order. This was doubly true if Crew Div 7's guns were actually needed to support the landing operations. The Americans could also be expected to sabotage whatever they could before the island's capture. At the very least, the aviation fuel stores would be torched, and without them there would be no flight operations from Eastern Island. All in all, despite construction workers accompanying the combat troops, the odds of Midway being transformed literally overnight into a workable base were remote. In addition, by the very strictures of the timetable being imposed on him, Nagumo's freedom of movement was grossly degraded. There was little possibility of his being able to meet unforeseen contingencies while still maintaining the strict tempo of operations the plan called for. No admiral would want to see his options limited in this fashion. Worse yet, the tight timing of Yamamoto's plan was predicated on the belief that the Americans were unaware of Japanese intentions. If that precondition did not hold up, Nagumo's might be in trouble. And despite all the power arrayed around him in distant support, he would be essentially on his own to deal with whatever problems arose. However, with 6 carriers, Nagumo was assumed to have the capability to deal with any American force that appeared. Freedom of movement would simply be compensated for by superior numbers of aircraft. This then was the linchpin upon which the entire operation hung: force. For all of Yamamoto's defective planning, his obsession with concealment and deception, shotgun approach to objectives, frivolous distribution of assets, and rigid timetable, his operational scheme could probably still have been made good so long as he retained his final trump card, a fully constituted Kido Butai, with all 6 of its fleet carriers. In the final analysis, since no one was in a position to support them anyway, these were the only ships in the entire operation that really mattered. But with 6 flat tops at hand, it would have been difficult for Nagumo to lose. The Americans would have been hard-pressed to assemble sufficient numbers of aircraft to oppose them, even with Midways thrown into the mix. The 3 Japanese carrier divisions between them would bring more than 350 planes into the battle, the equivalent of about 5 American carriers. It was known that the Americans could barely match that number of flight decks in April 1942, even if WASP were in the Pacific. Even in the unlikely event that the Americans were able to bring all their carriers together, they had never operated them as a group before, whereas the Japanese had extensive experience fighting together as a unit. As long as this final variable in the equation held up, Nagumo would have been in a very good position to emerge victorious. However, shortly after having won the April staff battles, Yamamoto had altered his basic operational designs in a way that jeopardized his final trump card. Apparently, as yet another quid pro quo to the Naval General Staff for his having run roughshod over them, Yamamoto agreed to lend significant naval support to Fourth Fleet's plans for operations in the Southwest Pacific. Admiral Inoue was still determined to capture Port Moresby in New Guinea, as was Naval GHQ. Yamamoto wasn't in favor of Operation MO, as it was known, but he reasoned that if Port Moresby were captured in early May, whatever carriers were used there could still be returned in time for Nagumo's complete force to be reassembled in home waters by mid-May. If so, they could still sally forth on Nagumo's designated sortie date for Midway, which had been set for 26 May. At first, Combined Fleet was of a mind to send just Kaga southward. Having missed the Indian Ocean operation because of the need to repair hull damage suffered in a mooring incident in Palau, she was already in home waters and had just been refitted. This would give Inoue a total of about 1.5 carriers, since he already had the brand-new light carrier Shoho under his command. Inoue, however, raised strenuous objections to this. The Japanese did not know that the Americans had used 2 fleet carriers in their 10 March raids against La'i and Salamaua. They suspected that they had been attacked by a combination of Saratoga's air group and land-based air operating from Australia. However, whatever the makeup of the enemy's forces, it was apparent that the Allies now had substantial air forces in the area. It was unlikely that the veteran Kaga and a rookie lightweight like Shoho could face up to serious opposition if it should materialize again. As a result, Combined Fleet relented, and on 12 April issued orders telling Cardiv 5 to proceed via Meko to Truk at the termination of their Indian Ocean sortie. They would be ready to participate in Operation MO thereafter. Yamamoto reasoned that Shokaku and Zuikaku probably couldn't get themselves into too much trouble by participating in Inoue's sideshow, and might even garner some additional training in the process. In the event, they got quite a bit more than they bargained for. The utter illogic of Yamamoto's 12 April decision has been commented on before, but it bears repeating here. By any rational standard, it was absolutely essential to have Cardiv 5 in Nagumo's force if it was to be assured of material superiority at Midway. In effect, the feasibility of Operation MI now depended on whether or not Operation MO came off without Cardiv 5 suffering significant losses. Taking this gamble was a huge mistake, as it held the more important of the 2 operations hostage to the subordinate's success. What this suggests is that Yamamoto had not so much won the right to set the Navy's strategy as simply to have his plan go first, and even then with provisos. In effect, none of the competing strategic options that he had supposedly suppressed had actually been removed from the mix. They had merely been shoved to the end of the line in terms of timing. Though no one in the fleet would have been willing to admit it, Cardiff 5, despite its relatively junior status, represented Japan's current margin of superiority over the American Navy. No more real fleet carriers were slated to be delivered to the Navy until Taiho, then building, was completed in 1944. In other words, the Japanese carrier force was fixed for the foreseeable future. The Japanese believed they currently outnumbered the U.S. Navy 11 carriers, 6 heavy and 5 light, to 6, 5 heavy and 1 light. If the Imperial Navy was to preserve for itself the freedom of action that had thus far characterized its operations, it was essential to also conserve its numerical superiority, particularly in heavy carriers. Every senior Japanese officer knew that this current numerical ascendancy was bound to be transient. The Americans were known to have more than a dozen Essex-class fleet carriers building, in addition to several light fleet units comparable to Shoho and Zuiho. Japan could not hope to match this output. Therefore, Japan's naval leadership needed to manage its window of opportunity so as to maximize the utility of its assets while this superiority lasted. Such was Japanese confidence in the proficiency of their military, though, that they apparently felt no pangs of uncertainty in committing Cardiff 5 to the south. What the Japanese failed to realize was that maximizing utility did not mean splitting up one's forces. Attempting multiple operations simultaneously held out the hope of more rapid conquest, but it was also very risky because it opened the door to the possibility of one of the smaller formations being destroyed by a locally superior American force. If that happened, Japan's advantage in carriers would be prematurely destroyed as well. And once the Imperial Navy lost numerical superiority, it would never regain it. Maximizing utility then really involved applying the intellectual rigor necessary to determine which operations were truly worth conducting. Unfortunately, intellectual honesty and analytic exactitude were characteristics notably absent from the strategic discourses within the Imperial Navy at this time. Taking these observations regarding Cardiff 5 to their logical conclusion, Yamamoto should have realized that there were, in fact, precisely 2 types of objectives in the Pacific: those that were worth attacking with all 6 of Japan's fleet carriers, and those worth attacking with none. Until the enemy's carriers were destroyed, there was no middle ground on this matter. Japan, which had opened the war with a massed carrier strike across unprecedented distances, certainly ought to have been cognizant that the same trick could be played in reverse. The American carriers, all of them, had already demonstrated that they could appear practically anywhere on the perimeter of the empire. There were no safe missions, such as Combined Fleet envisioned Operation MO to be. If the Americans were operating in force in the area, then Cardiff 5 and Operation MO would be placed in jeopardy, which in turn placed Operation MI in jeopardy as well. By the same token, if Operation MO was truly important enough to support with all of Kido Butai, then the overall operational schedule needed to be adjusted to reflect these realities. It was imperative that the Japanese carrier force applied its strategic potential at maximum strength everywhere it went. This meant accepting an operational tempo that afforded the carriers time between missions to rest and refit. In essence, the Japanese needed to recognize that their real problem was not one of resource allocation between multiple objectives, but rather scheduling multiple operations around a single finite resource. Neither Yamamoto nor Naval GHQ apparently ever apprehended this logic. Or if they did, they were so overconfident that they simply failed to notice their peril. Either way, the Imperial Navy was now attempting too much in too many places, and with too few assets. 4. Ill omens. If the Doolittle raid had a positive effect on American morale, it also soaked up the services of half of Admiral Chester W. Nimitz's available carriers at a time when events in the South Pacific were coming rapidly to a head. American intelligence had become aware of Inouye's forthcoming operation in the Coral Sea, and Nimitz had to scramble to meet this new threat. The foundation for Nimitz's forthcoming deployments was a major intelligence coup, one that would influence the course of the entire Pacific War. Unbeknownst to the Japanese, the Americans had broken the Imperial Japanese Navy's, IJN's, most important operational code, known as JN-25, in late March 1942. As a result, American cryptanalysts were becoming more successful in deciphering enough of the IJN's operational signals traffic to discern the overall intent of the Imperial Navy's plans. The nature of American code-breaking was not such that the U.S. Navy could simply read complete messages at will. They could only siphon a small number of transmissions from the veritable river of coded Japanese traffic. On an average day, the Americans were only intercepting around 60% of the Imperial Navy's transmissions. Of those, only about 40% of the messages could be analyzed because of lack of time and human resources. And even then, American cryptographers were rarely able to make out more than 10 to 15% of the code groups within any given transmission. Thus, code breaking in itself, though a vitally important advantage, was hardly a panacea. However, when coupled with traffic analysis, the art of deriving operational intelligence by deducing the identity of enemy call signs, and then monitoring the pattern and extent of their radio transmissions, the Americans had gained a good sense for which messages were most likely to be important. As early as 9 April, American intelligence noted the recent transmission of orders to Kaga, instructing her to be in the New Britain area by the end of the month. The following day, they deduced that another carrier, misidentified as Ryukaku, was to be used in the operation as well. Additional information suggested an accumulation of shipping and air assets at Truk and Rabaul. As a result, the Americans began to suspect that something was afoot in the South Pacific. In the opinion of the analysts, the strategic town of Port Moresby, located on the southern coast of New Guinea, was the likely objective. On the basis of this information, Nimitz decided to dispatch Lexington to the South Pacific in mid-April to back up Yorktown, which was already there. The problem was that with Hornet and Enterprise committed to Doolittle's operation, he had too few carriers to oppose a major Japanese offensive should all of Kido Butai be present. However, the fall of Port Moresby would place northern Australia in immediate peril, and Nimitz was determined to defend his southern communications lines. By 1 May, both Yorktown and Lexington were on station in the Coral Sea, with Hornet and Enterprise slated to join them by 14 to 16 May. But for the Doolittle raid, it is likely that the Japanese would have found Cardiff 5 opposed by not 2 but 4 American carriers. Had that occurred, it is possible that the Japanese would have been presented with an altogether more decisive battle than they had envisioned. Meanwhile, at Hashirajima, events rapidly moved forward. The capstone to the planning process took place on 1 May on board the battleship Yamato. She was to play host to a series of war games designed to solidify the operational aspects of MI. Here, in a series of map exercises conducted until the 5th, the operational plan was put to the test in front of the command staffs of the various task forces. The forward mess spaces were cleared of their normal furnishings, and a large table surrounded by chairs was put in place. Individual cabins around the ship were used as command posts for the operational staffs involved in the actual operation. At each, the unit's commander or chief of staff behaved as if he were standing on the bridge of his respective flagship, issuing orders that were relayed by runners to other commands in mimicry of radio communications. Wargaming is an old and respected adjunct to the formulation of military planning, allowing participants to explore issues and make revisions to their plans accordingly. Whatever rules are used, the emphasis during gaming is supposed to be on honestly identifying and correcting errors in operational concepts and preparing contingency plans. Yet from the get-go, the farcical nature of Operation MI's games was apparent to everyone present. Yamamoto clearly intended this conference not so much as a true exercise, but as a rubber stamp. During the games, Yamamoto's chief of staff, Admiral Ugaki, frequently played the role of umpire. In that capacity, he consistently passed down rulings that glossed over the difficulties encountered by the Japanese. In this effort, Ugaki was aided by a lack of preparation for the exercise on the part of the various staff commands. The planning for the operation had proceeded at such a speed in April that proper briefing documents had only lately been distributed to the participants. Thus the officers now on board Yamato had very little opportunity to do their homework beforehand. Whether this was a deliberate maneuver on the part of Yamamoto and Ugaki, or simply a reflection of MI being thrown together too quickly, is unknown. The practical effects, however, were identical. The staff officers of the subordinate commands were in an inherently weaker position to criticize the plan's basic assumptions. As a result, they mostly went along with what they were told. The attitude of many of the participants, moreover, was that this exercise was little more than a formality. In contrast to the assiduous studies before Pearl Harbor, these games revealed a certain sloppiness. In the words of Nagasawa Ko, who went on to become a rear admiral in the Japanese naval self-defense forces after the war, the general tenor of the games was one of, "This is a necessary drill, but don't worry, we'll take care of anything that comes along." An attitude of bored indifference permeated the various commands, most notably that of 1st Air Fleet. Nagumo opposed the operation, but felt powerless to stop it. At a wedding that May, he remarked to a friend that his superiors spoke ill of him already, and that if he actively opposed the operation, his bravery would be called into question. All things considered, he went on to say, he would rather go to Midway and die than be branded as a coward. What Nagumo thought of the proceedings on board Yamato is not recorded, which is, in itself, interesting. As point man in the operation, he would have been within his rights to ask the sharpest questions of anyone. Yet he apparently voiced no concerns whatsoever. It must be recalled, though, that Nagumo was in a weak position to object to Yamamoto's plans in any case. He had been upbraided by his superior for his perceived lack of aggressiveness at Pearl Harbor, and he was clearly out of his element in discussing the complexities of air operations. Genda had to handle these questions for him. If Nagumo was guilty of being withdrawn, it shortly became clear that Yamamoto and his staff were engaged in being actively disingenuous. The character of the games was established early on, when an officer in charge of playing the Red Forces, representing the American Navy, submitted a course of action that closely resembled the tactics that would be used by the Americans in the actual battle. Having shown up sooner than anticipated, while the invasion of Midway was in process, Red proceeded to attack Nagumo's flank. The Japanese carriers were heavily hit, and the invasion was placed in great difficulties. At this juncture the table judge demurred, asserting that such American tactics were impossible, and reversed the damage to the 3 Japanese carriers. Despite the emotional supplications of the Red player, his plea was overturned and his tactics were recast along lines more in keeping with Yamamoto's vision as to when and where the foe would show himself. In a second incident, the Japanese side was playing through the ramifications of an attack by American land-based aircraft against Nagumo's force. The table judge for the event, Lieutenant Commander Okumiya Masataki, rolled dice to determine that 9 hits had been scored, resulting in both Akagi and Kaga being sunk. Ugaki then personally intervened to revise the number of hits downward to 3, leaving Kaga the sole victim of the American attack. Later in the exercise, Kaga was allowed to reappear as a participant in the follow-up operations against Fiji and New Caledonia. Both of these events reinforced the opinion of many of the assembled officers that the operation was fundamentally flawed. However, it was clear that the commander-in-chief was not prepared to listen to reason on these matters. Interestingly, near the end of the exercises, Yamamoto himself asked what Nagumo would do if an enemy carrier force appeared on his flank while he was engaged in operations against Midway. All eyes turned to Air Officer Genda, whose internal reaction might well have been, "If that happens, we're in serious trouble." But what he uttered instead was a famous Japanese military phrase, "Gaishu Ishoku," one touch of the armored gauntlet, meaning roughly, "We'll wipe them out." Captain Miwa then rose to declare that, because Japanese defensive power was unbreakable, the matter was of small concern. Coming from two officers in a navy whose renunciation of all things defensive bordered on the fanatical, these fanciful answers put a capstone on 4 days of scripted silliness and underlined the air of unreality that pervaded the operational planning as a whole. Yamamoto was apparently somewhat put out that 1st Air Fleet staff didn't have a credible answer to his question. But as another student of the battle has pointed out, he had little grounds to be upset at the failure of a subordinate to supply an original answer in the midst of an exercise that had been so heavily choreographed as to be meaningless. Having done his best to quash all criticism, Yamamoto had thrown honesty and creative thinking out the window as well. Yamamoto did take this opportunity, though, to interject an instruction to Nagumo and his staff that they should reserve at least half of Kido Butai's attack aircraft in readiness for an anti-shipping strike should the need arise. However, these orders were verbally transmitted to 1st Air Fleet. Nothing was ever put in writing. At the time, the instructions seemed clear enough. As events would prove, though, their intent would be far from clear-cut a month later. At the end of the exercise, the situation remained much as before. Yamamoto's battle plan was unchanged in almost all particulars. The games had served as a monologue. There had been no intellectual discourse, no learning. The entire affair had been a mockery of professional staff work. The net result was that Nagumo would go to battle armed with practically nothing in the way of realistic contingency plans. Whatever difficulties arose would be his to handle, alone. Only 2 days after the games concluded, word came back from Admiral Inoue and Cardiv 5 that a pair of American carriers had been engaged in the Coral Sea. The initial assessment of the battle's results was mixed. Light carrier Shoho, operating separately from the fleet carriers, had been attacked and sunk by American naval aircraft. In the exchanges that followed, the Japanese had attacked both American flat tops, which they identified as Yorktown and Saratoga. It was believed that they had been left in a sinking condition. However, there was no positive confirmation of these losses. As it developed, Lexington had indeed been sunk, but Yorktown, despite heavy damage, was able to escape. In return for these successes, the costs to Cardiv 5 had been high. Shokaku was badly hit by 3 bombs, which wrecked her flight deck, started several fires, and killed 108 crewmen. The Japanese were fortunate that she was not only one of the sturdiest Imperial Navy warships afloat, but also that she had few aircraft on board at the time of the attack. Nevertheless, she could no longer conduct flight operations and was forced to retire. Zuikaku, though undamaged, was effectively rendered hors de combat by aircraft losses. Worse, the operation to secure Port Moresby had to be abandoned, much to the disgust of Combined Fleet staff, who wanted the operation to continue despite Cardiv 5's losses. As cooler heads prevailed and more information came in regarding the encounter, Yamamoto and Ugaki took stock of the situation. Ugaki noted certain disquieting implications of the battle for future operations. In his diary entry for 7 May, he wrote, "A dream of great success has been shattered. When we expect enemy raids, can't we employ the forces in a little more unified way? After all, not a little of the present setback should be attributed to the insufficiency of air reconnaissance. We should keep this in mind. Prophetic words indeed. Yet Ugaki and his chief on board Yamato apparently missed the larger implications of Coral Sea, namely that the last shred of operational legitimacy underpinning Operation MI plan had just been destroyed. Nagumo would no longer have his trump card to play should the need arise. Even assuming, as the Japanese did, that both the American carriers had been sunk at Coral Sea, the U.S. Navy could still potentially have as many as 3 more available to them in the Pacific: Enterprise, Hornet, and Wasp. Indeed, it was clear from the Doolittle raid that the Americans had been operating at least another pair of flight decks besides the ones encountered in the Coral Sea. Kido Butai would no longer be bringing 6 carriers to Midway, although it was not clear that Zuikaku would be unable to participate in the coming operation until she reported her air group losses more fully on 14 May. Given that the Americans might have as many as 3 fleet carriers and Midway's air complement at the scene of the forthcoming battle, this meant that there could be no guarantee of numerical superiority for Kido Butai. This should have been of grave concern to Combined Fleet, but evidently it was not. In fact, Combined Fleet staff, notwithstanding having received word that Shokaku and Zuikaku had been damaged in what was supposed to have been a sideshow, bitterly condemned Inoue and the commander of the carrier striking force, Vice Admiral Takagi Takeo, for failing to continue offensive operations despite the very real possibility of losing its 2 newest fleet carriers. Such a reflexive inclination toward the offensive points again to a complete lack of perspective within the Imperial Navy. It was as if the mere act of attacking was more important than fighting in a manner that held out the best possibility of success. For their part, the men of Cardivs 1 and 2 were treating Coral Sea as a victory, as the superficial evidence suggested it was. If Cardiv 5 had been handled a bit roughly in the process, it could be chalked up to its relatively junior status. The joke in the wardrooms ran that if the sons of the concubine, meaning Shokaku and Zuikaku, could win the victory, the sons of legal wives should find no rivals in the world. This revealed a rather condescending and wholly unwarranted view of the relative skill of Cardiv 5, not to mention a misreading of the true importance of the losses Kido Butai had just suffered. With Shokaku and Zuikaku out of the picture, a serious reappraisal of Operation MI was called for. Yet nothing of the sort occurred. Ugaki's diary reveals no mention of concern that his superiors' designs might have been somehow awry now that a third of Nagumo's air power had suddenly been rendered unusable. When Shokaku limped into Kure on 17 May, Admiral Ugaki went on board to visit the wounded. He commented on his feelings of pity for the men, many of whom were terribly burned. He might well have reflected on what Cardiv 5's experiences portended for Midway. In all truth, the results at Coral Sea should have given Ugaki and Yamamoto all the warning they needed that this was not the same war as 5 months ago, or even 1 month ago. Indeed, a perceptive observer would have noticed a number of worrying trends revealed by the Battle of 7 and 8 May. For one thing, American carriers had been lurking when no one expected them to be there. With their unwelcome appearance, Japan's dispersal of forces in the face of a mobile enemy had just been shown for what it was, an invitation to piecemeal destruction of valuable assets. In this case, the asset in question had been a light carrier, which hardly constituted a crushing setback. But the amount of American ordnance that had hit Shoho would have sent any 2 Japanese fleet carriers to the bottom in short order had they been present to receive it. Equally ominous was the fact that American carrier pilots had been shown to be qualitatively different from much of the opposition the Japanese had faced thus far. American naval aviators didn't shy away from combat. They flew aggressively and were certainly more skillful than many of the Allied aircraft over Borneo, Java, and Malaya had been. The U.S. Navy's primary carrier fighter, the F-4F Wildcat, wasn't a match for the Zero, it was true, and the Americans' main torpedo plane, the TBD Devastator, was well past its prime. But the SBD Dauntless had been shown to be a fine dive bomber, capable of lugging a heavy bomb load and delivering it with accuracy. Likewise, American dive bomber pilots had been proficient enough to score 3 solid 1,000-pound bomb hits on Shokaku, despite her being one of the fastest, toughest carriers in the fleet. The hapless Shoho had been smashed by as many as 11 bomb hits and 5 torpedoes. Taken together, the bloom was distinctly off the rose in terms of Japanese carriers somehow being immune to damage. Before Coral Sea, not one had been so much as scratched by the enemy. One look at Shokaku's shattered bow and flight deck should have given Ugaki all the evidence he needed to begin revising his opinion of the Americans and what it would be like fighting them. Yamamoto, however, was in no mood to recast his plans or move the dates of the operation backward in order to wait for Cardiv 5's reconstitution. From all appearances, Shokaku would be months in the yard. However, the landing operations against Midway required a full moon, which meant that if the troops were not landed before 8 June, the whole operation would have to be moved back a month. Furthermore, the weather in the Aleutians was awful most of the year, and if landings were to be made on Kiska and Attu, they needed to be made before June was out. In other words, if Operation AL was to be carried out at all, it needed to occur as Combined Fleet had ordained. Yet again, the timetable for a strictly subordinate operation, in this case in the Aleutians, was helping drive the primary operational plan. At the very least, the Japanese might have tried to reconstitute Zuikaku's air wing in time to participate in MI. Unfortunately, the organization of Japanese carrier air groups hampered them in this respect. Unlike American carrier squadrons, which were independent and interchangeable units that shifted from carrier to carrier at need, Japanese groups were organic to the ship itself. As such, if either the carrier or the air unit was mauled in the course of combat, both components were withdrawn until they could be reconstituted. This was an inherently less flexible organizational arrangement than that of the Americans. But if ever there was a need for some enlightened improvisation on the part of the Japanese, it was now. If Zuikaku's air group was to be resurrected for this operation, both aircraft and pilots would need to be scraped up. But they appeared to be available. When Zuikaku returned to Kure, she carried her own aircraft as well as refugees from Shokaku. These totaled 24 Zeros, 9 dive bombers, and 6 torpedo planes operable. An additional 0, 8 dive bombers, and 4, later raised to 8, torpedo planes were believed repairable. That gave a maximum of 56 aircraft to work with, which totaled 25 Zeros, 17 dive bombers, and 14 torpedo planes. This was 7 aircraft short of Zuikaku's nominal establishment of 63, but was still roughly equivalent to the totals being carried by the carriers of Cardiv 1 and 2 at this time. Admittedly, this force would have been composed of aviators who had not flown together before, but if there was one thing the Japanese Navy had going for it, it was a remarkably high degree of tactical homogeneity. Events later in the war were to show that IJN pickup teams could operate together successfully. It is hard to escape the conclusion that Zuikaku could have been made available if her presence had been considered vital. However, Yamamoto apparently did not feel any sense of urgency regarding her. In light of having supposedly sunk 2 enemy flat tops in the Coral Sea, Japanese intelligence estimates now suggested that the Americans had only 2 or 3 carriers in the Pacific, 2 of the Yorktown class, and perhaps the Wasp. In addition, it was felt that the Americans might have 2 or 3 converted carriers, but they were judged by the Japanese to be unfit for active duty with the carriers. Thus, in the matter of fleet carriers, Nagumo should have an edge of 4-3 in the worst case. The consensus among Combined Fleet staff officers was that this seemed good enough. If this was the depth of Combined Fleet strategic calculus, it represented a pretty shallow level of analysis indeed. For one thing, American carrier air groups were larger than their Japanese counterparts, and while current intelligence placed only about 50 aircraft on Midway, it was also recognized that the island could be rapidly reinforced with large numbers of aircraft from Hawaii. It was obvious that holding an advantage of a single carrier did not constitute a reasonable margin of superiority over the possible laundry list of opponents, even if they were encountered sequentially, as Yamamoto's designs intended. Should the unthinkable happen, and Nagumo have to combat both threats simultaneously, he would be operating at bare parity in aircraft. Zuikaku could have given him a crucial edge. And yet, on the eve of what Yamamoto conceived as the decisive battle, the battle that was supposed to determine the fate of the war, and whose cardinal importance had been ingrained in every Imperial Navy sailor for the last 20 years, the Japanese were evidently unconcerned enough with the outcome that working Zuikaku back into the mix wasn't deemed worth the effort. This stands in stunning contrast to the Herculean efforts the Americans were shortly to perform between 27 and 30 May in patching up Yorktown in time for her own rendezvous with destiny off Midway. In sports parlance, the only conclusion that can be reached is that the Americans simply wanted the win more than their opponents. The U.S. Navy was willing to adapt to changed circumstances, was willing to put in the hard work it took to overcome the obstacles to success. The Japanese were disinclined to go to the same lengths to secure the fruits of victory. If this was symptomatic of victory disease, as some writers have ascribed the mental complacency and sloppiness in early 1942 that led to Japan's forthcoming defeat, then it was a malady that sapped the imagination and diligence of those afflicted. In contrast to the unstinting efforts that had characterized earlier Japanese victories, Combined Fleet was sleepwalking into its most important battle ever. This same haphazardness was being felt all the way down the line. The general shape of the battle had been sent to operational commands as part of Naval GHQ's Navy Order No. 18 on 5 May. Initial operational orders were issued on 12 May that began moving units toward their assembly points. However, given the tight time frames, the final operational orders for the lower-level commands were not cut until 20 May. Likewise, the fleet was finding it difficult to distribute the new codebooks needed to support the operation, having delayed its changeover from JN-25B to the new JN-25V variant from 1 May to 27 May in the scramble. At the same time, several of the needed ships were still undergoing repairs. Carriers Ryujo and Junyo, cruisers Takao and Maya, as well as several destroyers assigned to the northern operations were all in maintenance. The same was true of the bulk of 20th, 24th, and 27th destroyer squadrons assigned to the Midway invasion force. Destroyers Ushio, Oboro, and Akabono, which had just returned from the Coral Sea operation, were shunted north to Ominato for use in Operation AL. They arrived 1 day before the Aleutians' forces were scheduled to sortie. As a result, preparations and training for battle were skimpy at best. Lower-level map exercises were hastily convened, but in many cases not all the officers who were to participate in a given operation were physically present, because their ships had yet to arrive at their respective marshalling places. Similarly, the Army's North Sea Detachment was first organized on 9 May at Asahikawa and then shipped out less than 2 weeks later to Ominato. Once there, they and the Maizuru SNLF troops participated in a single practice landing exercise on the 25th. Overall, the units involved were simply going to have to draw on past experience to do the best they could in the coming operation. The final episode in this rather shabby tale of Japanese preparations played itself out on the very eve of Nagumo's sailing. In a final conference held on board Yamato on 25 May, war games again pointed to the possibility of flaws in Yamamoto's operational scheme. During this exercise, the Red Player promptly sortied to the west from Oahu and then headed north at high speed. During the subsequent fray, Japan suffered 1 carrier sunk and 2 damaged, while Red lost both of its carriers. It was pointed out after the exercise that if Red forces appeared south of the Hawaii-Midway axis, there would be a gap in the air search pattern for the fleet. It was also noted that coordinating the widely separated friendly forces would be quite difficult under conditions of strict radio silence. Some of the officers were of the opinion that the main body was positioned too far from Nagumo's carriers to be able to provide effective support. Yamamoto again asked First Air Fleet staff about their ability to repel an attack should the Americans appear unexpectedly off Midway, and was once again given bland assurances by Nagumo and his subordinates that they were prepared for such a contingency. During the same exercise, Admiral Nagumo dropped a bombshell. Kido Butai would not be able to sortie the following morning, 26 May, as planned. His carriers needed more time for provisioning and other preparations. Nagumo asked that the timetable for the entire operation be pushed back a day. Other lower-level commands, under strain to get their units prepared in time to sortie, supported his request. They also wanted the ability to change some of the assembly points for their forces because there had been problems supplying all the ships with necessary oil. Yamato demurred. If Nagumo couldn't sail, so be it, but the operational imperatives remained the same. The tides around Midway weren't going to accommodate Nagumo's tardiness or that of the other units. The landings had to take place as scheduled. Nagumo would simply have 1 less day to knock the island out. In so doing, Yamamoto explicitly acknowledged that Nagumo's new timetable meant that Tanaka's invasion convoy and its covering forces would, in essence, be a day ahead of where they were supposed to be relative to Kido Butai. As such, they would be exposed to detection and attack before Nagumo could deal with the threat from the island. However, this was a calculated risk that Yamamoto was prepared to take. The incredible part of this episode is not so much that Nagumo couldn't sail on time, although that was bad enough. Rather, it was the fact that no shred of the operational plan was adjusted to accommodate the new sortie date. Yamamoto may well have been right that the overall timetable was essentially driven by tidal forces, and that the schedule for invasion was therefore immutable. But at the very least, some contingency plans, even of a verbal sort, ought to have been put in place to deal with the likelihood that Tanaka and Kurita's invasion forces would be detected prematurely by the Americans. Yet, nothing of the sort apparently occurred. Neither Nagumo nor Yamamoto could have left the 25 May conference in good temper. All in all, as one Japanese naval officer later remarked, for a naval force which was the protagonist in the most ambitious plan of the Imperial General Headquarters in the war, this was a precarious situation. At the end of nearly 3 months of top-level bickering, the fleet was shortly to head out on a mission whose goals were questionable at best. The operational plan was impossibly complex, its disposition of forces mutually non-supporting, and its timetable overly rigid. Compounding these basic operational problems were errors in execution as well. Any staff officer worth his salt could tell that Operation MI hadn't been wargamed properly, and there had been too little time for training. The plan hadn't been revised to accommodate the unexpected absence of 2 crucial flight decks, nor in light of the other developments in the Coral Sea. Nagumo's late departure, coupled with yet another wholly predictable failure to revise the positions of the invasion units or the operation timetable, had been the icing on the cake. Chihaya Masataki perhaps summarized these multiple failures most succinctly when he wrote later of Combined Fleet, "It could not be said of them everything was done that was humanly possible." It was under this cloud of ill fortune that Kido Butai sailed to meet its fate 2 days later. 5. Transit. After exiting the inland sea on the afternoon of 27 May, Nagumo's force proceeded through the night on a southeasterly heading. They woke to a brilliant sun rising over the bows of the ships. Now swinging due east, they cruised along at 14 knots. The men, as usual, rose at sunrise, with breakfast being served about an hour thereafter. The crews then got down to business, cleaning the ship, tending the machinery, and participating in combat drills. For all the men, though, there were ample opportunities for recreation. Indeed, steaming to battle often afforded more such occasions than their normal peacetime routine did. The pilots amused themselves by playing card games, or shogi, Japanese chess, loafing in the ready room, or sunning themselves on the flight deck near the island. Others read the popular novels that passed around endlessly through the ranks, or played musical instruments. Some of the men had learned from their experience in the South Pacific to bring folding wooden chairs with them so that they could recline at their ease on the decks. Every afternoon after lunch the crews were assembled on deck to exercise and sing martial songs. This was designed to keep morale up and imbue the men with fighting spirit. Some of the officers, however, let the men mix up the musical fare with more popular and less militaristic numbers from back home. It was important to get the younger sailors buy-in on such matters to get their full participation. Conditions on the ships quickly became somewhat squalid. Fresh water was limited, particularly on longer cruises. The destroyers, whose tankage space was much more limited, suffered more in this regard. As a result, bathing was held to a minimum. This was a deprivation. The evening bath is a Japanese ritual. Since showers were unknown in their warships, the men were limited to washing their hands and faces before meals. As a result, the crew had to ventilate the ship to ensure that the air did not become foul. This was done throughout the day, with the men opening groups of portholes, even during battle steaming conditions, under the supervision of the officers. On a war mission, the cooks made special efforts to ensure that the men were given tasty rations. The crews were indulged with fresh fruit and delicacies such as ohagi, sugar and red bean rice cake, and shiruko, red bean soup with rice cake in it. Overall, the mood in the rank and file appeared relaxed, as if they were simply on a pleasure cruise. However, overnight on the 27th and 28th, at least one bad omen had befallen the task force. Commander Fuchida Mitsuo, the leader of Akagi's air group, had fallen ill. Already feeling under the weather at the time of the force's departure, he had doubled over during the evening. He was diagnosed with acute appendicitis. Fuchida pleaded in vain to postpone the inevitable, but Akagi's surgeon overruled him and operated immediately. For the air groups, this was disheartening. Fuchida was a popular commander, and the men would miss having the Pearl Harbor attack leader in their ranks during the battle. John Keegan, in his book The Face of Battle, noted that battle is neither strategic, nor tactical, nor material, nor technical. Rather, what battles have in common is human, the behavior of men struggling to reconcile their instinct for self-preservation, their sense of honor, and the achievement of some aim over which other men are ready to kill them. The study of battle is, therefore, necessarily a social and psychological study. More important, though, battles belong to finite moments in history, to the societies which raise the armies which fight them, to the economies and technologies which these societies sustain. Keegan's words pertain precisely to the study of naval combat as well. Indeed, they are perhaps even more pertinent in a nautical setting, for the study of naval warfare, more than any other form of combat, holds the potential to completely subordinate the human element to the weapons themselves. Naval combat is conducted almost exclusively by means of machines that are, in many cases, so huge and grand that they often seem to take on a life and personality of their own that transcend the tiny figures that inhabit them. Yet, in the final analysis, it is men who live in the ship, command and fight the ship, and often die in the ship. Their story, no matter how seemingly eclipsed by the great vessels they serve in, is still the fundamental story to be related. Any study of the first mobile striking force, no matter how technically grounded, to some degree must also be a study of the Japanese Navy in a social sense. The Battle of Midway was fought by Japanese men who were the products of an intensely disciplined, patriarchal, militarized, and above all, Eastern society. Understanding the battle without comprehending their emotional and cultural outlook is pointless. Of course, any Occidental portrayal of an Oriental society, especially at the space of several decades' remove, is, to say the least, fraught with peril. Yet despite this, it is necessary to draw together an honest picture of the Japanese that is comprehensible to a Western listener. Who, then, were the men of Kido Butai? The first thing that must be recalled pertains not only to the Japanese psyche, but that of Asia as a whole. It is simply this, that for more than a century preceding the Pacific War, to be born almost anywhere in Asia was to be born the chattel, either explicit or implied, of a white colonial government. Colonial interests directed every facet of economic and political life in Asia. Asians were not allowed to choose their own governments, their affairs being presided over by administrations whose rule ran the gamut from largely benign to hideously inept and downright cruel. The colony's economic raison d'etre was to feed low-priced raw materials and local trinkets to their masters and consume manufactured goods in return, often at disadvantageous financial terms. As part of this general subjugation, Asians were almost universally regarded as moral, intellectual, and social inferiors by whites. Only in Japan did these general conditions of servility not pertain. And the only reason the Japanese had not shouldered their own yoke was that they had armed themselves to the teeth with modern weaponry. This process had begun in 1853 with the descent of Admiral Matthew Perry's jet-black warships on the Japanese coast, thereby opening Japan to the west, an event characterized more in terms of rape by those who had been opened. This traumatic and unwilling entrance onto the stage of world politics had triggered the social tumult of the Meiji Restoration, which had led to the establishment of a new national government in 1868. Thereafter, the Japanese had, by a combination of cunning policy, ruthless implementation of a national industrialization plan, and frantic effort and sacrifice on the part of the populace, begun transforming their nation into a modern industrial one. Within 40 years, Japan was a major regional player. Within 40 more, she was a world power. The breathtaking scope of this accomplishment had impressed the Japanese as being proof of their own moral superiority. Simultaneously, it had reinforced the inescapable social message that national security was the product of unstinting labor, limited internal dissent, and a plenitude of modern military hardware. Along the way, of course, it had been necessary for Japan to visibly demonstrate that it would not be pushed around by the colonial powers. The object of this exercise had been Tsarist Russia, which the Japanese had shrewdly assessed as being the most proximate, least militarily capable, and most domestically unstable of its potential opponents. The stunning Japanese military successes achieved during the Russo-Japanese War of 1904 and 1905, including the annihilation of a large Russian fleet during the Battle of Tsushima, had served notice that an Asian power had arisen that was not to be trifled with. At the same time, though, Tsushima planted the seeds for Japan's defeat in World War II by creating a warped perception within the Japanese Navy regarding the importance of winning decisive battles. In the prescient words of Chihaya Masataki, dazzled by brilliant victories, the Japanese Navy concluded erroneously that victory was brought about solely by the single stroke of a decisive engagement. Chihaya labeled this a blind belief that spelled disaster. That disaster, however, lay 37 years in the future. The immediate importance of Tsushima in a geopolitical sense was both positive and undeniable. While the colonial powers had occasionally suffered local and largely temporary reverses at the hands of the natives on land, no white nation had ever had its navy beaten by an indigenous force. Particularly since the advent of steam power, the idea was simply unthinkable. For the Japanese to have then followed this achievement by forcing Russia to sue for peace after defeating its army in the field put the capstone on a shocking war. The fact that the conflict had, in fact, nearly bankrupted Japan and had exposed to the perceptive observer the still fragile infrastructure of Japanese industrial power was overshadowed by the dramatic changes in the regional security picture that resulted from her victories. From this moment, the Japanese had a sense of having arrived on the world stage and believed, with some justification, that the white nations should accord them the same respect they accorded one another. That they did not rankled Japan greatly. This frustration was compounded by a deeply held belief on the part of the Japanese that they were part of a unique and uniquely superior ethnic group. The Japanese were certainly not alone in the early part of the century in considering their own race better than the next, but the Japanese version of this social ill was perhaps more clannish than most. The Japanese harbored the belief that their society was possessed of an unusual cultural homogeneity. Perhaps this notion was driven by their exceptional racial uniformity and homogeneity. Even today, Japan's population is still 99% native Japanese. Whatever the reason, to the Japanese, being Japanese meant a lot more than simply living in one country with people that looked the same. It meant being part of a group that shared a common culture, a set of mutual beliefs, a uniform heritage and language, and supposedly a common outlook on life. Venture much farther down the path of what it truly means to be Japanese, and the line between rational and semi-mystical inevitably begins to blur. The Japanese people, it was said, were all one race, embodied in the person of the emperor. The emperor himself was held to be divine, a direct descendant of the semi-mythical first emperor Jimmu, who had reigned around 600 B.C., and who was in turn supposedly a descendant of the sun goddess Amaterasu herself. With such an impeccable pedigree, who could doubt that this one true race, the Yamato race, imbued with the true Japanese spirit, was a people of destiny? To a Westerner, particularly Americans raised in a nation where diversity, fractiousness, and individuality are a part of the basic social fabric, such flowery notions of a true Japanese race are preposterous at best, downright dangerous at worst. Yet it must also be recalled that Japan was not alone at this time in harboring ethnocentric outlooks, many of which were a good deal less poetic in nature. During the decades leading up to the war, this belief in Japanese racial unity, of being a part of a divinely purposed people, had been reinforced by the rhetoric of nationalism until it had become the central pillar around which the tent of Japanese militarism was pitched. To this mix were added legitimate and reinforcing grievances against the racism and asymmetrical economic advantage that Western colonialism had created throughout Asia. What emerged was a twisted pseudo-nationalist mythos that promised only ill for Asia and ultimately the Japanese themselves. By divine right, Japan would be the instrument that lifted the hated yoke of white oppression from all of Asia. The Asian peoples would naturally come under the aegis of Japanese society. It was a heady mission, indeed. 100 million hearts advancing as one was a common exhortation of Japanese wartime propaganda, and it roughly fit the image that the militarists wanted to project to the public and the world, that of a dynamic race fulfilling its noble destiny with a single, almost telepathically felt purpose. The militarists' concept of liberation ultimately proved to be little more than the bodily shoving aside of the white powers so that the Japanese might themselves swill at the trough of economic exploitation. However, that apparently did not sully the underlying purity of this grand vision in their eyes. Neither did Japanese resentment of racist inequality from the West stop it from foisting an equally virulent form of oppression on its own Asian neighbors. To all the internal contradictions of their pan-Asian mission, the Japanese turned a blind eye. Wrapped in the cloak of heaven-sent purpose, Japan had ultimately moved, perhaps inevitably, first from border fracases and provocations into a state of special undeclared war in China as the 1930s wore on. To the average Westerner steeped in the winner's history of World War II, any attempt to justify Japan's war in terms of Pan-Asian liberation is simply so much hogwash. The Japanese were aggressors, the Allies liberators, and everything from a moral standpoint has been very much cut and dried for half a century. The prevailing American attitude toward the war was crystallized as soon as the first Japanese bomb fell on Pearl Harbor. Yamamoto's sneak attack simply put an exclamation point on the writ of contemporary American moral outrage over previous Japanese aggressions in Asia. Yet, despite the fundamental validity of these Western views, it is important to recall that at some level the Japanese people sincerely believed they were fighting for a larger cause whose intrinsic good was undeniable. If they were also capable of ignoring the social injustices and outright atrocities, which were many and sordid, that accrued under this banner, then that sublimation came about from a conviction that achieving the larger goal of destroying Western colonialism somehow justified the means employed. This long-standing rationalization lies at the core of Japan's inability to examine and condemn its own wartime actions with anything approaching the sincerity and candor that its victims feel is required. Given the transparent nature of the seemingly lofty ideals accompanying the creation of the greater East Asian co-prosperity sphere, it is ironic that Japan's destruction of the existing colonial system was perhaps the only goal Japan actually attained during her ruinous war. Whatever the conflict's ultimate outcome, the humiliating defeats inflicted on the Dutch and British during 1941 and 42 irrevocably destroyed their ruling legitimacy. Within a decade of the end of hostilities, white colonialism would be all but banished from Asia. Of course, it is doubly ironic that this goal was accomplished in a manner that none of Japan's military leaders would have appreciated. Indeed, instead of lording over all of Asia, Japan herself was burned down to cinders for inflicting liberation on her neighbors. Toward America, the Japanese reserved a very particular animus, one based on a long history of Yankee mistreatment that was hardly imagined. From blatantly unfair immigration quotas on the West Coast, second-class treatment of Japanese émigrés, and the economic and social repression of the very sizable Japanese population on Hawaii, the Japanese could point to a long list of grievances against their powerful Pacific neighbor. To this general list, the Japanese Navy added a complaint of their own, a long resentment against what they felt were unfair and insulting provisions in the naval treaties that governed all the world's major navies during the 1920s and 1930s. The Washington Naval Treaty of 1922 and its successor, the London Naval Treaty of 1930, had established caps on major categories of warships. In each case, the Japanese received a lesser tonnage quota than either the Royal Navy or U.S. Navy. The treaties were a slap in the face of the Imperial Navy's self-perception as a world-class force. Worse yet, they placed Japanese quotas of warships at a level that conventional naval strategy of the time pegged as being insufficient for the defense of the home islands. In reality, of course, by signing these treaties, the Japanese were able to avoid an impending arms race against America, which, with their much less developed economy, they could not have hoped to win. The act of placing an artificially low ceiling on America's enormous industrial capacity was a far more effective defense than attempting to match American output. The treaties thus protected Japan against American aggression better than the imperial military could have done on its own. These brutal economic realities were readily apparent to the more perceptive thinkers within the Imperial Navy. Admiral Yamamoto had been a delegation member to the Washington Naval Treaty negotiations and shared the vision of the chief of the naval delegation, Admiral Kato Tomosaburo. Kato argued that Japan's security vis-à-vis the Americans necessarily rested on diplomacy, at least for the foreseeable future. However, the so-called fleet faction was violently opposed to the treaties and those who supported them. Eventually, the heat of nationalist fervor overcame the cold logic of economics, and Japan announced that it would withdraw from the London Treaty in 1937. Unpopular naval treaties could be renounced with relative ease. The grim truth of the economic gap that existed between Japan and her potential American opponent could not be dispelled so simply. On one side of the Pacific lay Japan, an island nation with few natural resources. She was completely dependent on the trade of other nations to supply her factories with raw materials and her military with oil. On the other side lay the United States, enormous and self-sufficient in practically everything she needed. Even when mired in the midst of the Great Depression, the United States still possessed an economy that was some 7 times larger than Japan's. The inherent and largely intractable unfairness of this situation, in Japan's eyes, inevitably placed the empire in an inferior bargaining position. America knew she was in a position to dictate. Japan was expected to listen. The seeds of the coming war lay in America's misreading of Japan's long-term willingness to be dictated to, coupled with Japan's own inability to completely recognize the implications of these military-economic realities should she decide to go to war against her powerful opponent. When the United States began applying economic pressure to first curtail and then roll back the empire's gains in China, the emotional concoction that had been brewing for decades finally came to a boil. With the Japanese occupation of Vichy French Indochina, America had reacted by imposing a total embargo on oil in July 1941. Piled on top of previous curtailments of iron ore, scrap metal, and strategic minerals, the West was using every economic weapon at its disposal to bring the empire to its knees. Japan seethed to finally strike back, even if doing so meant a ruinous war was the wish of the entire country. What was even more remarkable was that this emotional fervor was generated in a country that was already heartily sick of its war in China. The public perceived, correctly, that the war against the Chinese tar baby was stalemated and could not be brought to a successful resolution. The Japanese public felt powerless and detached from their own domestic politics, viewing the machinations of the Army and Navy, the assassinations of government officials by members of the armed forces, and the other unsavory political acts of their own military with a jaundiced eye. That the prospect of fighting an additional war against the most powerful economy on earth, with the British and Dutch empires thrown in for good measure, could bring a sense of elation to the Japanese public demonstrates the depth of its resentment against white imperialism in general and America in particular. It also illustrates the extent to which nationalist fervor had apparently detached the nation's leadership from any ability to engage in a cool, reasoned appraisal of the likely nature and outcome of such a gargantuan conflict. The military culture of the Imperial Navy was the natural result of these powerful and sometimes contradictory societal reactants. Its men were, above all things, intensely motivated to succeed. Duty to one's country and one's family, looms large in the Japanese consciousness, and the Imperial Navy's fleet raised this ethos to standards few navies have seen. Perhaps the first thing that an American sailor might have noticed upon strolling about a Japanese man of war would have been the seriousness with which the average sailor performed even the least of his shipboard affairs. The Japanese are notable for their earnestness, which to many Westerners comes across as almost mawkish and perhaps even contrived. Contrived it most certainly is not. Japanese society places a premium on conformity, discipline, and a deeply felt need to fulfill one's obligations. Failure to act correctly in the eyes of society results in shame, and shame is to be avoided like the plague, as it attaches itself not only to the individual but also to one's family, friends, neighbors, and ultimately even the emperor and the entire Japanese people. When used as the basis for indoctrination in the self-referential confines of a military institution, the result was a group of fighting men who feared the shame of ignoble failure more than death itself. Another thing an American would have quickly noticed was the harsh discipline meted out to the enlisted men. To strike a man was nothing. It happened all the time in response to even the most trivial infractions. In the words of one veteran, the Navy appeared to put almost superstitious faith in the belief that brutality and physical punishment made better sailors. As part of that iron discipline, every Japanese military man was expected to conform instantly to orders. Naval pilot Sakai Saburo, who entered the Navy as a seaman recruit, remarked that his petty officers in training were absolute tyrants and sadistic brutes of the worst sort. While his training as a recruit had been brutal enough, shipboard life was, if possible, even more violent. The effect, in Sakai's words, was to reduce the men to human cattle who never dared to question orders, to doubt authority, to do anything but immediately carry out all the commands of our superiors. Yet insubordination was not at all unknown within the military, though curiously it often manifested itself in the officer corps. Junior officers in both the Army and Navy had a reputation for violence, even against their superiors. Ultra-right junior officers had assassinated several prominent political figures, including Japan's prime minister during a brief mutiny in February 1936, for trying to curtail the military's budgets and activities. In like fashion, a group of relatively junior Army staff officers, led by the infamous Lieutenant Colonel Ishiwara Kanji, had fomented the Mukden incident of September 1931. This became the pretext for Japan's invasion and consolidation of Manchuria. In 1937, junior staff officers of the Kwantung Army essentially started the current conflict against China on their own initiative, betting correctly that their superiors in Tokyo would be reluctant to rein them in and thereby lose face. Likewise, while the Navy liked to think of itself as the more educated and world-wise of Japan's two services, violence was hardly unknown even within the ranks of its flag officers. When the planning for Pearl Harbor had been in full swing, Admiral Yamaguchi had learned of a version of the attack plan that scratched his Cardiff II from the operation. Accounts of the ensuing incident vary, but all agree that a highly intoxicated Yamaguchi essentially assaulted Nagumo, placing him in a judo headlock and demanding that he relent and include Soryu and Hiryu in the operation. Kusaka apparently intervened and separated the two. For his part, a similarly intoxicated Nagumo had threatened to knife Admiral Inoue at a garden party being held by no less personage than Prince Fushimi, the emperor's uncle. Many saw Yamamoto's appointment as head of the combined fleet as an effort to remove him from the very real threat of assassination in the politically charged snake pit of Tokyo. Yamamoto, like Inoue, opposed the powerful fleet faction, and it was felt that he would be safer in Hashirajima. Thus, despite the rigid discipline inherent in the service, violent outbursts, often abetted by alcohol, were apparently within the norms of acceptable behavior. This then was the character of the Navy that fought at Midway, a military force perhaps more definable by its contrasts than anything else. It was an organization that was both ferocious and sentimental, where extreme loyalty and discipline were matched by an equal aptitude for brutal behavior toward the rank and file and a callous disregard for the lives of its men. As events were about to prove, it had put in the hard work necessary to be technically and tactically astute. But it had not matched those efforts with the mental exertion needed to operate at the higher strategic levels required by a global war. At 14:30 on the 28th, Nagumo's force sighted ships on the horizon. This was Kido Butai's supply unit, consisting of the oilers Kyokuto Maru, Shinkoku Maru, Toho Maru, Nippon Maru, and Kokuyo Maru. They were escorted by destroyer Akigumo. As soon as these ships integrated themselves into the formation, Nagumo ordered a course change to the east-northeast. Things began to settle into a routine. Cruising speed was maintained at 14 knots in consideration of the fuel needs of the force's escorts, as well as the somewhat slower speed of the oilers. Destroyers were notorious fuel hogs, and when conducting high-speed operations, their consumption rates could jump by a factor of 10 or more. Therefore, all commanders took pains to ensure that their escorts were topped off as close to the battle site as possible. Each ship refueled at least twice en route. The destroyers did so almost every day. The Japanese Navy wasn't as proficient in underway replenishment as the U.S. Navy was, and as a result their refueling operations were slower and more cumbersome. Larger ships used the less efficient astern refueling method, wherein a 6-inch hose was passed aft to a warship trailing the oiler. Destroyers sometimes did so as well, but more often they refueled side by side with the tanker. These evolutions went on almost continuously as the fleet headed east. Each day during the transit, one of the 4 carriers was designated the duty ship for the force. Soryu had the first watch on the 27th. As such, she was responsible for keeping a small combat air patrol contingent above the fleet at all times during daylight hours. In addition, the duty carrier worked with the cruisers and battleships to maintain anti-submarine patrols. ASW watches usually amounted to no more than 2 Type 99 bombers at any time. The duty carrier typically kept a small number of aircraft, either fighters or Type 99s, on the flight deck and warmed up during these hours. Patrols lasted 2 hours, although the Zeros could stay aloft much longer than this if need be. Being the duty carrier meant a constant hum of low-intensity flight operations continuing throughout the day, with remunitioning and refueling taking place in the hangars constantly. On the off-duty carriers, the crews devoted themselves to routine maintenance and training. At this point in the war, the Japanese Navy relied on 3 types of carrier aircraft. The first was the famous Mitsubishi Type 0, A6M2, carrier fighter, in Japanese, Kanjo Sentoki, often referred to by its abbreviated form Kansen or fighter. A small, highly streamlined airplane, the Zero had first won renown over the skies of China and then during the opening campaigns of the Pacific War. It was the epitome of the Japanese Navy's offensive spirit, combining extraordinary maneuverability and good firepower delivered by 2 7.7mm machine guns in the front cowling and 2 20mm cannons in the wings. Optimized for low to mid-altitude aerobatics, the Zero was perfect for dogfighting and complemented the samurai-like temperaments of its owners splendidly. In the hands of an expert pilot, it could fly rings around any Allied fighter. The Zero was built around the Sakai 12 radial engine, which developed 950 horsepower at takeoff. Though not a particularly powerful engine by contemporary standards, it benefited from the Zero's lightweight construction and provided the plane with good wing loading and climb rate. When fitted with a drop tank, which the Japanese used routinely, it was also an extraordinarily long-ranged fighter, capable of operating as much as 300 miles from the carrier. However, it was also lightly built, almost totally unarmored, and did not possess self-sealing fuel tanks. It was, in short, a very easy machine to be killed in if the enemy managed to get a good shot, as the pilot was exposed to gunfire and vulnerable to fires and explosions as well. Thus far, however, the Allied fighters hadn't been able to get the measure of the Zero in combat. The Navy's dive bomber was the large Aichi Type 99 D3A1 carrier bomber, in Japanese, Kanjo Bakugekiki, referred to by its abbreviated form Kanbaku. These powerful aircraft were notable for their spatted landing gear and graceful elliptical wings. A 2-seat plane, pilot and radio operator, and rear gunner, they were ruggedly constructed to survive the rigors of screaming down at steep angles and high speeds. Their armament was either a 250-kilogram, 550-pound, armor-piercing bomb, or a 242-kilogram, 532-pound, high-explosive weapon. The Japanese had already demonstrated that their pilots were some of the best in the world, capable of hitting fast-moving warships routinely. If the Type 99 had one drawback, it was the weight of its payload. Its opposite number in the U.S. Navy, the SBD Dauntless, was capable of carrying a 1,000-pound bomb. Still, the Type 99 had proven itself a worthy airplane in all theaters of combat and was rightly to be feared for its accuracy. The third major plane in the Navy's carrier inventory was the Nakajima Type 97 B-5N2 carrier attack aircraft, Kanjo Kogekiki, or just Kanko for short. The Type 97 was a dual-role aircraft and could perform both level bombing as well as torpedo attacks. In the first role, it could be armed with up to 800 kilogram, 1,760 pounds, of bombs. In its anti-shipping role, it was armed with a Type 91 torpedo instead. Manned by 3 crewmen, pilot, observer bombardier, radio operator tailgunner, the Type 97 was a solid performer. It was markedly superior to its counterparts in the U.S. Navy in terms of speed, as well as the altitude and speed at which it could release its torpedo. This last advantage was more the function of the ordnance than the plane, as the Japanese Type 91 torpedo was a much more reliable and robust weapon than its American equivalent. In addition to these 3 proven mainstays, Operation MI would also witness the debut of a new carrier aircraft. Soryu had on board her at least 1, and likely 2, prototypes of the much-anticipated successor to the Type 99 dive bomber, the Yokosuka D4Y1 Suisei, Comet. These pre-production models had been modified for reconnaissance work because they had good range and high cruising speed. Having been worked up by 2 of Soryu's Type 99 crews, they were now along in place of 2 of the 18 kanbaku normally carried by the carrier. They would be used in a scouting role if necessary. The basic tactical building block of every aircraft formation was the 3-plane shotai. Led by a shotaicho, the shotai was roughly equivalent to a section or element in a Western Air Force. A shotai typically flew in an inverted V pattern, with the lead aircraft slightly below the 2 trailing aircraft. The formation was looser than the old-style British 3-plane Vic and somewhat more flexible. The Japanese had not yet picked up on the more useful 4-plane formations that now dominated aerial tactics in the European theater and that had already been copied by the Americans. A group of 2 or 3 shotai composed a chutai, equivalent to a division. At the beginning of the Pacific War, all carrier aircraft used a 9-plane chutai organization. However, around March 1942, the Kanko groups had begun shifting over to 6-plane chutai, most likely because it provided more flexible target selection capabilities for the squadron as a whole. Dive bombers, however, still used 9-plane chutai at Midway, as did the fighters. In the case of fighters, the chutai formation was not really used tactically, the Zero pilots reverting to the 3-plane shotai formation during the heat of combat. Bombers, though, tended to maneuver and attack by chutai. The leader of the chutai was typically a lieutenant, designated the buntaicho. The entire ship's establishment of a given type of aircraft was typically composed of 2 or 3 chutai. Each squadron was designated according to the type of plane composing it. Thus, a Kanjo Kogekiki-tai was a torpedo bomber squadron, whereas a Carrier Zero unit was the Kanjo Sentoki-tai, and so on. The squadron was led by the senior buntaicho among the 2 or more buntaicho that served in it. When operating with another carrier's matching kitai, the senior buntaicho among the 2 groups would lead the composite unit. The combination of all 3 on an individual carrier's squadrons resulted in the Hikokitai, or Carrier Air Group. Commanded by either a lieutenant commander or commander, known as the Hikotaicho, the Hikokitai was referred to by the ship's name, for example, Akagi Hikokitai. However, unlike the U.S. Navy, which at this point in the war did not actively employ a tactical organization higher than the individual carrier air group, during the China War the Japanese had taken the concept of massing air power one step further by combining the air establishments of a carrier division, Kokusentai, into a virtual combat organization of its own. To the Japanese, the carrier division, not the individual carrier, was the fundamental operational grouping, and naval air doctrine was centered on combined strikes using these groups. Daiichi Kidobutai had been employing this practice since the beginning of the war, wielding a minimum of 2 and often 3 carrier divisions. Having discussed Japanese aircraft and air unit organization, it is necessary to turn to a brief discussion of Japanese carrier doctrine and organization. Most readers of military history don't understand doctrine, and don't want to because it has no place in the tales of individual soldiers or great military leaders that they are used to. Indeed, doctrine is often seen as an unnecessary encumbrance that loses battles and gets in the way of exercising creative command. This is ironic, in that one of the prevalent goals behind doctrine is the simplification and streamlining of command, precisely so that commanders can fashion appropriate solutions during battle. Much of this disinterest in doctrine, particularly in the United States, stems from 2 factors. The first probably has much to do with the American temperament, which has always placed a premium on allowing talented individuals the freedom to do things their own way. American civilian culture emphasizes individuality and the ability to improvise successfully under challenging circumstances. Along with this comes a unique American mistrust of dogma of any kind, religious, political, or cultural, on top of which is sprinkled a profound societal suspicion of overly professional militaries. Not only that, but doctrine itself is just impossibly dull for the average reader, and isn't noticeably livelier for the professional, for that matter. It is not surprising, therefore, that works on military doctrine have hardly been bestsellers in the United States. The other factor is that few devotees of military history actually know precisely what doctrine is or understand its purpose in battle. Doctrine is just procedures you've got to follow. Yet while it is true that doctrine does contain a mandatory element, this does not satisfactorily answer why militaries have doctrine. It also must be admitted that the basic criticism of amateurs, that doctrine atrophies the ability of commanders to reason critically, contains a kernel of truth. Doctrine does have a potential downside, in that it can stifle creativity if it is applied in an unthinking manner. At its simplest, doctrine is the body of formal knowledge that tells a fighting force how it is expected to fight. Strictly speaking, doctrine is bigger than tactics, in that doctrine encompasses not only the means for actually handling forces in battle, but also augments it with a command structure and communications procedures that ensure that its directives are carried out. Wayne Hughes, whose book on naval tactics is probably the best modern offering in the field, describes doctrine as the intellectual glue that holds tactics together. It is more than what is written in the manual. It is the corpus of guiding principles that warriors believe in and act on. The development of doctrine is the natural imperative of any military trying to rise above the level of being merely an armed mob. It is an essential means by which militaries compensate for the negatives of warfare by building a certain measure of automatic behavior into the organization. Indeed, in the terrible crucible of combat, under the enormous pressures created by mass violence, doctrine is sometimes the only thing that holds forces together and allows them to continue fighting. By setting out a coherent set of tactical goals, units can continue to operate even if the chain of command is disrupted or destroyed. From the perspective of command, doctrine pays dividends in that it allows the commander to focus on the big picture. Leaders can be secure in the knowledge that their forces will, to a certain extent, be able to think for themselves and thereby behave with some manner of predictability. The ability to impose any sort of predictability on the chaos of warfare is a commodity to be treasured. It is for this reason that militaries pour huge amounts of time and money into creating combat doctrine and training their forces to follow it. The Japanese were certainly no different from their foreign contemporaries in this respect. Why does this matter to a study of the Battle of Midway? Because without understanding a Navy's doctrine, how and why it fights the way it does cannot truly be understood. Indeed, a great many retrospective questions along the lines of, "Why didn't Admiral so-and-so just do such and such?" can often be answered because it wasn't part of their doctrine. Going against doctrine is almost always a dicey proposition within a military culture. Doctrinal innovators, even if they win the battle, will still be riddled with second-guessing regarding their approach as if the victory were somehow tainted by heterodoxy. Worse yet awaits the commander who violates doctrine and loses. Unfortunately, for the past 60 years, almost every Western historian who has written on the Battle of Midway has made the assumption that Japanese carriers and naval aviation forces behaved pretty much like their Western counterparts. In fact, in many respects, they did not. The reasons the Japanese operated differently stemmed from a host of factors, starting with cultural and strategic imperatives, but also including technology and warship design. A grounding in Japanese doctrine is, therefore, a prerequisite for evaluating the performance of Nagumo's force during the battle. Fortunately, these principles, although poorly understood in the West until recently, are relatively simple to relate. The fundamental principle that informed all Japanese doctrine was the need to offset the advantages of the United States, an opponent whose industrial base was incomparably stronger than Japan's, and whose navy was mandated by the Washington and London naval treaties to be more powerful. The Japanese were thus caught in the intellectual vise of trying to devise the means to fight the Americans on a geopolitical landscape that guaranteed them fewer military assets at the outset and no hope of procuring long-term economic superiority. The result of these pressures were manifold and affected everything from the formulation of national strategy down to the level of tactics and equipment. In terms of Japanese naval doctrine, there were two chief effects. First, the overriding need to compensate for numerical inferiority resulted in a tactical doctrine that elevated the principle of using coordinated massed firepower to the status of divine law. Likewise, striking first, at longer range, and with more powerful weaponry, was seen as the only possible antidote to American numerical preponderance. This was a rather archetypal quality versus quantity response, and the Japanese pursued this goal with a single-mindedness that would have been laudable had it not been so narrow-minded. Before the war, it was presumed that the likely venue of Japan's superior firepower would be a decisive battle fought in the Western Pacific. Here the Japanese would draw the American battle line to its eventual doom, relying first on coordinated night torpedo attacks delivered from cruisers and destroyers to whittle the American force down to size. Once the American battle line had been damaged and disorganized, a more conventional surface battle would be joined. In that culminating fight, devastating long-range gunfire from the Japanese battle line would complete the victory. It was for this battle that the Japanese Navy trained to the exclusion of almost all else. As is often the case, though, overemphasis on one mission was detrimental to the balance of the force as a whole, as well as its thinking processes. Put simply, Japanese doctrine was warped. It placed an unrealistic emphasis on one type of battle and largely ignored the other traditional missions of great navies: sea control, amphibious power projection, and the protection of the nation's seaborne commerce. The result was that by the late 1930s, Japanese tactical doctrine was an almost Baroque ode to the principle of the offensive. And while it contained many elements that would serve the Japanese well during the first part of the Pacific War, superior night fighting capabilities being a notable example, it was not an honest intellectual basis on which to build a successful war-fighting approach. The second major manifestation of the pressures placed on the Japanese Navy was to be found in its weapons systems. In a certain sense, warships and aircraft can be viewed as physical manifestations of doctrine. This only makes sense. Weapon systems should be designed to operate in the fashion in which a navy as a whole intends to fight. Budgetary pressure and politics being what they are, most designs are usually modified away from the purely doctrinal requirements that spawned them. However, the warships and aircraft of the Japanese Navy as a whole represented a fairly congruent implementation of the Navy's intended approach to fighting a war. Japanese warships emphasized speed and offensive firepower, elements that suited the tactical homogeneity the Japanese always sought. These same general tenets were reflected in the Navy's aircraft, with their preference for range, firepower, and maneuverability. Conversely, Japanese warships placed less importance on structural strength, stability, protection, and damage control. Likewise, Japanese planes were built to dish it out, but weren't really intended to take it. They tended to amplify the advantages of a superbly trained pilot, but neglected the preservation of that pilot's life. Both Japanese ships and aircraft were more suited to a short naval conflict where loss of human capital was less critical. They were not the calling cards of a navy with true staying power. It can be argued that Japan's naval aviation forces were slightly more immune to the creeping orthodoxy that was slowly choking the Navy's ability to think creatively. This had more to do with the newness of naval aviation technology than anything else. By the 1930s, the battleship was a known commodity, a relatively mature technology. Such technologies tend to develop in a more incremental fashion, and their mode of employment is typically well understood. Indeed, apart from the longer range of the weapons, the commander of a battleship at Jutland would not have been impossibly out of his element standing 20 years later on the bridge of Yamato. The aircraft carrier, in contrast, was the Wild West of the world's major navies. It was an immature weapons system, being created in front of everyone's eyes out of whole cloth. Nobody knew how carriers were supposed to fight or how they would be integrated within their respective naval forces. Both the ships and their aircraft were undergoing frantic, almost frightening technological changes, and their capabilities were improving at phenomenal rates. This, in turn, continually opened up new tactical and operational possibilities. Under such circumstances, carrier doctrine was a slate that had to be constantly written, erased, and then rewritten as new technological imperatives outmoded yesterday's beliefs. Not surprisingly, this dynamic environment attracted individuals who were comfortable with a certain degree of ambiguity and who had the ambition to put their stamp on the emerging air arm. Simply put, there was more room for innovation in the area of naval aviation than perhaps anywhere else within the Japanese Navy. However, despite the influence of mavericks like Yamamoto and Genda, naval aviation could not help but be influenced by certain tenets of Japanese naval thought. The principle of delivering integrated, massed firepower against an objective was an idea that flowed naturally out of the gun club and into the carrier force. Mass has always been a cardinal military principle, and it was this desire for mass that ultimately led to the establishment of the world's first true carrier striking force, 1st Air Fleet Daiichi Koku Kantai, in April 1941. The basic idea for this formation had apparently been Genda's. According to him, he had been watching a movie newsreel, wherein the U.S. fleet was briefly featured. There, he had caught a glimpse of the U.S. fleet's Lexington and Saratoga parading in company with Yorktown and Enterprise. To Genda's way of thinking, massing carriers could be used for much more than simply making a good-looking film clip. It suddenly became clear to him that carriers could be grouped for tactical purposes, using hundreds of aircraft to project large bursts of devastating firepower. It took some doing, but eventually Genda persuaded Rear Admiral Ozawa Jisaburo, who in turn went directly to the Navy Minister to ensure the formation of the organization Genda envisioned. 1st Air Fleet's establishment was a truly revolutionary development. For the first time in history, there existed an agglomeration of naval air assets, ships, planes, pilots, and doctrine, that had the potential to create strategically meaningful results on the battlefield. The British and American navies had clearly influenced this development. The Japanese were keenly aware of the British carrier operation against the Italian fleet at Taranto, for instance. But it was the Imperial Navy that first established massed naval air power at an operational level. By doing so, it had moved naval aviation out of its previous scouting raiding role and transformed it into a decisive arm of battle. The attack on Pearl Harbor represented the first clear-cut triumph of this new mode of warfare, and it is a simple statement of fact that in 1941 no other navy in the world could have implemented such a daring aerial assault. Kido Butai alone possessed the combat assets and abilities to do so. Pearl Harbor demonstrated irrefutably that the Imperial Japanese Navy was no longer beholden to the West. It had clearly eclipsed the Royal Navy in terms of naval aviation, and was in some ways more advanced than the U.S. Navy as well. This was particularly true with regards to integrating multiple aircraft carriers into a cohesive fighting force. Massing and coordinating multi-carrier air groups was something that the Japanese did exceedingly well. When employed in this way, Japanese doctrine prescribed attacking targets with groups of aircraft containing elements of all three disciplines: fighters, dive bombers, and carrier attack planes, acting in either a torpedo or level bombing capacity. In multi-division attacks, an entire carrier division would contribute matched air groups to the overall effort, launching both of its dive bomber units, for instance, while a second division would launch its 2 carrier attack bomber units. These 4 squadrons, 70 or more combat aircraft, would be escorted by fighters contributed by all 4 carriers. On follow-up strikes, the air group compositions would be reversed, with the 1st Division sending up its torpedo bombers and the 2nd contributing the dive bombers. The result was that Japanese carriers could launch large, well-balanced strikes against their enemies. To support this favored mode of attack, the Japanese evolved a practice known as deckload spotting, wherein a carrier would launch about half of its air group at any one time, a complete attack unit of some sort, torpedo or dive bombers, and usually a chutai of fighters. With this initial force launched, the carrier would still retain half of its striking power for follow-up operations. This practice probably grew out of the impracticality of launching the carrier's complete air group. Such a group would need to be spotted and launched in 2 separate deck cycles, thus keeping the first half of the strike package waiting in the air over the force and burning precious fuel, while the second portion was spotted and launched, an operation that could take at least half an hour to complete. With a deckload strike, though, the Japanese launched a group that fit comfortably on the flight deck and still had sufficient tactical weight. Indeed, the smaller carriers like Hiryu and Soryu would have had difficulty in spotting a larger force in any case, because their decks would not accommodate the extra aircraft and still leave enough runoff room forward for takeoff. Deckload strikes had worked well for the Japanese thus far in the war because they left little question as to each carrier's contribution and lent themselves well to aggregating aircraft for an initial strike. Interestingly, this practice stood in direct contrast with how the U.S. Navy ran its carriers. U.S. flat-tops could, and occasionally did, send their entire air group aloft, although the complications this introduced into the deck cycles of their carriers would plague them throughout the coming battle. Having worked well for the Japanese, the practice of using deckload strikes was apparently no longer questioned. Herein lies the cardinal issue that any analysis of Japan's options at Midway revolves around. Above all things, the Japanese believed in massing air power, since delivering concentrated firepower at range was considered the most effective way of attacking the enemy. In the words of Ugaki, this concentrated use of carriers has advantages, making it possible to command them so that their movement can be concealed, combined defense against an enemy attack is facilitated, and a combined simultaneous attack can be launched. As a result, Japanese carrier commanders tended to look for tactical solutions that allowed air power to be deployed in an integrated, multi-divisional fashion. The weakness of this approach is apparent to anyone who has studied military affairs, namely, that in combat there are other factors worth considering besides mass, most notably speed. Thus far in the war, the Japanese had never been presented with a situation where the speed of their spotting and launching activities might well be more important than the combat mass delivered thereby. It remained to be seen whether Japanese air doctrine could react appropriately to such circumstances should they arise. As his ships steamed eastward on the 29th, Nagumo took the opportunity of conducting limited air group training. After the battle, Nagumo would be bitter in his assessment of his flyers' deficiencies. Carrier landings, torpedo and bombing attack, air combat, and practically every other index of air group efficiency came in for scathing treatment from Kido Butai's chief. However, upon closer examination, it is likely that these shortcomings were less real than that they were simply sour grapes on the part of Nagumo. There's no question that the carriers of Kido Butai had not had a lot of formal training during the previous 6 months. Torpedo practice, which was typically carried out on well-marked ranges at major bases, was certainly lacking. Training ranges were required because aerial torpedoes were a precious commodity. It was, therefore, important to have the necessary facilities to retrieve, refurbish, and then reissue them to the air units. Yet except for a short sojourn in home waters immediately after Pearl Harbor, and again in May when Kido Butai returned to Japan, the carriers had spent most of their time in remote waters with relatively primitive facilities. Anchorages like Staring Bay were precisely that, a protected place to drop anchor, but hardly bases in the operative sense of the word. There were no torpedo or bomb ranges readily available in these locations. There were also usually no large airfields nearby that could accommodate the air groups from as many as 6 carriers at a time, meaning that even if training was attempted, it could only be done sporadically or in smaller groups. The only large-scale training undertaken before May was around Kendari during late March, in preparation for the raids in the Indian Ocean. During this time, the flyers had drilled in large groups and had sought to implement new tactics learned as a result of battle lessons. It would appear that the Kendari sessions were more than just brush-ups. They were formally intended to maintain and even improve the proficiency of the air units through a brief regimen of intensive training. Thus, when Kido Butai engaged in combat in the Indian Ocean in April, its overall efficiency appears to have been good. Upon returning to the inland sea, the carrier air groups had been split up and sent to various land installations. Akagi's group was at Kagoshima in the extreme southern tip of Japan. Hiryu's was some 80 miles northeast at Tomitaka, near Saiki. Kaga's Hikotai was based about 25 miles southeast of Kagoshima at Kanoya, with Soryu's close by at Kasanohara. Some of the bomber leaders were sent to Iwakuni, located just west of Hiroshima. Even with this distribution, the majority of the aircraft were within 80 miles of each other, which was a fairly easy distance as far as coordinating group exercises was concerned. It is true that the training undergone by the air units immediately before Midway was not satisfactory in all respects. For one thing, the majority of the carrier training had to occur on Kaga, because the other 3 carriers were in and out of dry dock and provisioning at Kure during this time. As a result, the majority of the exercises necessarily had to be done from the land bases, because Kaga could only handle a limited number of aircraft during this time. However, the bottom line was that Kido Butai was still a very proficient force. The intensive workups before Pearl Harbor had already honed these men to a high degree of readiness, and despite the operational losses and transfers that had occurred since then, there were still a very large number of these senior aviators left. Thus, Nagumo's comments regarding the bare margin of proficiency of his young flyers in such basics as carrier landings seem a bit disingenuous, because by and large these were the same men who had been performing carrier landings routinely for the last 6 months in combat conditions. Because of Kido Butai's heavy schedule, all of its aircraft had been constantly in use: fighters for combat air patrol, dive bombers for ASW patrols, and Kanko for long-range scouting around the fleet, meaning that stick time for the pilots was hardly a problem. Nagumo's comments regarding his aviators are further laid bare by a detailed examination of the composition of his air group personnel in June 1942. Fully 70% of the pilots in Kido Butai's 4 dive bomber units were Pearl Harbor veterans. The situation in the Kanko groups was even better, with 85% of the pilots being Pearl Harbor alumni. Every single pilot in Akagi's Kankotai had been with the ship in December 1941. Furthermore, many of the new pilots in the air groups were senior petty officers who had most likely been culled out of shoreside training commands and other billets. Thus, even the replacement aviators very often also were experienced men. Furthermore, they had been introduced into the air units in dribs and drabs over the course of the previous 6 months, meaning that they had had plenty of time to adjust to their units and get to know their shipmates. It is true that the air crews may have been employing their weapons less frequently, particularly their torpedoes. For instance, it is unlikely that any of Cardiv 1's or 2's Kanko squadrons had dropped a torpedo in anger against an enemy target since Pearl Harbor. It is possible, therefore, that torpedo proficiency in the Kankotai may have been reduced, yet this was but one index of air group readiness. And in a broader sense, the evidence seems to indicate that the air crews still retained proficiency in the employment of their ordnance. In the Indian Ocean, the dive bombers had demonstrated on 2 separate occasions that they were perfectly capable of attacking fast-moving warships. Even the relatively junior carriers of Cardiv 5 had performed credibly during the recent battles in the Coral Sea. It is hard, therefore, to discredit the quality of the aviators in any of Japan's fleet carrier divisions at this point in the war. Thus, in the final analysis, the comments in Nagumo's report must be taken with a large grain of salt. A much more clear-cut problem was the number of planes in Nagumo's air groups. The truth was that when it came to aircraft complements throughout the fleet, things weren't just fraying around the edges, they were downright awful. The Pearl Harbor operation had resulted in aircraft being stripped from other units to beef up Kido Butai. After the operation had concluded, some of those units had been returned, but many of the smaller carriers were still little better than paper tigers. These flat tops were flying fewer aircraft than they could carry, and in several cases were being forced to use planes that weren't fit for front-line service. Japan had not started the war at a running start in terms of aircraft production either. Of the major manufacturers devoted to carrier aircraft production, Mitsubishi, Nakajima, and Aichi, only Mitsubishi's fighter line was running well. Rumor in the fleet had it that there were production problems back at the other 2 because carrier attack aircraft in particular were in short supply. In fact, Nakajima had stopped production of the Type 97 altogether in anticipation of fielding the new Tenzan torpedo bomber, and had to be asked to restart production to meet war needs. Aichi, the builder of the D-3A Type 99 dive bomber, was in the same position. It was focusing all of its efforts on ironing out the production issues associated with the new D-4Y and was neglecting production of the older platform. Consequently, by the middle of 1942, production of carrier bombers and attack aircraft had temporarily ground to a near halt and was completely insufficient to replace ongoing combat and operational losses. Japan would produce just 56 carrier attack aircraft during all of 1942, a pathetically low figure. Thus, even though Japan had won a string of stunning victories and its combat losses had been extraordinarily light for the territory it had gained, Japan's aircraft industry was not keeping up with even these modest demands. The result was a dramatic shortage of aircraft making their way to the fleet. Here, at the edge of the sword in Nagumo's own force, the effects were obvious. When the war had opened, Kido Butai's air groups had been full strength, although without as many spare aircraft as would have been optimal. But by June 1942 the situation had deteriorated. At the time of Pearl Harbor, Akagi had carried 66 aircraft. Now she had just 54. Kaga had been cut from 75 to 63. Soryu and Hiryu had come down from 63 apiece to 54 apiece. Nominally, each squadron, fighter, bomber, and torpedo bomber, should have been allotted 3 spare aircraft for a total of 9 per ship. None were now carried by any ship in Kido Butai, and Kaga was the only ship that still retained an oversized squadron of 27 torpedo bombers. The rest of the ships were all operating 18 aircraft squadrons with no spares. In a nutshell, each of the Kido Butai carriers had suffered a 16% decrease in their fighting power since December. Any casualties to the operating air groups, even damaged aircraft, would immediately impact the tactical cohesion of the air units, since there were no spare aircraft to feed into the formations. However, in addition to the organic air strength of the carriers themselves, Kido Butai also had guests along for the operation. Each carrier in the force was ferrying Zeros of the 6th Air Group, 6th Kokutai, often abbreviated simply as 6th Ku, which were intended as the future garrison of Midway. 12 of these fighters were on board Junyo with the 2nd Carrier Striking Force, but the remainder were assigned to Nagumo's carriers. Akagi carried 6, spacious Kaga hosted 9, and Hiryu and Soryu carried 3 apiece. These aircraft were stowed fully assembled because the reduction in Kido Butai's own air groups had made space available in the hangars. The 6th Ku aviators had been welcomed warmly. Some of them were carrier-qualified pilots who could participate in combat activities in a pinch. Nagumo thus had a grand total of 248 aircraft aboard his ships. By way of comparison, Kido Butai's 6 carriers had brought around 412 aircraft to the Pearl Harbor operation. Nagumo was thus fighting the decisive battle with only 60% of the air power he might reasonably have expected to use as recently as May. If the aircraft situation was threadbare in the front-line carriers, it was far worse in the second-line carrier divisions. They were scraping up pilots and aircraft in any way they could to try and cobble together air groups, yet in most cases were falling short. Junyo's case is illustrative. Recently commissioned, she was designed to carry 54 aircraft. Her dive bomber group seems to have been reasonably intact and was composed of 15 Type 99 aircraft. Her fighter group, however, was another matter. It was still in the midst of being activated and was in complete disarray. 12 of the 18 Zeros on board ship were actually aircraft from the 6th Ku. Yet 6th Ku was itself 3 planes and several pilots short of its nominal 36-plane establishment, the remaining 21 aircraft being with Nagumo. Not only that, but 6th Ku apparently didn't have enough aviators to man its own aircraft. Nor could Junyo's aviators fill all the gaps. Indeed, Junyo's air group for the battle contained only 5 of its own pilots. The remainder were 4 6th Ku pilots, a trio of aviators, one of whom was fresh out of flight school, on temporary attached duty, TAD, from Shokaku, and 2 more TAD flyers from Ryujo. At the same time, though, Junyo had sent one of her own fighter pilots, TAD, over to Soryu. Taken together, this meant that Junyo probably only carried 33 aircraft into battle. The point to be made is obvious. Not only was Junyo under strength, but also her fighter group at least was composed of men who did not know each other and who had never exercised together even once. The same was true for all the second-line carriers. Ryujo was carrying 30 aircraft of her 48 nominal. Zuiho, 24 out of 30, and Hosho a mere 8 obsolete biplanes. In a word, after 6 months of war, the Japanese carrier force was tired. It needed rest, refit, and replenishment of its air groups. It needed additional training. Above all, it needed time for the anemic Japanese aircraft industry to catch up to the demands of a full-scale war. For a navy supposedly on the top of its game, the air groups were going into the decisive battle in a decidedly shabby fashion, fatigued and desperately short of aircraft. Yet the men were counting on playing the same game they had played against the Allies for the first 6 months of the conflict, using their own superb aviators against inferior enemy pilots and planes. It had always worked before, why not now as well? The problem, as some of the men must have suspected, was that they might be going back to the well once too often and with too small a bucket. After 29 May, the Japanese air groups did not participate in any further training. The Hikotai, other than patrol aircraft from the duty carriers, were stood down for final maintenance. The weather had been good for the first several days, and the eastward passage had been generally bland and unhurried. But as 1 June wore away, the weather began to turn, and Nagumo's force headed into hurrying clouds and a gray overcast. 6. Fog and final preparations. An observer hovering high over Midway on the morning of 2 June 1942 would have beheld a fascinating sight. Swarming over the horizon to the west and northwest were numerous Japanese naval task forces, most of which were converging on the tiny atoll below. Foremost among these was Nagumo's task force, followed at a distance of several hundred miles by Yamamoto's main body. The Aleutians forces were already headed into the seemingly never-ending fog and overcast that surrounded their objectives. Almost due west of Midway, Tanaka's invasion force was flanked by Kondo and Kurita's battle groups. Ahead of them, the individual submarines of the cordon lines were picking their way toward their posts in solitary stealth. As far as the Japanese could tell, despite Nagumo's late departure, all was still going according to Yamamoto's design. Yet a further glance over the shoulder would have revealed a shocking sight. 3 American carriers, Enterprise, Hornet, and Yorktown, had already sailed from Pearl Harbor and were even now poised for battle to the northeast of Midway. The events that led to the disclosure of Japan's designs at Midway to the enemy need only a brief retelling here. Just as American cryptographic prowess had allowed the U.S. Navy to thwart Inoue's thrust into the Coral Sea, so too it had revealed Yamamoto's intentions concerning Midway. As a result, Admiral Chester W. Nimitz was given enough warning, just barely, to assemble his forces in time to defend the island. It was a near-run thing, but the Americans showed great ingenuity and determination in using their more limited assets to the greatest possible effect. Nimitz had no clear idea as to Japanese intentions until very late in the game. It was not until 9 May that American intelligence began suspecting that operations might be afoot in the Central Pacific, perhaps in the form of a raid against Hawaii. Around the same time, the American code-breaking station in Hawaii, known as HIPO, became aware of a forthcoming campaign that would demand the services of many battleships, carriers, and screening destroyers. Furthermore, after the mysterious operation, these forces were going to be reassembled at Saipan, which in turn indicated that the preceding operation would occur in the Central Pacific. At the same time, traffic analysis was recording an increase in message traffic between Akagi and subordinate commands like BAT-Div 3. In the eyes of HIPO, Midway became the logical place for such an operation. Nimitz himself was playing a dangerous game with his own superior, the demanding Admiral Ernest J. King, Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Fleet. King remained nervous about a renewed Japanese offensive in the South Pacific, which his own intelligence chiefs were convinced remained the main objective of the Imperial Navy. Even before the Battle of Coral Sea, he had ordered Nimitz to commit Enterprise and Hornet to the region. Now, with Lexington sunk and Yorktown damaged, he wanted to keep them there. Nimitz, however, had confidence in the analysis of his intelligence staff and was determined to bring his carriers back to Pearl. In a daring move, Nimitz ordered Vice Admiral William Halsey, in an eyes-only communique to the latter aboard Enterprise, to deliberately expose his force to the Japanese. On the morning of 17 May, Task Force 16 was sighted by a Japanese flying boat operating out of Tulagi. Hypo duly intercepted Japanese messages, raising the alarm about American carriers, allowing Nimitz to use Halsey's manufactured sighting as reason to cancel his current mission and order Enterprise and Hornet back to Hawaii. Meanwhile, Nimitz and Hypo still needed a breakthrough that would definitely confirm Midway as Japan's near-term objective. Nimitz's cryptographers devised an ingenious stratagem to divine the location of the attack. On 19 May, on instructions from Hypo, Midway's radio station broadcast in clear that the island's desalinization plant had broken down. Just 1 day later, the Americans broke a Japanese message giving the objective's call sign, MI, and indicating that a watership should accompany the occupation forces. The Americans now definitely knew that Midway was the target of the forthcoming Japanese offensive. While the timing of the operation was still in doubt, the first cornerstone of Yamamoto's plan, the element of strategic surprise, had been irretrievably lost. Another of Yamamoto's fundamental assumptions, that the U.S. Navy would need to be coaxed into battle, was erroneous as well. In fact, Nimitz was spoiling for a fight. His beliefs mirrored Yamamoto's in at least one regard. The most effective way to win the war was to bring the enemy's carriers to battle and defeat them. Nimitz's willingness to fight rested on two assumptions. First, he was convinced that his commanders and crewmen, as demonstrated in the Coral Sea battles, were the match of their Japanese opposite numbers. Second, Nimitz believed that his advantage in strategic intelligence would allow his forces to ambush Kido Butai. Now his only problem was finding the necessary numbers of carriers. Hypo's estimates indicated that the Japanese would launch their attack with 4 or 5 flat tops, probably operating in 2 groups. Nimitz had to figure out how to roughly match their numbers. The U.S. Navy had begun the war with 7 carriers. One of these, Ranger, was no longer deemed fit for frontline service. This left 6 fleet units: Lexington, Saratoga, Yorktown, Enterprise, Hornet, and Wasp. The Lexington had been sunk at the Battle of Coral Sea. Wasp was currently engaged in the Mediterranean, ferrying British Spitfires to Malta, although she had been ordered to move to the Pacific immediately thereafter. Saratoga, having been torpedoed by a Japanese submarine on 11 January, had been repairing and refitting on the west coast, and as of the end of May was still furiously putting together her air group and collecting enough escorts to sail. She would not be able to reach Pearl Harbor until 7 June. American intelligence estimates had the Japanese opening operations against Midway as early as 2 June, meaning that their own carriers would need to be in position off the island by the 1st. Saratoga was therefore out of the picture. This left the Yorktown-class carriers available to contest Japanese moves. Unfortunately, Yorktown herself had been badly damaged by bombs during the same battle that had claimed the Lexington at Coral Sea. Trailing a slick of oil from storage tanks that had been cracked as a result of a near miss, she had limped back to Pearl Harbor, arriving the same day Nagumo had sortied. Yet her presence in the coming Midway operation was absolutely vital. Although Nimitz was willing to do it, he knew that pitting just 2 American carriers against 4 of their Japanese opposite numbers was an extremely risky proposition, even with Midway-based aircraft backing them up. But with the addition of a 3rd flight deck, the U.S. Navy could match the Japanese in total numbers of aircraft. It was essential that Yorktown be returned to working order as soon as possible. In contrast with the Japanese lack of urgency about getting Zuikaku back into action, the Americans had moved heaven and earth on Yorktown's behalf. Returning to Pearl Harbor on 27 May, she had first entered the repair basin, where 1,400 workmen had clambered on board and gotten to work. She was then into dry dock on the 28th. Realistically, Yorktown needed a 3-month refit. Instead, she would receive slightly more than 48 hours of emergency repairs. It was an all-hands-around-the-clock effort, with some of the personnel simply working straight through without sleep. At the same time, Yorktown received replacements of 3 of her squadrons. Saratoga's Bombing 3, VB-3, took the place of Yorktown's Scouting 5, VS-5, which had suffered heavy casualties at Coral Sea. Likewise, Fighting 3 largely replaced VF-42, and Torpedo 3 replaced VT-5. The fact that the Americans could insert replacement air groups into a carrier that they had never served aboard, while the Japanese hadn't even attempted a similar operation with the surviving aircraft from Shokaku that had already been sitting in Zuikaku, gives testimony to the superior organizational skills that the U.S. Navy was already beginning to draw upon in the conflict. By 0900, on 30 May, Yorktown headed back to sea, forming the core of American Task Force 17. She carried 76 aircraft, 25 F-4F fighters, 37 SBD dive bombers, and 14 TBD torpedo bombers. With Yorktown went 2 heavy cruisers, Astoria and Portland, and 5 destroyers, Hammond, Hughes, Morris, Anderson, and Russell. Yorktown's 2 sister ships, Enterprise and Hornet, had sortied the day before as Task Force 16. Enterprise carried 78 aircraft, 27 F-4F fighters, 37 SBD dive bombers, and 14 TBD torpedo bombers. Hornet carried 77, 27 F-4F fighters, 35 SBD dive bombers, and 15 TBD torpedo bombers. Around them were the heavy cruisers New Orleans, Minneapolis, Vincennes, Northampton, and Pensacola, and the brand-new light cruiser Atlanta. A screen of 9 destroyers, Phelps, Worden, Monaghan, Alwyn, Balch, Coningham, Benham, Ellett, and Maury, completed the force. Rear Admiral Frank Jack Fletcher, flying his flag in Yorktown, would have tactical command of the carrier striking forces as well as direct control over TF-17. He was a veteran of much action already in the war, having been at sea since the commencement of hostilities. Fletcher was a careful commander, and certainly somewhat more cautious than his counterpart Halsey. He had been taught some lessons in this regard at the Battle of Coral Sea just prior. Much like Admiral Takagi, the American commander had struck an aggressive blow against what he presumed to be the main Japanese task force, only to discover that he had launched an all-out attack against the light carrier Shoho. While sinking her was useful, it had been something of a waste and had left Fletcher's own forces exposed. It was an error he did not intend to repeat. By rights, Fletcher's senior officer in Task Force 16 should have been Vice Admiral Halsey, who had commanded the forces centered on Enterprise since the beginning of the war. However, Halsey had recently contracted shingles, making it impossible for him to sleep. As a result, upon returning to Pearl, he was immediately placed on medical leave, leaving a gap in the command structure. Nimitz asked Halsey for his recommendation for a replacement, and to Nimitz's great surprise, he nominated his cruiser commander, Rear Admiral Raymond A. Spruance. Spruance was not a carrier man and had never commanded a mixed task force before. Nevertheless, Halsey had such complete confidence in his abilities that Nimitz was persuaded that Spruance would make a sound choice. It is ironic that the hot-tempered and profane Halsey had such utter faith in a man so completely his opposite. Spruance was a very cool customer. A man defined almost totally by his intellect, he was articulate, careful, methodical, and extremely attentive to detail. Upon assuming command of Task Force 16, he wasn't overawed by his own lack of knowledge regarding naval aviation, But he also had the intellectual honesty to be aware of his shortcomings, and he took rapid steps to fill in the gaps. As events were to prove, he was also aggressive, calculating, and a commander who would not panic in adversity. Altogether, the American carriers brought 233 aircraft to the fight, just 15 fewer than Nagumo's carrier force. However, the American carriers had much less experience in joint operations than did the Japanese. Furthermore, Task Force 16 and 17 intended to fight separately, often out of eyesight of each other, making coordination problematic. It was hoped, however, that dispersal would make it more difficult for the Japanese to detect and attack all of the American carriers simultaneously. Nimitz had not been idle in reinforcing Midway's own air strength. Commanded by Captain Cyril T. Simmerd, Midway was currently operating 4 squadrons composed of 31 PBY Catalina patrol planes. These planes were aggressively pushing reconnaissance flights out to 700 miles from the atoll. By 4 June, Eastern Island's airstrip was stuffed to the rafters with another 96 aircraft of all sorts, including Navy, Marine Corps, and Army Air Force attack planes. There was a squadron of 17 B-17 heavy bombers, as well as a foursome of B-26 medium bombers fitted for carrying torpedoes. The Marines had contributed a squadron of 21 old Brewster F-2A Buffalo fighters and 7 F-4F Wildcats, and a squadron of 19 SBD dive bombers and 21 older SB-2U scout bombers. The Navy brought in a detachment of 6 brand-new TBF torpedo planes and a light utility plane. In all, 127 U.S. aircraft were temporarily calling Midway home. The increase in the numbers and range of patrols, as well as the much larger air group at the base, meant that by 1 June the base's aviation fuel consumption had exploded to 65,000 gallons daily, against a total of about 150,000 gallons of avgas storage on the island. Keeping the air station supplied with fuel was quickly becoming a problem. Nimitz placed his forces brilliantly, ordering Fletcher to hold his carriers some 300 miles to the northeast of Kido Butai's anticipated axis of advance. From this otherwise indistinguishable spot of ocean, named Point Luck, 32 north, 173 west, his carriers would be in a position to ambush the Japanese after the enemy launched their aircraft against Midway. By steering clear of the waters south of the island, he was well positioned to avoid any possible entanglements with the various advancing Japanese formations. Here, the Americans were more exposed to attack, but they were also in a better position to launch their own surprise assault on the Japanese flank. Nimitz didn't know the exact composition of the enemy forces, but he was confident that he could give battle under favorable terms as long as he retained the element of surprise. He had also deployed a strong group of 12 American fleet boats around Midway itself, which would hopefully weaken any Japanese force and open it up to attack. Despite the boldness of his plan, Nimitz felt no need for a do-or-die effort in defense of the atoll. He expected his carrier admirals to attack aggressively but judiciously, seeking opportunities to inflict maximum damage at the minimum cost in what was termed strong attritional tactics. Under no circumstances were the carriers to be sacrificed unnecessarily. If the situation became untenable, they were to back off and let the Japanese attempt an invasion. Nimitz understood the logistical situation of the atoll better than the Japanese did themselves, knowing that he would be in a better position to retake the islands than the Japanese would be to defend it. As a result, preserving the 3 American flight decks was more important than preserving the Marine garrison there. However, the Marines had taken their own measures to ensure that if it ever came to a fight, they would be able to face the Japanese on the best terms possible. Their 6th Defense Battalion, under the energetic leadership of Colonel Harold D. Shannon, had been stiffened by the addition of 2 companies of elite Marine raiders. A platoon of light tanks had been sequestered in the tiny pine forest at the center of Sand Island. The men had engaged in a frenzy of defensive preparations, digging multiple lines of emplacements, hardening heavy weapon sites, and clearing fields to fire across the beaches. They had laid thickets of barbed wire around their perimeters and entrenched their communications lines. And they had improvised an array of lethal explosive booby traps and mines to strew across the beaches and landing approaches. Midway's 2 islands now bristled with defenses. Even a heavily supported Japanese landing would have found the going very difficult. Thus, by 1 June, after weeks of frantic work, everything was coming together for the Americans. The same was hardly true of the Japanese. Indeed, an omniscient observer would also have noticed that, by this time, the Japanese strategic scouting plan for Operation MI had fallen completely to pieces. The submarine cordon lines, upon which Nagumo was counting for early warning of northward advancing Americans, were tardy in taking their positions, having left Kwajalein late. But even had they left on time, they would have missed the American carriers. By the time Cordon A and B were established, the Americans had already slipped past it. The reasons for the failure of the submarine picket lines, which were not properly understood until after the war, verge on the scandalous. The commander of 6th Fleet, Japan's submarine forces, was Vice Admiral Marquis Komatsu Torohisa, the cousin of the Empress of Japan and a close personal friend of Emperor Hirohito. The Marquis was a great fan of Yamamoto's, and had such confidence in the Midway operation that, in his opinion, the battle was as good as won. So much so, in fact, that he was already preoccupied with follow-up plans to attack the Panama Canal and terrorize California. He thus paid little attention to the nuts and bolts of the deployment against Midway. While he was supposed to be at the staff planning sessions held on board Yamato, Komatsu did not attend, sending his staff instead. Furthermore, according to Gordon Prang, the submarine cordon details never appeared in the official orders for Operation MI. Writing up the submarine portion of such orders was a normal responsibility of Commander Arima Takayasu, Yamamoto's submarine officer. But for some reason, Captain Kuroshima told Arima that he had no need to do so. This rather incredible oversight meant that the Japanese boats were committed to action without a workable operational plan. Furthermore, the boats that were tasked for the operation, the older vessels of Subron 5, were far from ideal for the mission. None of them could dive safely past 200 feet, and all of them were under refit during the April-May period with the intent of being shortly moved into the reserve fleet and relegated to training purposes. Not surprisingly, Commander Iura Shojiro of Naval GHQ's submarine staff protested to Admiral Fukudome that the boats were too slow and balky to get on station in a timely manner, nor could they cope with air attacks and patrols once they got there. His protests fell on deaf ears. As matters developed, Iura was completely correct in his estimation of Subron 5's weaknesses. Their overhauls took too long, and the boats were late in leaving Kwajalein, departing between 26 and 30 May. Worse yet, the long daylight hours, coupled with intensifying American patrol activity, meant that the boats had only limited time during the night to transit on the surface. During the days, they were often forced to dive to avoid Catalinas, creeping forward submerged as best they could. The result was that while the boats were scheduled to be in place by 1 June local, some of them didn't reach their stations until 3 June, by which time the American carriers had already passed through. Had the American task forces been sighted in the vicinity, Yamamoto and Nagumo would have had both actionable information and the time to make last-minute adjustments to their operational plans. As it was, they received neither. This would have been bad enough, but even worse was the fact that Admiral Komatsu was fully aware that his force had taken up their stations late, but did not relay this up the chain of command. On or about 3 June, Komatsu notified Admiral Yamamoto of the failure of Operation K, described shortly. However, he did not call Yamamoto's attention to the fact that his picket submarines had arrived late on station. Obviously, this was a serious oversight, if oversight it was. The net result was that not only did Yamamoto and Nagumo not know whether the American carriers had sortied toward Midway or not, they weren't even aware that they didn't know. In fact, they didn't know that there was any problem with their scouting arrangements at all. It would appear that because of Komatsu's membership in the imperial family, he was never held to account for this crucial failure. As one observer later noted, Japanese historians in later years would allude to the event only obliquely, and American historians would necessarily follow the lead of the Japanese. One example of such an oblique reference is supplied by Admiral Ugaki, who remarked after the battle in his diary that, "We failed to make good use of subs in reconnaissance," despite having ordered the cordons in place to prevent the very sort of ambush that in fact occurred. Komatsu's oversights, though, might have been made good if the Japanese were willing to put some of the other pieces of the puzzle together. Indeed, as the Japanese advanced, they began receiving evidence that the Americans were wise to at least some of Yamamoto's initial deployments. On 30 May, shortly after Admiral Tanaka's invasion force sortied from Saipan, an American submarine dead ahead had been overheard broadcasting a long coded message of an urgent nature. Given that Tanaka's force was on course almost directly for its ultimate objective, it would not take much for the Americans to figure out where he was headed. In addition, the Japanese had noted via radio intercepts that an increased number of American submarines were operating in the mid-Pacific and Aleutians. Closer to the battle area, Operation K, the seaplane scouting effort aimed at assessing the status of Pearl Harbor, had to be aborted on the 31st. One of the Japanese refueling subs, the I-121, approaching French frigate shoals on the 27th, had found that the previously isolated islet had now become the abode of an American seaplane tender and her destroyer consort. The Japanese submarine was shortly joined by her sister, I-123, but the Americans showed no signs of departing. On the 30th, I-123 reluctantly radioed headquarters at Kwajalein regarding the setback. Operation K was postponed for 24 hours in the vain hope that the Americans would move on the following day. However, the next morning American flying boats were now seen moored in the lagoon. French frigate Shoals was clearly an operational American seaplane base. Attacking their ships would only bring attention to the area, but without them gone, there was no way that the huge Kawanishi flying boats could refuel. Operation K had to be scrubbed, thus depriving Nagumo of any intelligence regarding the Americans' main fleet base. Submarine I-168, meanwhile, had been scouting Midway itself. Her captain, Lieutenant Commander Tanabe Yahachi, submitted a comprehensive report on 2 June concerning the activities he had observed there. The atoll was mounting an average of nearly 100 flights daily. The seaplanes were gone much of the daylight hours, meaning that they were patrolling aggressively out to great distances. At night, blazing work lights indicated that construction was proceeding around the clock. Midway did not appear to be a sleepy backwater, unaware of its approaching fate. On the contrary, the atoll had every appearance of an outpost doubly on its guard. Commander Tanabe's reports were duly sent up the chain of command, but apparently didn't make much of an impression. Japanese radio intercept stations in Japan, Truk and Saipan, had also noticed that American radio traffic emanating from Hawaii was up. Additionally, many of the orders being sent by Nimitz to his subordinates were tagged urgent. Taken together, Japanese traffic analysis seemed to indicate that American heavy forces were probably operating at sea rather than sitting in Pearl Harbor. The question is, how much of this information actually came into Nagumo's hands as he sailed toward battle, and did he act on it? The conventional wisdom, as promulgated by Fuchida Mitsuo's post-war account, Midway, the Battle That Doomed Japan, is that Nagumo was completely in the dark regarding all of these matters, except the failure of Operation K. Nagumo's own report states flatly that the Americans were not aware of Japanese plans and that his forces were not discovered until the morning of 5 June, 4 June Midway time. Fuchida blamed this failure in part on Combined Fleet Staff's decision on board Yamato to not transmit information forward to Nagumo, and also on Akagi's poor communications capabilities, resulting from her allegedly small island and limited number of radio aerials. However, neither of these excuses really stands up to scrutiny. First of all, Akagi's problems with communications, if there were any, likely had less to do with the number or quality of her aerials than it did with her height above the surface of the ocean. All Japanese carriers suffered from this problem, in that they had relatively small bridge structures and mainmasts. Consequently, there were few places high in the ship to place an aerial, which in turn explains their location on the sides of the flight decks. When flight operations were underway, they were cranked into their horizontal positions, away from the flight deck and any potential accidents, thus lowering them further and hampering their use for communications. This was a known weakness of making an aircraft carrier a flagship, yet the Japanese accepted these drawbacks to exercise better local control over the task force's various air groups. However, despite these shortcomings, it is equally clear that Kido Butai's communications did not rely solely on Akagi's equipment. The Japanese communications plan for Midway called for each ship's wireless receivers to be continuously manned and tuned to the broadcast of the 1st Communications Unit in Tokyo, which was responsible for relaying all messages received from units of Combined Fleet back out to the forces at sea. Each of Nagumo's 20 ships, plus the 6 ships of the supply unit, were thus continuously on the alert for communications from Tokyo, and would relay such information first to their respective unit flagships and then on up to the force flagship, Akagi, as the need arose. In addition to listening for Tokyo's broadcasts, every vessel in Kido Butai that had sufficient receivers was also listening to enemy frequencies, hoping to intercept enemy aircraft and submarine transmissions. This latter function was the responsibility of each ship's radio direction finding, RDF, unit, such equipment being carried by all of the larger ships. Both Haruna and Kirishima had communications facilities befitting a capital ship, including radio aerials mounted high atop their towering mainmasts. It is known that one of Bat-Div 3's vessels, most likely Haruna, was officially designated as a backup battle force communications facility in the event of an emergency. The brand-new cruisers, Tone and Chikuma, also had quite modern facilities. Even old Nagara's RDF and radio outfit had been upgraded in 1936. All in all, Kido Butai seems to have been well equipped to receive instructions from either Tokyo or Combined Fleet Headquarters, Yamato. It also mounted adequate equipment for intercepting and localizing enemy radio transmissions. Indeed, the overall problem with Japanese communications had less to do with their inability to receive information than it did with Japanese emphasis on radio silence, as well as commanders' tendencies to gloss over or equivocate regarding transmitting bad news. Without a willingness to evaluate and act on information, all the radio equipment in the world wasn't going to help Nagumo. The radio reports surrounding the failure of Operation K illustrate how the system was supposed to work. I-123's messages regarding French frigate shoals were broadcast upward to her headquarters at 6th Fleet in Kwajalein. Kwajalein, in turn, was required to keep Saipan, Truk, Wake, Combined Fleet HQ at sea, and, most important, the 1st Communications Unit at Tokyo in the loop. 1st Communications Unit was then responsible for rebroadcasting pertinent information back out to the various fleet commands. This is exactly what happened on the 31st with I-123's reports. Both Fuchida and Ugaki acknowledge in their accounts that the main body received these messages. In other words, the system, with its very centralized control of communication, was working. it was successfully passing information from low-level units up the chain of communications and then back out to the various commands, although it is unclear whether Yamato received I-123's initial message, Sixth Fleet's report of the incident to Tokyo, First Communications Unit's rebroadcast, or some mixture of these three sources. I-168's report on the 2nd regarding enemy activity at Midway was similarly received on Yamato. It is true that even with modern facilities, Kido Butai might well have suffered a communications breakdown. Merely having radios tuned to the right frequency was no guarantee that Nagumo was actually receiving the information he needed. Indeed, such failures plagued both the Japanese and Americans during the early portions of the war. However, Akagi's Air Group report provides compelling evidence that the Admiral and his staff were much better informed on the matter of American activities than the common wisdom would have us believe. Akagi's report specifically notes increased patrolling by American aircraft operating out of Midway starting around 29 May. It also cites the increased presence of enemy submarines whose goal was, apparently, reconnoitering the Japanese forces. Crucially, both of these items were described as having been derived from either radio intelligence and/or Japanese reconnaissance aircraft. More important, the report further indicates that, according to Naval General Staff Service Message Radio Intelligence of 31 May, for the last several days there has been a tendency for the number of enemy vessels participating in the Pacific Air Base Communications System and the General Ships Communications System centered at Honolulu to increase. Several aspects of Akagi's report bear elaboration. First, it is specific that the information in hand had been derived from other units, not Kido Butai. Second, the fact that it describes the conditions of the enemy on both 29 and 31 May means that this information was received by Akagi after she sailed from Hashirajima. If so, then she had to have received messages from the First Communications Unit. Ugaki's diary makes mention of the very same data being received on board Yamato on the 29th as well, indicating that Akagi and Nagumo were receiving Tokyo's transmissions just fine. Finally, the fact that Akagi's report describes these three pieces of intelligence information under the heading of enemy situation before the battle clearly implies that Nagumo had received this data prior to the engagement. The matter of the transmitting American submarine off of Saipan is interesting as well. Fuchida's account asserts that it was the radio intercept unit aboard Yamato that detected the American boat. However, Admiral Ugaki, who was actually on board Yamato at the time, mentions only that the submarine's messages had been intercepted, not by whom. Given the proximity of land-based radio equipment at the fleet base at Saipan, and the fact that Yamato had barely cleared the coast of Japan at the time the intercept was made, it would appear much more likely that Yamato's interception, if it occurred at all, was merely a supplement to a detection by Saipan's own RDF unit. Such a radio intercept would have been communicated directly to Tokyo by the 5th Communications Unit at Saipan, and thence back out to the fleet, where Nagumo would likely have received it as well. In sum, it appears likely that Nagumo was less in the dark about the Americans' alertness than has been believed. If he did not have the complete puzzle in hand, he at least had a number of the important pieces. Taking Akagi's report at face value, Nagumo should have known three things. First, that American patrol aircraft out of Midway were operating far afield, and that the risk of detection was high. This placed the invasion forces to his south at particular risk, because Nagumo's tardy departure had, in essence, placed Tanaka one day ahead of where he should have been relative to Kido Butai. This in turn meant that Nagumo could not count on the timing of the battle unfolding as planned. Second, given the increase in enemy signal traffic, it was likely that the American fleet carriers were engaged in urgent operations somewhere in the Pacific. Third, With the failure of Operation K, he was now completely devoid of any credible intelligence on the enemy's strength and movements. The American carriers could literally be anywhere. Given no clear-cut evidence for either an optimistic or pessimistic estimate of the enemy's dispositions, a prudent commander should have planned for the worst case. The question is, why did he apparently not bother to recast his plans? At the very least, why did he not make arrangements to beef up his scouting assets so as to completely assure himself that there would be no surprises? There are a number of explanations for this. The first probably hinges on the lack of any direct information from Komatsu's tardy submarine picket line. Another factor is the general contempt in which the American forces were held at this time by the Japanese. Despite the setback at Coral Sea, the fact remained that the Japanese had reeled off an almost unbroken string of victories in the first 6 months of the war. Tired air groups and aviators notwithstanding, the Japanese, and especially the members of Combined Fleet staff, believed that they were better than the Americans, no matter where, when, or under what circumstances they met. Admiral Ugaki, commenting on the possibility of Tanaka's transport force having been detected sooner than planned off Saipan, remarked in his diary that its premature discovery might lead to a showdown with the enemy force, which is rather welcome. Such an attitude of supreme confidence bespoke the general attitude throughout the fleet. Simply showing up was apparently all that was required for Nagumo to secure the victory. Whatever his faults, though, Nagumo does not come across as an arrogant man, nor does he seem to have been rash, as the following anecdote illustrates. Following the return of Kido Butai to Kyushu after its sortie into the Indian Ocean in April, a technical research conference was held at Kanoya Air Base to begin planning for the development of the Zero fighter's successor. Present were representatives from Kokuhambu, the Navy Air Technical Bureau, and the Yokosuka Air Group, which was the Navy's test pilot squadron. Representatives from Kido Butai, including Nagumo, were there to provide the latest in direct combat experience. Mitsubishi's Horikoshi Jiro, the famed designer of the Zero, was present, as was Lieutenant Commander Nagamori Yoshio, who represented the fighter airframe section from Kokuhambu. Both men later report that the mood of overweening self-confidence among the airmen was palpable, especially among the fighter pilots. Any attempt at cautious analysis or measured debate tended to get pushed aside by their unlimited exuberance. After the conference, the participants attended a dinner hosted by Nagumo. The admiral dutifully made the rounds, exchanging toasts of sake with everyone present. When he came to Nagamori, Nagumo sat down on the tatami mat and crossed his legs in front of the young lieutenant commander. According to Nagamori, Nagumo said to him quite emphatically, "Don't take what the men of the fleet tell you at face value. At times we tend to be swayed by emotion and give opinions based on the momentum of the moment. Your job is to take all factors into consideration and reach a cool and balanced conclusion." This was not a reckless individual, nor one given to being dismissive of the enemy. If true, though, what are the reasons for Nagumo's lack of initiative in terms of incorporating current intelligence into his operational planning? First of all, it is not clear that Nagumo's orders allowed him to improvise if the need arose. All the senior officers in the fleet knew that Yamamoto had not been inclined to change even the tiniest details of his grand scheme at any point during the previous 2 months of planning. Having been previously castigated by the commander-in-chief over his performance at Pearl Harbor, Nagumo would hardly be inclined to take matters into his own hands unless the situation clearly warranted it. The intelligence he had may have been worrisome, but that was about it. Without concrete information to act on, Nagumo may have simply judged that the wisest course was to continue with what he was doing and attend to any unpleasant realities as they arose. This rather passive, fatalistic outlook was further compounded by an institutional weakness on the part of the Japanese military toward improvisation. The truth of the matter was that an inability to change their plans in mid-stride was endemic to the Japanese military as a whole. Nagumo was emotionally and by training a creation of this military tradition. He didn't know how to improvise, and he didn't want to try. But really, why would anyone expect him to be otherwise? He was the product of a military that placed obedience above all other virtues, a military that had succeeded in snuffing out the flame of individuality in the majority of its officers, a military that for 4 years would send men to their deaths in the blindest, most stupid ways imaginable. For a Western historian, this is one of the most maddening aspects of the Japanese Navy to contemplate, that in many cases the Japanese almost seemed to view defeat and their own deaths as the easier option to take, rather than shouldering the mental burden of having to reason their way out of unanticipated problems. Nagumo, despite his exalted position and responsibility, in the final analysis behaved as he ought to have behaved, by acting as the unquestioning tool of a supreme commander who was himself a demonstrated autocrat. Whatever Nagumo's failings as an operational leader, the final responsibility for his unwillingness to improvise must be laid firmly at the feet of the man whose flawed strategic outlook had created the mess in the first place, and the military culture that had let all of this occur. On the morning of 2 June, 1 June for the American forces, the weather around Kido-Butai began to worsen noticeably. By 1000, the force was beset by fog, which worsened through the day, until by evening Nagumo's ships were shrouded in an impenetrable white cloud. The situation was no better on the morning of the 3rd. All the ships streamed buoys aft so that the vessels following them would be able to determine if they were overhauling a hidden ship in front. Yet the ship still had to attempt to zigzag, and keeping station was a nightmare. Akagi's navigator, Commando Gishiro Miura, was a bundle of nerves, but tried to effect a casual air by padding about the bridge in his slippers. His tiny 3x4-foot map table was now the center of Akagi's world, as he strained to keep the flagship heading in the right direction, while fretting about what the other ships might be doing out there in the gloom. On the right side of the bridge, clustered around the 15-centimeter spotting glasses, Nagumo and his staff tried to stay out of the way. Nagumo stared out the windows into the opaque white walls surrounding him. Occasionally, one of the force's escorts would heave momentarily into view at the apex of a zigzag, but then was almost immediately lost to sight again. Nagumo's anxiety was high. He was scheduled to change course southeast this morning to begin the final approach to the objective. In normal conditions, this would be executed with ease, but visual communications were now almost out of the question. Waiting until the appointed hour arrived, and then trusting that every ship in the task force would simply execute a smooth turn to starboard was a fool's hope. A collision was almost guaranteed. Some sort of positive action had to be taken to assure the coordination of the force, or Kido-Butai might not make its designated flying-off spot in time. However, the fleet was currently steaming under a formal state of absolute radio silence, condition Teiseka. As such, radio transmission was only authorized in emergencies where operations required it. Under this condition, Nagumo alone was empowered to make decisions regarding the usage of the fleet's radios. On the bridge, the situation was tense as Nagumo and his staff debated what to do. Kusaka's deputy, Captain Oishi, was in favor of sticking to the schedule, but in the next breath he noted that the entire invasion schedule was dependent on attacking Midway on 5 June. Nagumo finally came down in favor of venturing a radio transmission. At 10:30 the order was given over Akagi's medium frequency set. At 1200 hours, change to course 100 degrees. Nagumo and First Air Fleet staff fervently hoped that the Americans would not be the wiser to their low-power broadcast. There was no way of telling, of course, whether the enemy was now alerted to their plans. At noon, Nagumo's force made its appointed turn. Almost immediately, as if in mockery, the weather began to clear. Kido-Butai's thirsty destroyers, which had been forced to suspend fueling activities the previous day, at once began sidling up to their designated oilers. Fueling went slowly, and the force still encountered heavy intermittent fog banks. Nevertheless, it seemed that the worst of the weather was behind them. Meanwhile, far to the south, this day had not been without complications for Tanaka's invasion force, as the Americans had become aware of his approach. At 08:43 on the 4th, a PBY Catalina had stumbled across Captain Miyamoto's minesweeper group. About 45 minutes later, a different PBY had sighted Admiral Tanaka's group, which was at that point almost 700 miles due west from the atoll. Initially misidentified by the American pilot as the Japanese main body, it took until nearly 1100 for Midway's air commander to satisfy himself that Tanaka's force did not, in fact, contain the Japanese heavy units. Nevertheless, it was a significant enough force to be worth attacking. Accordingly, 9 B-17s from the 431st Bombardment Squadron were dispatched against Tanaka shortly after noon. The bombers took more than 4 hours to reach Tanaka, arriving overhead at 16:23. For all the formidable reputation that Japanese lookouts were to develop in subsequent engagements, this one did them little credit, because the Americans were able to set up their initial runs at altitudes between 8,000 and 12,000 feet without the transports arrayed neatly below them apparently being aware of their presence. Only at the last minute, with bombs exploding around them, did the Japanese vessels realize their peril and begin jinking to avoid the incoming ordnance. As luck would have it, no hits were scored on any of Tanaka's charges. The Japanese force quickly put up a hasty, heavy anti-aircraft barrage, but it did no good. After about 10 minutes overhead, the American aircraft withdrew. Tanaka promptly radioed news of his encounter out to combined fleet. The morning of 4 June had also seen the detachment of the supply force from Kido-Butai. The 5 oilers concluded their refueling activities at 03:07, roughly 05:07 local, and they and destroyer Akigumo departed the formation, steaming south at 12 knots. Thereafter, Kido-Butai kept ready-duty fighters on deck because they were now within range of American patrols. 2.5 hours later, Akagi's signal lamps began blinking out the following day's strike mission to the force, which called for Midway to be struck at dawn. At 10:25 ship's time, Nagumo followed up with orders concerning the fleet's anticipated movements after the strike force was in the air. Shortly afterward, the force increased speed to 24 knots. They would steam at high speed for the rest of the day and, through the night, to close on the objective in time for the following morning's launch. Finally, at 15:30 ship's time, Nagumo blinkered detailed signals to the fleet regarding the search activities to be undertaken on 5 June. The reconnaissance program, as conceived by Commander Genda, was simple and direct. 7 aircraft would fly a series of spoke-shaped searches out from the fleet, principally on the exposed eastern and southern flanks. The No. 1 and No. 2 search lines, being 181 and 154 degrees, were to be flown by torpedo aircraft from Akagi and Kaga, respectively. Heavy cruiser Tone's aircraft were tasked with searching down lines No. 3 and No. 4, 123 and 100 degrees. To do this, she would use 2 E-13A1 Type 0 reconnaissance seaplanes. In addition, she would contribute an E-8N2 Type 95 to the task force's anti-submarine patrol. Chikuma would do likewise with one of her Type 95s, and use 2 more Type 0s to search lines No. 5 and No. 6, 77 and 54 degrees respectively. Line No. 7, 31 degrees, would be run by a Type 95 seaplane from Haruna. Each of the recon planes, except Haruna's, was assigned to fly their line for 300 miles before making a port turn for 60 miles. At the completion of the dogleg, each plane would return to the task force. Haruna's Type 95 seaplane would only search out for 150 miles before making its 40-mile dogleg and then homing. The primary criticism leveled against Genda's search plan, that it was more of a rubber stamp than an honest attempt to assess if an enemy was truly at hand, is certainly warranted. This is a point that has been hammered home in every Western book on the battle, though it was first brought to light by Fuchida. His views on the topic are worth stating at length, since they comprise the bulk of an argument that has been picked up on by historians ever since. Although the coverage appeared adequate, I still felt that a two-phase search would have been wiser. A single-phase search might be sufficient if we wished only to confirm our assumption that no enemy fleet was in the vicinity. However, if we recognized the possibility that this assumption might be wrong, and that an enemy force might be present, our searches should have been such as to assure that we could locate and attack it before it could strike at us. For this purpose, a two-phase dawn search was the logical answer. As the term indicates, a two-phase search employs two sets of planes which fly the same search lines with a given time interval between them. Since our planes were not equipped with radar at this time, they were completely reliant on visual observation and could search effectively only by daylight. Consequently, to spot an enemy force as soon as possible after dawn, it was necessary to have one set of planes, the first phase, launched in time to reach the end of their search radius as day was breaking. This meant that the areas traversed in darkness on their outbound flight remained unsearched. Hence, a second phase search was required over these same lines by planes taking off about 1 hour later. Men assigned to the first phase of such a search obviously had to be well trained in night flying. Nagumo had such pilots and could have used this method, but it would have required twice as many planes as a single-phase search. Despite the importance of conducting adequate searches, our naval strategists were congenitally reluctant to devote more than a bare minimum of their limited plane strength to such missions. 10% of total strength was all they were willing to spare for search operations, feeling that the rest should be reserved for offensive use. But such overemphasis on offensive strength had proven detrimental to our purposes before this, and it would again. Naturally enough, Admiral Nagumo was eager to devote maximum strength to the Midway attack and did not want to use any more planes for search than seemed absolutely necessary. Since he had no reason to suspect that presence of an enemy force in the area, he was satisfied that a single-phase search was adequate precaution against the unexpected. Fuchida's diagnosis of the problem is largely correct, but his prescription, a two-phase search, is based completely on hindsight derived from later war experience. In fact, at this stage in the conflict, a two-phase search was totally unknown, and single-phase searches were the only kind of search plans there were. It would not be until May 1943 that Combined Fleet would formally incorporate two-phase searches into its doctrine, largely as the result of lessons learned at Midway and in the Solomon Islands. For Fuchida to assign blame to Nagumo and Genda for somehow failing to apprehend an ostensibly obvious solution that was not even part of contemporary Japanese naval doctrine is clearly unfair. A truly honest assessment of the Japanese reconnaissance plan must begin by discarding this non sequitur and analyzing what could reasonably be accomplished within the framework of the doctrine, search assets, and meteorological conditions that pertained on 5 and 4 June 1942. Fuchida is correct in pointing out that Japanese carrier doctrine, like their naval doctrine as a whole, was almost purely offensive-minded. Any reduction of the carrier attack squadrons to perform scouting missions was, ipso facto, looked upon as something of a waste. As such, Japanese carriers had no formally established search units on board. Conversely, of course, the Japanese clearly needed to make sure that their offensive firepower was being fully employed against the right targets, thereby making sound scouting essential to the success of the operation. On the face of it, it would appear that the reconnaissance effort could have been undertaken without the carrier's help. After all, battleships Haruna and Kirishima, heavy cruisers Tone and Chikuma, and the light cruiser Nagara all carried reconnaissance float planes. In fact, the Japanese had developed heavy cruisers like Tone and Chikuma precisely for the purpose of offloading scouting duties from the carriers. Unfortunately, the majority of the float planes in the fleet were actually ill-suited for long-range reconnaissance. Tone and Chikuma nominally carried 5 aircraft apiece, 3 Type 0 float planes and 2 Type 95. The 2 battleships of Bat-Div 3 were equipped with 3 Type 95s as well. Nagara, in her role as a destroyer flotilla flagship, was most likely carrying one of the rather rare Aichi E-11A1 night reconnaissance seaplanes. Unfortunately, whereas the newer Type 0 float planes had a range of over 1,100 miles, the Type 95 was limited to 485. Developed in the mid-1930s, it was really more of a spotting plane, used for correcting the fall of shot from a battleship or heavy cruiser than a true search aircraft. At the time it was designed, carrier-borne aircraft barely had the ability to strike over the horizon. Now they could attack from more than 200 miles away. The Type 95 simply did not have the range necessary to detect enemies before they were within striking distance. Similarly, Nagara's plane was intended for night work and wouldn't have been used during the day in any case. Thus, the Type 0 float planes were the only decent reconnaissance float planes in the fleet, and only 5 of these appear to have been available. If carrier aircraft weren't used, Nagumo's scouting assets were slim indeed. The other factor to consider was the weather and the size of the battle area. If a rectangle were laid over the extremes of the Japanese search plan, it would cover more than 176,000 square miles, an area larger than Sweden. The weather conditions would not be uniform across this space, meaning that each aircraft's sighting range would vary. Come the morrow, Kido Butai would be trailing just behind the leading edge of a strong cold front moving down from the northwest. The front would be demarcated by lines of cumulus clouds, squalls, and showers. The heavy weather and fog that Nagumo's force had plowed through on the 2nd and 3rd was now behind them, but it was also continuing to follow them down from the northwest. The weather to their north and northeast was therefore likely to be poor for scouting. Furthermore, as the front moved down, it was pushing scattered clouds into the area in a broad east-west band that would gird the middle of the battlefield, making scouting to the east more challenging as well. Only to the south was the weather likely to open up a bit. At Kido Butai's launch position, the conditions were a mixed bag. Behind the front, they would be sailing beneath bands of broken clouds with ceilings of between 1,000 and 3,000 feet. This offered the force excellent concealment. However, as events would prove, more clouds than sky would be visible, making detection of incoming aircraft more difficult. Before the days of radar, scout aircraft, on both sides, flew at relatively low altitudes, typically between 1,000 and 1,500 feet. There were several reasons for this. First, it was difficult to spot submarines at higher altitudes, and spotting submarines was an important part of any scout's job. Second, staying low gave the scout a better chance to evade hostile aircraft because it could dive for the deck and thereby avoid being attacked from below. Third, and most important, scouting at low altitude allowed the horizon to be used as a mechanism for scanning for ship profiles. In fact, flying at high altitude was often counterproductive for spotting ships below if patchy cloud conditions were prevalent. Whereas breaks in the clouds allowed good visibility directly under the aircraft, those gaps disappeared toward the horizon as the angle of view from the aircraft became shallower, making even patchy cloud cover appear to be an unbroken blanket at longer ranges. The end result was that scout aircraft had visual ranges that were relatively limited to begin with because of their altitude, and that could be impacted significantly by local weather conditions. With this in mind, it is clear that Genda's plan suffered from a twofold failure. The first had nothing to do with the hypothetical phasing of the search. Rather, it was the sheer number of aircraft being devoted to the initial sweep. Put simply, 7 planes could not reconnoiter an area the size of Sweden. By way of comparison, the U.S. Navy was not only planning on devoting the 31 PBYs based at Midway for scouting duties, but could call on 3 squadrons of armed Dauntless dive bombers, 56 aircraft in all, from their carriers in an armed scout role as well. The PBYs by themselves would outnumber Japanese scout aircraft by more than 4 to 1. Genda wrote post-war that, "It has to be admitted that the planning of the air searching was slipshod." Although the plan was a repeat of the search missions used at Pearl Harbor and Indian Ocean, Genda went on to elaborate that this plan involved a defect of leaving an uncovered space in the search area, especially when an enemy force moved across or slantwise of the planned search arc. The search plan should have been made more mathematically and precisely. Genda might have also added the word flexibly to his list of desirable attributes. Mathematically precise or not, the search scheme was completely divorced from the realities of the weather conditions that would likely pertain on 5 June. Having just traversed a front of very bad weather, it should have been apparent to Nagumo's staff that more aircraft would be needed. When the likely spotting ranges of the Japanese aircraft are superimposed over the tracks that they nominally flew, the basic problem is immediately apparent. There were serious gaps in the coverage. As such, it might have been wise to hold a few aircraft in reserve to blanket those vectors with lower visibility conditions. The success of Genda's plan depended on having decent weather everywhere, alert crews, and nearly perfect timing on the part of all the planes involved to ensure that their very tightly defined routes were adequately reconnoitered. If these arrangements were thrown off in any way, then detection of the enemy might be tardy. Genda, better than anyone in the fleet, had a sense for what Kido Butai's operational cycles were like. As events were to prove, the first carrier striking force possessed many laudable military assets, but operational flexibility did not figure prominently in its portfolio of strengths. Genda should have had a sense that, faced with a suddenly emerging threat, the Japanese carrier force would not be able to simply drop what it was doing and turn to face the new opponent, particularly if it was already heavily engaged against Midway. It was absolutely critical to ensure that the force had the time necessary to react. If that meant making a down payment of striking power and devoting Kaga's extra Chutai of 9 Type 97 Kanko to the problem of covering the eastern flank of the force, then so be it. Even an extra 3 aircraft on that flank could have changed the aspect of Genda's search from Swiss cheese to at least a medium cheddar. But Genda didn't think he'd need these extra aircraft. Instead, he opted to cut his scouting margin to nothing and reserve as much offensive firepower as he could. Here is where the false economy of Genda's plan is made clear. By not being willing to sacrifice a fairly marginal number of aircraft for scouting duties, Genda had implicitly forfeited the fleet's ability to buy time for itself. As for the dawn strike against Midway itself, it was to take off at 0430 and comprise 108 aircraft total. Cardiff II would contribute its entire contingent of 36 Type 97s acting as level bombers. These planes would lead the attack from the east, and thereby gaining the advantage of having the sun at their backs. Hiryu's aircraft were tasked with bombing Sand Island's facilities. Soryu's would attend to Eastern Island and its airfield. Once the initial wave of high-level attacks was concluded, the dive bombers would move in. Cardiff I would contribute 36 bombers from both of its flight decks. Akagi's 18 were slated to attack Eastern Island, with Kaga's hitting Sand Island. The remainder of the attack force, a strong contingent of 36 Zero fighters, had a twofold mission. The first, obviously, was to safely shepherd the attack aircraft to the target and destroy or disperse any enemy fighters that got in the way. Then, having achieved air superiority over the objective, the Zeros would strafe any enemy aircraft on the ground. On the face of it, this was a fairly powerful strike force, but in fact it was marginal to the task at hand. Midway, for all its diminutive size, actually possessed an aircraft contingent nearly as large as the attacking Japanese force. Not only that, but its base facilities were strongly defended. The 36 Zeros in the fighter escort could provide little in the way of real offensive firepower to neutralize these objectives, meaning that the 4 attack units would have to take them all out. 72 aircraft were simply insufficient to accomplish this in the course of a single strike. High-level bombing was not all that accurate an attack technique. It was performed by 6-plane chutai flying in formation and dropping together on command, the basic rationale being that if one dropped 6 large bombs on something fairly large itself, perhaps 1 or 2 might actually do some damage. For this reason, level bombing was used against large targets such as runways or shore installations. This left just 36 dive bombers to get at the meat of the matter, the anti-aircraft defenses, command and control installations, and other hardened targets that compose the guts of Midway's defenses. Clearly, 36 medium-sized bombs weren't going to get the job done. It was almost guaranteed that a second strike would be needed to degrade the atoll's ability to defend itself. In fact, all indications are that Nagumo's staff fully expected a second strike to be required. This had become something of a de facto pattern of the striking force over the last several months. The operations in the Indian Ocean had been executed in a similar fashion. An initial strike launched, with a reserve force held in readiness, followed by the rearming of the reserves for land attack in a subsequent wave. The fact that a second strike would be required wasn't a problem in and of itself, but it pointed to a lack of offensive firepower on the part of the force as a whole. If there were American carriers nearby, Kido Butai didn't really have sufficient firepower to deal with both threats in a timely manner. This indicates a fundamental misapprehension on the part of Combined Fleet staff of the type of operation it was actually undertaking. They were treating the operation like a raid, a la the attacks made thus far on Pearl Harbor, Port Darwin, Colombo, and Trincomalee. But Midway wasn't a raid, it was an invasion, and conducting a proper invasion carried with it an implicit commitment to sustainable action in the face of the enemy. Kido Butai was short on staying power in several key dimensions: logistical support, heavy gun power, if it got involved in a surface action, and particularly numbers of aircraft. Given that a second strike would most likely be required, the question remained as to which aircraft would undertake the action. It will be recalled that during the May War Games, Yamamoto had issued verbal orders to 1st Air Fleet staff to maintain at least half of the striking power of the fleet armed for anti-ship missions. However, it is unclear from the record as to what exact time frame or contingencies the orders pertained. How and when were these reserve aircraft to be used in the likely eventuality that there were no American fleet units present next morning? Was it truly Yamamoto's intent to permanently divide Nagumo's operational aircraft into 2 halves, a ground attack half and an anti-ship half? Or were his orders merely given to remind Nagumo that the threat of American naval resistance was not to be underestimated? What really were his priorities, attacking Midway or attacking warships should he encounter them? In the lack of written orders, it is impossible to know, although common sense would dictate that any enemy naval force had to be given priority. The overall effect of Yamamoto's instruction, though, was to add another element of inflexibility and uncertainty into the following day's operations. By the time Nagumo issued his morning's orders, it is likely that he, like the main body steaming behind him, had received news of Tanaka's being discovered and then attacked. Admiral Kusaka later stated that they received the communiqué. This was yet another clue that the enemy was fully alerted to the impending Japanese operation. But still nothing was done to alter the instructions just issued to Kido Butai regarding the coming operations. As the day crept toward evening, the level of tension began ratcheting up a notch. At 16:30, cruiser Tone opened fire with her main battery in the direction of what appeared to her to be multiple enemy aircraft bearing almost due south. A shotai of fighters took off from Akagi a minute later, but found nothing. At 16:40, a chagrined Tone reported that it had lost track of the enemy aircraft. Skepticism reigned on Akagi's bridge. Everyone was simply getting a little edgier as the morning of battle drew closer. The men went to general quarters a half hour after nightfall to change over to nighttime steaming formation. The fleet loosened its columns and moved the carriers into a box. Meanwhile, Haruna moved to the fore so as to have some heavy gunpowder in the van in the event of an unexpected night fight. Around midnight, shadowy American aircraft would twice be reported by Akagi's jumpy lookouts. Below decks, the majority of the crews had long since gone to bed. Adequate sleep time was enforced after lights out. Everyone, from Nagumo down to the lowliest crewman, knew that tomorrow would be busy. The final act of the evening played out far to the south, where Tanaka's invasion force had its own encounters with shadowy enemy aircraft that turned out to be all too real. Determined to get another blow in against the Japanese as soon as possible, the American Air Commander, Captain Simard, had ordered 4 radar-equipped Catalinas sent out for a night torpedo attack. Dropping torpedoes was hardly stock in trade for PBYs at this point in the war, but the crews were game for giving it a try. One of the aircraft ran into bad weather and was forced to turn back, but the remaining trio made it to the Japanese convoy by about 01:30. Tanaka's charges were plodding ahead in 2 columns surrounded by the screen. None of the ships were taking evasive maneuvers, and all were neatly silhouetted by the moon as the Americans attacked sequentially from out of the gloomy northeast. The Japanese were caught flat-footed and were slow to react with either helm or anti-aircraft fire, although the latter strengthened noticeably as the attack continued. 2 of the PBYs missed, but the third plane, piloted by Ensign Gaylord D. Probst, managed to put a torpedo into the port bow of the oiler Akebono Maru at 01:54 local, killing or wounding 23 men. Probst didn't know it, but his jury-rigged Catalina had just pulled off the only successful American torpedo attack, aerial or submarine, of the entire battle. Akebono Maru, though damaged, shortly rejoined formation and continued on. That ended the night's excitement for Tanaka. Within an hour, the Nagumo force would begin rousing from its slumber to begin preparations for the coming dawn. Part 2. Battle Diary 7. Morning attack, 0430 to 0600. Thursday, June 5th, 4th, began with Daiichi Kidobutai doing what it had been doing regularly since the start of the Pacific War: arming, fueling, lifting, and positioning, spotting, its aircraft for a strike. The outcome of these tasks, putting planes in the air, is so familiar to any reader of World War II naval history that the precursors are largely taken for granted. This is what carriers are meant to do, after all, launch and recover aircraft. Yet 60 years of separation have left the details of exactly how the Japanese operated their carriers so poorly understood that the way they actually fought is no longer entirely understood either. As a result, historians have been in the unenviable position of trying to analyze the Japanese circumstances on 4 June in terms of analogs based on Western practice. In fact, Japanese carriers did things their own way, which is crucial to understanding how Kido Butai fought and died this day. To be ready for takeoff at 0430, the day's work had to begin well before dawn. It would involve the prodigious labor of thousands of well-trained crewmen, the majority of whom were not aviators. Indeed, the pilots were still sleeping at around 0230 when the order Seibi no Koshi, wake up the crew, was issued for the aircraft mechanics. Stumbling out of their hammocks and narrow bunks deep in the crew spaces, they dressed, stowed their bedding, breakfasted quickly, and then made their way to the hangars. Many of the men, not having had a change of uniform in some while, again because of freshwater concerns, changed into fresh clothes, believing that the code of chivalry required clean clothing for combat. Some of the officers were dressed in blue winter uniforms. Admiral Ugaki had postponed the normal June 1st switch to summer uniforms until further notice. Many of the crewmen, however, were likely in uniform whites or in the cooler South Seas uniform of khaki shorts, shirts, or sometimes just their white undershirts, and floppy hats beloved by Japanese sailors. It wasn't hot now, but they knew it would be later, and there wouldn't be an opportunity to change again during the day's duties. The aircraft, dark green, buff, and black, sat in the harsh electric glare of the hangars. Some of them sported elaborate camouflage patterns or the bright horizontal tail bands, indicating Shotai and Chutai leaders. Many of these aircraft were veterans of the Pearl Harbor attack, not to mention the other strikes that Kido Butai had launched across half the breadth of the Pacific. Not surprisingly, some of them were beginning to display the weather-beaten look seemingly universal among well-used naval aircraft of all nations: worn and chipped paint, dripping hydraulics, and a certain level of idiosyncratic crankiness that persisted in spite of the care they were given. All were now empty, unarmed and unfueled. There were more than 1,600 mechanics on board Nagumo's 4 carriers. These men, like the pilots of Kido Butai, were among the very best practitioners of their craft in the world. They had worked together for years and were intimately familiar with their charges. Unlike America, where almost every young man had at least a passing acquaintance with internal combustion engines, Japan was far less industrially developed. In 1940, Japan manufactured only 1/80th the number of automobiles that were produced in the United States. Agriculture was still largely performed by hand. As a result, Japanese mechanics did not grow on trees. These men, whether they had been plucked from the inaka, the sticks, or had grown up in the teeming coastal cities, had been trained from the ground up over the course of years. Each mechanic was assigned to a specific plane, just as in the USN, and labored under the watchful eye of the plane's maintenance petty officer, Seibicho. Unlike American carriers, the Japanese normally did not stow their aircraft on the flight deck in a deck park when not in use. Instead, the hangars were always stuffed. The aircraft were crammed in practically touching each other, with each plane's location in the hangar indicated by symbols painted on the deck. Each was secured by tether wires to tie down points arranged in a 1.5-meter grid across the deck. Chocks were also placed under the wheels. The hangars smelled strongly of the exotic mix of grease, oil, paint, and all the chemicals and lubricants that go along with the operation of aircraft. No amount of white-gloved fastidiousness was sufficient to remove the odor. On board Cardiv II, the division's attack planes needed to be fueled and armed before being moved topside. The crewmen began unrolling metal hoses to the aircraft and pumping fuel into them. Along the hangar walls, a 73-gallon drop tank for each Zero was unfastened from brackets on the bulkheads, attached, and then fueled. Each plane required between 180 and 235 gallons of fuel, and gassing the aircraft, as well as the Zero's drop tanks, took several minutes apiece. Unlike American carriers, the Japanese hangars were entirely enclosed from the elements. As fueling continued, the faintest hint of aviation gasoline could be detected, mingling with the predominant aroma of paint and motor oils. Overhead, on the port side of the hangar spaces, ventilation systems noisily blew new air in, while the starboard side vents mounted at deck level labored to suck the noxious fumes away. Simultaneously, armorers were beginning the arduous task of affixing their deadly wares to the attack aircraft. For the initial attack against Midway, Cardiv II's planes would be armed with Type 80 800-kilogram land attack bombs. Deep below the waterline, in the bomb storage rooms of Hiryu and Soryu, the men used overhead block and tackle to wrestle the gray-painted weapons onto the lifts that carried them up to the hangars. The bomb lifts terminated on a platform set a meter above deck level. This arrangement prevented deck-hugging gasoline vapors from seeping down the lift shafts and into the magazines. The platform also provided a more convenient means for loading the weapons onto the carts that would carry them to the waiting planes. Each aircraft carrier was equipped with special carts for moving ordnance around. One variety was used for the 242-kilogram and 250-kilogram bombs that were carried by the dive bombers. A second, much heavier cart was used to carry both the Type 80 bombs as well as the 850-kilogram weight of the Type 91 Mod 3 torpedoes. Typically, each carrier had enough ordnance carts to rearm one-third of their respective hikotai at a time, meaning 6 carts for each type of ordnance and 9 for the 27-strong wing of torpedo bombers on board Kaga. One by one, the 9-foot-long weapons came up the bomb lift. One by one, they were secured to overhead tackle and deposited on the waiting bomb carts. Then, Hiryu and Soryu's men rolled their 3-ton packages of cart and bomb from the loading platform to their assigned planes, wending their way through the jammed hangars. Once there, they began the 5-minute process of hoisting the heavy weapon up into place and securing it to the plane's curved ordnance holding brackets, tokaki. Each Type 97 had a hand crank in its starboard wheel well for the plane's ordnance winch. In conjunction with the jacks on the carts, this equipment was used to lift the bomb into the tokaki. Once in place, a carrying harness was attached to the weapon, along with the release and safety wire mechanisms. Next, the bomb's nose and tail fuses were set by an armorer. The weapon was now live, although it couldn't detonate until the tiny fuse propellers had rotated a certain number of times during the weapon's free fall after release. At the completion of this exercise, the arming crews pushed their carts back to the ordnance lift to get another bomb. 3 times they repeated this process before the bombers were ready to be taken up to the deck. They probably started doing this sometime after 0330. The Zeros were being armed as well. Belts of 7.7 millimeter ammunition were fed into each pair of nose-mounted machine guns, while 60-round canisters were crammed into the wing spaces for the 2 20-millimeter cannons. Additional boxes of ammunition were set out for the day's combat air patrol fighters. There would be many sorties this morning, and each of them would need to be refueled and rearmed as soon as they returned to the mothership. Meanwhile, on Akagi and Kaga, the process had gone somewhat differently. Unlike torpedo bombers, dive bombers were normally armed on the flight deck. The spotting process thus started immediately after the aircraft were fueled. Of all the Japanese carrier planes at Midway, the Type 99 dive bomber was undoubtedly the most difficult to deal with below decks. A large, powerful airplane, it had to be robust enough to survive the harrowing, near-vertical dives and gut-wrenching pullouts that were the trademark of expert pilots. Because of the placement of the Type 99's control surfaces and dive brakes, not to mention its need for structural strength, Aichi's designers had decided not to place a folding mechanism too near the center of the wing. Instead, the Type 99's wings folded very near the tips, making it difficult to stow, tricky to maneuver through tight spaces, and a hog of precious parking real estate. The large fixed wingspan also meant that the Type 99 was too big to fit on the diminutive aft elevators of Akagi, Kaga, and Soryu. As a result, dive bombers were stowed amidships, closer to the larger elevator there. The Type 97 torpedo bombers, although about the same size and weight as the dive bombers, had wings that folded much more compactly, allowing them to use the smaller elevators on the carriers, and so were stowed at the aft end of the ship. Zeros were stowed forward. Spotting a strike for launch was a complex operation, requiring both hard physical labor and quite a bit of precision. Each aircraft had to be individually extracted from the hangars. There wasn't a lot of room to work. The first step was for the crewmen to untether the aircraft and remove its wheel chocks. Then each fully armed and fueled plane, in some cases weighing more than 4 tons, was pushed through the hangar deck and onto an elevator. A team of a dozen or more plane handlers was required to move each aircraft. The trip to the elevator could be several hundred feet in length if the plane had been stowed in the middle of the deck. In the heat of the hangar, such extended pushes were exhausting. When the time came, Each plane was shoved onto the elevator as quickly as possible. For the Type 99s, this had to be done very precisely, as they only barely fit on even the larger elevators. During this process, the crew chief intoned the proper commands to ensure the exact positioning of the aircraft. Migi Maya, forward right. Hirare Maya, forward left. Yosoro, hold steady. The crew then rode on the elevator together with their plane up to the flight deck to complete topside preparations. Elevator cycle times were crucial to the efficiency of the entire operation, because elevator moves had to be performed sequentially. The problem was aggravated by the Japanese use of dual hangars, one atop the other, necessitating a trip of 30-plus feet, equivalent to a 3-story building, each way when lifting an aircraft from the lower hangar deck. Even on the newer carriers like Shokaku, a round trip to this deck could take as much as 40 seconds, including the time necessary to muscle the plane on and off the elevator. On the older Akagi and Kaga, whose elevators were slower, the cycles were even longer. Often, if space was sufficient, the plane's wings were manually unfolded by the pusher team while still on the elevator. Once the plane reached the flight deck, it was rolled by the crew into its place in the spot. This again necessitated pushing a multi-ton aircraft over a considerable distance. Once the aircraft was in position, the wheels were chocked and the wings retethered. The planes were arranged in 3 staggered columns down the length of the flight deck, with the bombers in the rear and the fighters in front. The lead fighter was roughly abreast Akagi's bridge. Had the plane pushers been aware of what was going on around them, they would have seen that Kido Butai's nighttime cruising formation was changing for conducting flight operations. At the head of Cardiv 2, Hiryu was edging off to port. The rearmost ships, Kaga and Soryu, were peeling out of formation to starboard and port respectively to open the distance between their divisional mates. Kido Butai's formation was becoming a much looser square, with as much as 8,000 meters between the carriers. The evidence suggests that Bat Div 3 formed in column abreast the port flank of the box, while Crew Div 8 did the same to starboard. Nagara remained in the van, and the destroyers spread out as far as 20,000 meters from the carriers. Bat Div 3 and Crew Div 8 were themselves as much as 8,000 to 10,000 meters abeam the carriers. For this reason, the ships of Crew Div 8 were almost always the first main units to sight approaching enemy aircraft. Around the flight deck, the ship's radio aerials were being winched down from their vertical positions into the horizontal mode used during flight operations. These 40-foot masts normally towered over the deck, but they were set on a rotating base that allowed them to be rigged outboard over the water so as not to impede landing operations. In the adjacent gun tubs, the anti-aircraft crews were being assembled and were checking their weapons and ammunition in anticipation of a busy day. All around the deck, the mood was one of bustling optimism. The weather, which had been bad the night before, was still rather dreary. The sea was somewhat rough, and low, broken cumulus clouds scudded over the force at between 2,000 and 5,000 feet. The Nagumo force had emerged from the front of the storm system that had bedeviled it previously, and the weather promised to improve the farther south the fleet traveled. However, the broken cloud cover was, at best, a mixed blessing, because it could conceal the lurking enemy aircraft as well as the fleet. With the carriers done maneuvering, their designated plane guard destroyers took up their stations. Akagi's bridge crew watched as Nowaki edged into a spot some 700 meters ahead and slightly to starboard of Akagi's bow. She was now in position to perform tanbotsuri, dragonfly fishing, the rescue of crewmen from any aircraft that suffered a mishap during takeoff. On Akagi and Kaga's flight decks, the dive bombers were now in place and being armed from carts. For the morning strike, each would carry a 242-kilogram Type 98 No. 25 bomb. These high-explosive weapons were designed for use against land targets. Kaga had a bomb lift next to the midships elevator forward that ran all the way to the flight deck, so she loaded her bomb carts on deck. Akagi, whose bomb lift terminated on the lower hangar deck forward, was forced to load her carts below decks and then bring them to the flight deck using the forward aircraft elevator. As with the torpedo planes below, this was accomplished in shifts of 6 planes at a time. It was now 0400. Over the carrier intercoms a trumpet blared calling the crew to general quarters. Looking out over the water, Akagi's deckhands and gunners could barely make out the outlines of the other 3 carriers in the gloom, but they blinkered their progress to the flagship at intermittent intervals. Even before arming of the dive bombers was complete, the task of warming up aircraft engines began. Because of their internal hangars and lack of natural ventilation, Japanese carriers had no choice but to warm their planes up on the flight deck. This was not an exercise that could be slighted. Radial aircraft engines were complicated, powerful, and built to very tight tolerances. Takeoff required the application of full military power, which placed a great strain on a plane's power plant. Engine failures routinely caused aircraft to abort their missions and either crash or return to base. It was imperative to detect and prevent as many engineering-related aircraft scratches as possible while still on the deck of the carrier, rather than risking the plane and its crew with a hasty takeoff. On each plane, a deck crewman scrambled into the light gray-green cockpit, while another of the deck crew waited at the right side of the engine. Clustered around the plane were damage control personnel with fire extinguishers. On signal, the crewman below cranked the engine with a hand crank. The engine's internal flywheel began groaning and gaining speed. The cockpit man shouted, "Mai hanare," get away from the front, and his crewmate retreated from the danger zone of the propeller. With another shout of "Kontaku," contact, he engaged the prop with the flywheel. Upon startup, a special mixture of 91-octane starter fuel was fed to the engine to initiate combustion. Coughing white smoke, the Strike Force's engines roared one by one to life. For several minutes, the power plant was idled at between 1,000 and 1,500 RPM as hydraulic pressure, oil pressure, fuel pressure, and temperature built up to proper levels. Establishing nominal oil pressure was critical. When a radial engine was shut down, oil tended to collect in the lower cylinders, leaving the upper cylinders dry when the engine was restarted. A proper warm-up was necessary to ensure that oil was flowing correctly to the upper cylinders before full power was applied. During this process, the magnetos, right and left, were switched back and forth, and the propeller pitch control moved from low, fully feathered, to high, full increase RPM. The fuel mixture control was run from lean to rich and back again. When the temperatures and pressures were within proper ranges, the engine would be opened up fully. With the engine at maximum manifold pressure, RPM, and full rich fuel mixture, the gauges were monitored for at least a minute. On land, this required real physical leg strength to accomplish, as the brakes had to be held firmly to keep the plane from moving. On the flight deck, of course, the wheels were still chocked. If the final full power check was done before the engine was properly warmed up, it could blow the engine outright. During this time, the radios and surface controls, rudder, ailerons, horizontal stabilizer, and flaps, were also checked. The whole process took no less than 15 minutes and might take more if the air or engine was particularly cold. Only now was the aircraft finally ready for the rigors of takeoff. During engine warm-up, the flight crews finally made their appearance. Rousted out of bed at around 02:45, they had proceeded to their briefing room, Tojoin Taikisho. There the men had received their breakfasts from the stewards and consumed it in their seats. The loudspeakers in the ready room blared, "Tojoin Seiretsu," airmen line up, and the men began climbing the companionway up to the flight deck. Garbed in their heavy brown cotton flight suits and helmets, they emerged into the morning air. They were already sweating. The aviators then crowded round the large blackboards attached to the side of the islands. At around the same time, Commander Fuchida, Akagi's air group leader, decided that he could no longer lie abed in the sick bay where he was still recovering from his appendectomy. Rising painfully to his feet, he began picking his way through the gray-painted maze that was Akagi. The ship was now in watertight condition, and he had to undog numerous hatches as he made his way, sometimes crawling through the vessel. The process left him exhausted and shaking by the time he finally reached the bridge. Shortly after Fuchida's arrival, Commander Genda, who had come down with a virus in the last few days, also appeared. Visibly ill, he clambered painfully up the ladders from the air platform. Nagumo was particularly touched to see his staff air officer, still dressed in his pajamas, as he entered the tiny command space. Putting his arm around Genda, Nagumo made small talk with him as the bustle of launch operations continued below on the flight deck. On board each carrier, the air groups were now being briefed by their respective hikocho. The weather was expected to be moderate, with broken cloud cover that should not impede the planned attack sequence. It was known that Midway hosted a formidable air group, but it was expected that the strike force's 36-plane-strong fighter escort would sweep enemy fighter opposition aside, as they had during every other operation during the war. Once the attack force was launched, according to the attack plan, Nagumo's carriers would maintain their present course for the next 3.5 hours at a speed of 24 knots. Thereafter, as the wind was basically from the east, the fleet would come to course 45 degrees and steam at 20 knots, allowing the attack force to home on Kido Butai and land sometime after 0830. If these arrangements needed to be changed, a ship would be sent to the locale of the original landing zone to redirect the aircraft. The conclusion of the briefing was usually an opportunity for the ship's air officer to issue a ringing exhortation to the men to do their best. Regardless of the manner of delivery, the crews implicitly understood the importance of the coming action. Each man knew the level of effort and sacrifice that was required of him. After a pause, the hikocho barked out, "Kakare!" Get to it. The men broke into a run for their planes. As they did so, the deck crewmen set the throttles at 1,000 RPM and cleared the waiting aircraft. Simultaneously, each carrier's deck was illuminated in preparation for takeoff. The center line and edges of the flight deck were indicated by rows of specially hooded white lights designed so that they only shone inward, not outward, where hostile eyes might be watching. The fantail was similarly lit in red, allowing a landing aircraft to judge where the aft end of the flight deck lay. In the absence of Fuchida, overall command of the morning's attack had fallen on Hiryu's Hikotaicho, Lieutenant Tomonaga Joichi. He was a handsome, serious man with high cheekbones and forehead and piercing dark eyes. Somewhat aloof and known as a hard drinker, he was a recent addition to Hiryu's air unit, although he was a veteran of the air war over China. This was, however, his first combat sortie against the Americans. He mounted plane BI-310 along with his observer, Lieutenant Hashimoto Toshio, and radioman Petty Officer First Class Murai Sadamu. The pilots began checking their mounts, the engine's condition, and the movement of the flaps, rudder, and stabilizers. One by one, each man raised his hand, shouting, "Yosoro!" "Okay," to the deck crewmen still huddled about. The drone of the engines grew louder as throttles were boosted. The deck launching officer, Shohikocho, a subordinate to the carrier's hikocho, who was in charge of flight deck operations, was making the rounds of the strike aircraft, checking each individual plane to make sure that all was in readiness. Akagi's hikocho, Commander Masuda, watched from the air control station on the aft portion of the island. He could see his shohikocho running back to the air station, and as he did so, Masuda barked into the voice tube up to the bridge that all was in readiness for takeoff. Akagi was steaming at battle speed 3, 22 knots. At that moment, the wind was from 160 degrees at 2 meters per second, 4 knots. One by one, in the dim light of dawn, each carrier in the force raised her seibiki, service flag, and simultaneously signaled to Akagi via blinker that all was in readiness. Akagi in turn raised signal flags and blinkered to the force, indicating Kogekitai Hashim Junbiyoshi, attack force ready to launch. At the head of Akagi's deck spot were the 9 Type 0 fighters, commanded by Lieutenant Shirane Ayao. The son of an important politician, Shirane had been with Akagi since the first day of the Pacific War. Now, upon seeing the signal flags being raised, he looked over his shoulder at the planes packed behind him. He could see the other 8 pilots in his own Chutai, as well as the 3 combat air patrol fighters. Right aft of them was Akagi's full complement of Type 99 bombers, under Lieutenant Yamada Shohei. He could see all the pilots had their hands raised, indicating readiness. He responded by turning on his wing lights. The other aircraft immediately followed suit. Akagi now signaled to the other ships, "Hashin yoi," prepared to launch. Some of the remaining deckhands untethered the wings of each plane and then ran for the crew shelters, leaving a pair of crewmen under each plane tending the wheel chocks. Their white uniforms were buffeted in the cool, blustery prop wash, yet all the men kept their eyes on the hikocho. Now, nearly 2 hours after the crew had first gotten to work, all was finally in readiness. On Akagi's bridge, Nagumo looked to Genda, who returned his gaze solemnly, then nodded. This was it. Nagumo then gave the order, "Kuchuko gekitai wo hashin seyo," launch the air attack force, which Genda immediately relayed via the speaker tube to Masuda at the air station. Simultaneously, Akagi's signal lamps began blinking to the other ships, instructing them to begin launching. Masuda now ordered the steam jet at Akagi's bow turned on to indicate the wind direction to the pilots. From his Zero's cockpit, Shirane could see the white vapor streaming down the flight deck. A glance up over his left shoulder at the windsock flying from Akagi's main mast confirmed his impression. It was stiffly aligned almost fore and aft. Akagi's 41,000-ton bulk was charging ahead, her massive bow kicking up sheets of white water as her engines thrummed. In the east, the sky was beginning to lighten. It was 0426. On the flight deck, the Shohikocho blew a whistle, then swung his red lantern in a great circle. On the bridge, Masuda used a signal lamp to alert all the planes on the deck to begin taking off. Simultaneously, another officer on the air platform began vigorously waving a white flag toward the direction of the bow. Having retreated to the side of the flight deck, the Shohikocho then signaled to the deck crewmen to remove the wheel chocks, which they did before scurrying to the deckside shelters. Making a last-minute check behind him again, Shirane upped his throttle and yelled, "Ikimasu! I'm going." His plane surged forward as Shirane gunned it. Within a few meters, his tail came off the deck and he charged ahead on his main gear alone. Some 80 meters later, his plane left the deck and hurtled into the air with a growl. Along the length of the deck, the crewmen in their shelters shouted encouragement and waved a veritable blizzard of white caps wishing him good luck. Unlike Western navies, once the takeoff signal was given, it was up to the individual pilots to determine when to begin their own takeoff runs. One by one, each of Shirane's fighter division pilots repeated his maneuver, the outboard planes angling in to the center line and then gunning it down the deck. It only took 10 to 15 seconds apiece. Akagi had begun launching first at 0426. Hiryu followed suit at 0428, with Kaga and Soryu beginning operations at 0430. On board Hiryu, attack leader Lieutenant Tomonaga watched as her 9 escort fighters departed, led by the athletic and energetic Lieutenant Shigematsu Yasuhiro. Right after them, 3 Zeros under Lieutenant Mori Shigeru, whose Shotai was leading the morning's first combat air patrol watch, departed with similar alacrity. Getting Tomonaga's Kanko in the air, however, was a different story altogether. Fully loaded, his plane weighed more than 4 tons, almost 400 pounds more than a dive bomber, and more than a ton heavier than a Zero. Yet, his horsepower-to-weight ratio was the lowest of the 3 types of carrier planes in the fleet. In a word, the Type 97 was a pig. He would need every ounce of power to make it off the deck. The compound wind over Hiryu's flight deck generally needed to be around 13 meters per second, 26 knots, to launch aircraft. But Tomonaga's Type 97s really were better off if the relative wind was closer to 15 meters per second, 30 knots. This created problems for the older Kaga, whose top speed of 28 knots on a good day meant that she could barely launch her Type 97s if there was no wind. Too much wind, though, could be a problem in itself. At speeds above 25 meters per second, the planes were impossible to control on the flight deck. On Hiryu, creating relative wind wasn't an issue. Yamaguchi's flagship had plenty of speed. But even under ideal conditions, Tomonaga's heavily laden bird still needed around 120 meters to make it into the air. On the shorter flight decks of Hiryu and Soryu, this was problematic, particularly for the lead strike aircraft spotted at the head of the pack. Tomonaga's nose was almost atop the central elevator. From here, it was 135 meters to the forward end of the flight deck. Doable, but hardly comfortable. Under the circumstances, the only thing Tomonaga could do was jam his throttle all the way to the stops, pop the brakes, and hope for the best. If worst came to worst and he went into the drink, hopefully Hiryu wouldn't run over his plane. Then the guard destroyer would pluck him and his men to safety. He gunned his engine. His Kanko began plodding down the deck, gaining speed with agonizing slowness. He could see his plane coming up on the white-painted wind gauge and the steam jet at the forward end of the flight deck. It was happening all too quickly. Then, seemingly at the last second, his plane nosed up and lifted grudgingly from Hiryu's deck. Cheers rang out again from the crew galleries. Tomonaga immediately began circling to port, putting his plane into a waiting pattern as the rest of his squadron took off. One by one, Hiryu's Kankotai, clutching their deadly cargoes to their bellies like great green dragons, lumbered into the air. Across the water, the other carriers were doing the same, sending their heavy attack planes up into the growing light. The last to leave the decks were a Type 97 Kanko apiece from Kaga and Akagi. These two planes were slated to join the search missions that were already underway from the cruisers and battleships. The carriers completed launching their aircraft within about 7 minutes. Climbing upward, the various unit commanders gathered their forces together, merging them into a cohesive whole. Meanwhile, the patrol fighters and recon flights headed off to their respective tasks alone or in small groups. At 04:45, the strike force turned as one and headed southeast toward Midway at 125 knots. 108 aircraft all told. Had the Americans been able to observe this spectacle, they might well have been envious of the prowess of their foes. At this point in the war, the U.S. Navy still struggled to mount a coordinated attack from a single flight deck, as the events of this day would soon demonstrate. The Japanese, by contrast, were able to launch and assemble a synchronized strike from as many as 6 carriers as a matter of course. They thought nothing of creating combat units assembled from physical elements of several carriers, an escort fighter group from all 4 carriers led by Kaga's senior fighter commander, a combined arms attack force, level and dive bombers, led by Tomonaga. It was a testament to the skill and training of the Japanese that they could accomplish such an impressive feat of arms. Nagumo stood watching his attack force depart. Once they were out of visual sight of the task force, they would be completely beyond his control. Radio silence would be maintained until the attack against Midway had actually been carried out, and the flight leader's radio man had the chance to tap out a brief preliminary report on his radio telegraph. Nagumo wouldn't really know the particulars of the strike results until Tomonaga and the others landed and were debriefed. Until then, his intelligence on the state of Midway would remain spotty. Such were the vagaries of command on board a 1940s carrier. The strike force, once launched, was on its own, and so too was Nagumo. Overhead, the Combat Air Control, CAP, of 11 fighters were fanning out to cover the fleet. Each shotai took a different quadrant of the sky, 2 shotai at 2,000 meters, the other 2 at 4,000. All in all, this was a fairly skimpy force to protect a fleet as large as Nagumo's. Yet Commander Masuda was already preparing Akagi's next deck spot. This time around, it wouldn't be attack planes, but fighters. They would be needed for patrol operations as long as the air threat from Midway remained. A shotai of 3 cap fighters had already gone up with the first attack wave. Another shotai was scheduled for launch within an hour. Kaga, Hiryu, and Soryu had already contributed 2, 3, and 3 planes respectively to the cap force as well. Up from Akagi's forward elevator came a brace of 9 fighters. Across the water, Commander Masuda could see the other carriers following suit, spotting and warming up additional fighters so they would be available at short notice. Even with all of the flight deck to work with, these aircraft were spotted well aft to give the pilots as much runoff room to work with as possible. Hiryu's fighter contingent had to be rolled out of the way almost immediately after being spotted, though, as Yamaguchi's flagship sighted one of her own planes in difficulty. Ensign Akamatsu Saku's torpedo bomber had developed engine trouble and had to abort. He came limping back and was recovered without further incident. Meanwhile, in the forward magazines of Akagi and Kaga, armorers had begun dragging 17-foot-long torpedoes from their stacked storage racks in order to arm the reserve strike aircraft. The Type 91 Mod 3 was the latest addition to the aerial arsenal of a Navy that had elevated torpedo attack into an art form. Each carrier stowed around 36 of these lethal fish, which had just been introduced in the previous few months. Torpedoes were, and still are, complex, finicky beasts. Yet they were worth their high cost and maintenance headaches because of their capacity to inflict enormous damage on an enemy ship. The new Type 91 packed a powerful 140-horsepower engine into its 17.7-inch diameter frame, along with guidance gyroscopes, depth-keeping gauges, steering motors, and a dozen other highly technical pieces of equipment, not to mention a 529-pound warhead. It was capable of reaching speeds of 42 knots over a 2,000-yard range, substantially better performance than its American counterpart. The Type 91 had a reputation of being extremely reliable if it was taken care of, and the torpedo handlers in Cardiff 1 were experts at this. Each fish had been scrupulously maintained, having been checked the day before to ensure that it was topped off with distilled coolant water, kerosene fuel, and engine oil. Their air flasks had been charged to 2,560 psi on a special compressor that ran off an imported German 2-cycle diesel in the torpedo maintenance room just forward of the magazine. Now the men performed last-minute checks to ensure that the detachable wooden tail fins and rubber nose cap, both of which shattered on impact and thereby absorbed the shock from a high-altitude launch, were securely in place. Finally, the running depth of each torpedo was set at a relatively deep 5 meters. If any enemy forces were detected, it was assumed that they would contain capital vessels, and with torpedoes it was best to hit the target as low in its hull as possible. One by one, the gleaming, greasy fish were secured by their attachment lug to the overhead tram, wrestled onto the ordnance lift, and sent up to the hangars. Once there, the torpedoes were trundled out to Cardiff 1's Type 97 aircraft, using the same sort of carts that had been employed earlier in the morning to load the heavy Type 80 bombs. However, the Type 97 used different Tokaki mounting brackets for a torpedo than the 800-kilogram bomb, a fact that would have important implications later in the day. The torpedo Tokaki had been attached the previous day to the aircraft of Cardiff 1. Meanwhile, on board Cardiff 2, the dive bombers were fueled and had their machine guns munitioned, but were left otherwise unarmed. They would be armed on the flight deck as usual when spotted. Until that time, the entire reserve strike force on all 4 carriers would be kept below in the hangars. This last point is an important one, and is contrary to the common wisdom that has been passed down from Fuchida's book to innumerable Western texts on the battle. At no time during the morning prior to 1000 was the reserve strike force ever spotted on the flight decks. Spotting the reserve force at 0500 or so would have required breaking the spot once the initial cap fighters began returning to their ships around 0700. Getting the aircraft back off the deck would require between 20 and 30 minutes, representing a needless decrease in the flexibility of the flight decks as well as a colossal waste of labor. Everyone in the hangar crews sincerely hoped that if the Americans were sighted this day, that there would be no repeat of the rearming snafus that had plagued Kido Butai in the recent Indian Ocean operation. While leading the aerial attack force home after bombing Colombo on the morning of April 5th, Commander Fuchida had recommended to Admiral Nagumo that the reserve aircraft be readied for a follow-up strike against the same target. But those second-wave planes had already been armed for anti-ship duties, just as today. Nagumo had gone ahead and ordered the changeover at 0853 that morning, and it had been nearly complete by the time the initial strike waves were landed at 0948. Then, at 1000, a sighting report had come in advising the fleet of the presence of 2 British cruisers, Dorsetshire and Cornwall, heading southwest away from Ceylon at high speed. After some deliberation, at 10:23 Nagumo had given the order to rearm the reserve aircraft with anti-ship weapons once again. The armament shuffle had not gone smoothly among the force's torpedo planes. Finally, in exasperation, Cardiff II went ahead and launched its force of dive bombers against the British warships at 1200, a full 2 hours after the initial sighting report. Even then, the Type 97s aboard Shokaku and Zuikaku still had not been ready. In the event, it hadn't altered the outcome a whit. Cardiff II's dive bombers had sunk the 2 British cruisers with dispatch, but Admiral Nagumo had been understandably livid at the delays. However, on this morning in June the men had complete confidence in the reserve strike force. They were in every sense of the word Nagumo's A-team. Cardiff I's torpedo aircraft were nominally led by Fuchida, but in his absence they would be commanded by Lieutenant Commander Murata Shigeharu. Murata was one of the finest torpedo bomber pilots in the entire Navy and a veteran of Pearl Harbor. A training fanatic, it was Murata who had perfected the techniques needed to use torpedoes in the shallow waters of the Hawaiian operation. He had then molded the Kankutai of Kido Butai into a battle implement that could habitually achieve the tight launch parameters required for such a daring operation. During the attack itself, he had personally led his team in delivering the devastating torpedo attacks against Battleship Row that had sunk Oklahoma, California, and West Virginia. Murata's opposite number on Kaga, Lieutenant Kitajima Ichiro, led a similarly experienced group of pilots. On board Soryu, Cardiff II's dive bomber contingent was led by the famed Lieutenant Commander Egusa Takashige, universally acknowledged as the leading dive-bombing ace in the entire Navy. Possessed of a flamboyant personality, Egusa was regarded by Genda as a god-like combat leader. He and his men had terrorized their opponents with their startling prowess in the difficult art they practiced. It was Egusa's Kanbaku team that had crushed the Cornwall and Dorsetshire in April, sinking both cruisers in 5 minutes flat and scoring an unprecedented percentage of hits against the veteran warships. Egusa's counterpart on Hiryu, Lieutenant Kobayashi Michio, was another well-respected veteran. If trouble arose, Nagumo clearly had a crack aerial team to deal with it. In contrast to the relatively smooth flight operations on the carriers thus far, the cruisers Tone and Chikuma were having a rough morning. Both cruisers were supposed to have gotten their aircraft, 3 apiece, into the air at 0430 along with the morning strike force. In the event, neither of them had been able to do so. Of the 2, Chikuma at least had the good sense to launch the scout planes for lines numbers 5 and 6 first, at 0435 and 0438 respectively, but then had taken another 12 minutes getting her anti-submarine patrol plane in the air. Tone had not fared even this well. Her initial plane, the anti-submarine Scout, had been launched at 0438, and the scout plane for line number 3 had gone off at 0442. However, getting the number 4 scout plane launched took until 0500, a delay that smacked of incompetence on someone's part. This plane, piloted by Petty Officer First Class Amari Hiroshi, had experienced difficulties in getting off the catapult as the result of circumstances that remain murky. Perhaps he had engine problems or an issue with the catapult itself. float plane takeoffs were more dangerous than a carrier launch. Even with engines running full out, the plane still had to be hurled off the end of the catapult by an explosive charge, accelerating it to 62 miles per hour within the space of 50 feet. At such whiplash-producing accelerations, even the slightest pilot miscalculation or mechanical mishap meant instant death. If there were some sort of mechanical fault evident, Amari probably wouldn't have wanted to take off until all systems had checked out fully. However, others have suggested, including Chikuma's Hikocho, Lieutenant Kuroda Makoto, that the orders for getting the float planes aloft were simply not forthcoming, keeping the pilots waiting on board ship past the appointed hour. Kuroda then went to the bridge to see what was going on. However, Chikuma's commander, Captain Komura Keizo, had not the slightest recollection about reasons why their departure was delayed. Tone's assistant communications officer recalls the pilots simply waiting around for orders to depart, not any equipment failure. Indeed, other sources have suggested that Tone's catapult officer was unfamiliar with the equipment and took longer than he should have to get the launch underway. According to both Genda and Kusaka, no communications apparently passed between the cruisers and the fleet flagship apprising Nagumo of the delay. Perhaps in the context of a 4-hour recon mission, 30 minutes either way didn't really matter to either Admiral Abe or Nagumo. However, on board Hiryu it was a very different story, because both Admiral Yamaguchi and Captain Kaku were exceedingly vexed at the various delays and decried the apparent incompetence of Crew Div 8. Whatever the reason for the delay, the effect was to further degrade the efficiency of an already porous search pattern. As has already been related, Nagumo probably had never been under any illusions about the ability of Tomonaga's force to neutralize Midway with a single strike, particularly in the absence of Car Div 5's attack squadrons. At 0520 he issued orders to the fleet to be prepared to launch a second strike. Unless unforeseen changes in the situation occur, the second attack wave in Organization No. 4, under command of Air Officer Ankaga, will be carried out today. This merely confirmed what the armorers on Akagi and Kaga already suspected. At some point later in the morning, it would be necessary to replace the torpedoes on the Type 97s with land attack bombs. For the time being, however, there was nothing to do but wait. However, only 10 minutes later, about 0532, a number of flies began appearing in the ointment. First Nagara, and then Kirishima, in front of the formation, began laying down a smoke screen, an indication that their lookouts had seen something. An enemy flying boat had been sighted bearing 166 degrees, 40 kilometers away. The force had now been located for certain. Even now, enemy aircraft might be on their way in. Fighters already in the air scurried to drive the intruder away. Then, at 0545, Tone's No. 4 plane radioed to announce that at 0520 it had sighted not one, but 2 surfaced American submarines on the outward-bound leg of its search, just 80 miles from the force. Kido Butai began thickening its combat air patrol. Hiryu had already added a trio of Zeros at 0525, and Akagi followed suit with 3 more at 0543. At 0555, Tone's No. 4 search plane initiated the day's air actions when he radioed, "15 enemy planes are heading towards you." Unbeknownst to Nagumo, the Americans had not been idle this morning. Given their sighting of Tanaka's force the day before, they were now confident that their intelligence on Japanese intentions was correct. However, Captain Cyril Simard was equally concerned that the Japanese might try to hit his base at dawn on 4 June. Accordingly, he had elected to steal a march on his opponents and begin flight operations before first light. Commencing at 0350, he began launching a dawn cap of Wildcats to cover the takeoff of the base's bombers and search planes. 22 Catalina PBYs had subsequently taken off from the lagoon and eastern island at 0415 to search radially all around the island. Shortly thereafter, 15 B-17s had been sent aloft with instructions to hit Tanaka's convoy again, but to be ready to be redirected to the north if Nagumo's carriers were detected. The rest of the island's aircraft were kept on the ground, armed, fueled, and manned. As for the American carriers, they had commenced air operations at roughly the same time as their Japanese counterparts. TF-17 and Yorktown, the northernmost of the two American task forces, was slated to search the northern flank, although Frank Jack Fletcher was relying on Midway to perform most of the reconnaissance work this day. At 0420, Yorktown sent aloft 10 of her SBDs for this purpose. However, these aircraft were slated to search out to only 100 miles and to return within 2 hours. Yorktown also sent up 6 cap fighters at this time. 10 miles to the south, TF-16 had eschewed a cap of its own, instead spotting Hornets and Enterprise's strike aircraft on the flight deck in readiness for any sighting reports that might arrive. By 0500, a temporary lull had settled over Midway and the American carriers. For the island, though, all that had changed in short order. Lieutenant Howard P. Ade's PBY had detected Nagumo's carriers at around 0530 and broadcast as much at 0534. Shortly thereafter, another PBY, flown by Lieutenant William A. Chase, sighted Japanese aircraft inbound and radioed in plane at 0544, many planes heading Midway. Chase subsequently sighted the Japanese fleet as well, transmitting at 0552, 2 carriers and battleships, bearing 320, distance 180, course 135, speed 25. Crucially, Chase only reported seeing 2 Japanese flat tops. In fact, this would set the pattern for every American sighting report of the day. Given the broken cloud cover and Kido Butai's dispersed formation, almost no American aircraft would report seeing more than 2 carriers at any given time. Ade and Chase's report, while electrifying, created difficulties for Admiral Fletcher. He had been apprised by Chester Nimitz that the Japanese might be operating their carriers in 2 groups. If the PBYs had only seen 2 carriers, that might mean that another Japanese task force lay still undetected somewhere to the west or southwest. As such, Fletcher believed it would be wise to withhold some of his striking power to deal with the second group if and when it was located. It was essential, though, to attack the first Japanese task force as expeditiously as possible. Accordingly, he ordered Raymond Spruance at 0607 to proceed southwesterly and attack enemy carriers as soon as definitely located. As for his own force, Yorktown was committed to recovering the morning search SBDs in short order, and was heading east into the wind to do so, thus moving him away from the Japanese. As such, it would take TF-17 some time to make up the lost ground to be in a position for launching his own strike. Fletcher informed Spruance that TF-17 would follow TF-16 to the southwest as soon as his search aircraft were recovered. If another Japanese carrier group was detected during the interim, Fletcher would retain enough firepower to deal with at least 1 additional enemy flight deck, even if Spruance had already fully committed his aircraft to destroying the first group. If, however, no further enemy carrier groups were detected, Fletcher would be able to back up Spruance's initial strike. For his part, Spruance wanted to attack as soon as was practical, per Fletcher's orders to close and strike. However, he would have to wait a bit. According to his calculations and those of his staff, he was approximately 175 miles from the reported position of the Japanese carriers. His shortest-ranged aircraft, the TBD torpedo planes and the Wildcats, both had about a 175-mile combat radius, theoretically putting the Japanese within striking distance. However, 2 factors mitigated against an immediate launch. First, Fletcher and Spruance couldn't be certain that Chase's spotting reports were accurate regarding their positions. In fact, Chase's report placed the Japanese 175 miles from the American carriers, when Kido Butai was, in fact, more than 200 miles distant. Nor could the Americans be certain of what the Japanese fleet's movements would look like during the time Spruance's aircraft were heading toward the target. If the Japanese weren't exactly where expected, the attackers would have to perform additional searches to find them, burning more precious fuel. That might force some aircraft to drop out, weakening the overall impact of the attack. Second, the breeze was light this morning, meaning that when he turned into the wind to launch, he would have to ring his ships up to 25 knots to generate sufficient wind over the bow. TF-16 would thus be moving tangentially to the target at a high speed throughout the entire launch cycle, increasing the range still further. For both these reasons, launching now meant leaving no margin for error for his strike aircraft. Basic mathematics dictated that the most prudent course of action was to delay until Spruance had closed the range somewhat. He set 0700 as the fly-off time for both Enterprise and Hornet. Adie's and Chase's reports had spurred Midway into furious activity, which was compounded when the island's own radar detected Tomonaga's formation shortly thereafter. By 0600, every available American aircraft had been scrambled. An odd-lot assemblage of 20 Brewster Buffalo and 4 Grumman Wildcat fighters started climbing to intercept the incoming Japanese. Meanwhile, Midway's attack aircraft stayed low and headed northwest, intending to discover Nagumo's carrier force. Behind them, Colonel Harold Shannon's Marines readied every anti-aircraft weapon at their disposal. The rest of the American defenders braced themselves for the inevitable attack, the first of the day's desperate pitched battles. Its results would be known to the Americans as they happened. For the Japanese commanders of Kido Butai, however, the full details surrounding Tomonaga's mission would remain unknown for almost another 3 hours. 8. A lull before the storm, 0600 to 0700. Back on board Kido Butai, the possibility of imminent air action had spurred Soryu into launching 3 fighters to augment the combat air patrol, CAP, at 0600. Hiryu followed suit at 0612. Lookouts now scanned the sky intently. Unlike the American ships, none of the Japanese ships at Midway had radar. This fundamental fact vastly complicated the ability of the force to defend itself against American air attacks. At this point, the Japanese Navy was at least 2 years behind the U.S. Navy in development in this critical field and was only just beginning to deploy its first operational sets to the fleet. The test beds for this new technology, the battleships Ise and Hyuga, had experimental sets installed just a week before the sortie of Takasu's force for Operation AL. However, none of the Midway ships carried such devices. To detect incoming aircraft, the Japanese still completely relied on the Mark I eyeball, with all of the vagaries and stress-induced phantasms that it was prone to. Japanese lookouts, at least when it came to surface warfare and spotting enemy ships, were better than most. But the broken cloud cover this morning made for a frustrating exercise, because aircraft could use it to their advantage. The burden of aircraft detection fell primarily on the escort destroyers, which had been deliberately pushed far enough away from the carriers that they could provide some modicum of early warning. Once an incoming raid was spotted, the question remained how to communicate that information to the CAP fighters. The aircraft radios carried on the Zero fighter were of inferior quality and of limited range and power, and were difficult to use. As a result, while all carrier Zeros had radios, pilots rarely relied on them. Not only that, but communications with all aircraft aloft, CAP, reconnaissance, and strike forces, was apparently conducted via a single radio frequency, making it difficult for the various formations to be fed just the information that was pertinent to them. Shipboard fighter control was haphazard at best. There was no such thing as a Combat Information Center, CIC, in the sense of a centralized facility responsible for pooling and coordinating CAP assets and vectoring them onto their targets. Each carrier's Hikocho was nominally responsible for controlling his CAP fighters. In the absence of any practical means for doing so, however, and burdened by running the flight deck as well, it was impossible for the Hikocho to dedicate the sort of undivided attention to the CAP that it required. As a result, the cap pretty much ran itself, attacking anything that came within visual range. When a ship spotted an incoming raid, it was standard practice to begin laying smoke to attract the attention of the aircraft above, as well as blinkering an alert to the carriers in the center of the formation. Sometimes the ship would also fire a few salvos from its main battery in the direction of the enemy to generate splashes, which would in turn draw the attention of the fighters overhead. The weakness of these command arrangements, if they can be called that, are readily apparent. The Japanese cap was more of an understanding than a true system for air defense. It worked only so long as the enemy did not saturate the ability of the lookouts to detect them and the fighters to self-direct their formations to the attack. Against attacks that materialized sequentially, this approach worked moderately well. As events would show, however, against a multi-vector, multi-altitude threat, the Japanese system proved too brittle and slow to react. Worse yet, it relied far too much on the discipline of the individual fighter pilots, who could only rarely see the big picture, to somehow maintain an optimum distribution of fighters around the fleet. In fairness to the Japanese, both of the other carrier navies, U.S. and Great Britain, were still groping their way through these same issues. Even with radar, the Americans still didn't have a good approach to handling fighter direction yet, but the fact remained that Japanese fighter defenses, while formidable, could be beaten. Beyond the primary protection that the fighters provided, there were three other factors that influenced the air defenses of the task force: the fleet's formation, the individual handling of the ships within that formation, and the lethality of the ship's anti-aircraft guns. The Japanese differed from the U.S. Navy in their approach to all three areas, sometimes drastically. The fundamental issue of whether to disperse or concentrate one's carriers in the face of the enemy had been hotly debated on both sides of the Pacific during the years leading up to the war. Dispersal of flight decks into widely separated task forces held out the promise of reducing potential losses if one of the groups was attacked. However, dispersal also carried with it attendant problems of coordination. How, in conditions of radio silence, could one reasonably assure that the task forces could launch and attack an enemy together? Concentration, conversely, made coordination much easier, but it inevitably placed all of the force's eggs in one defensive basket. The Japanese had initially been champions of dispersal, and most of their war gaming and staff work up until 1937 had supported this viewpoint. However, the China War had conclusively demonstrated two things to the Japanese. First, bombers could only achieve decisive results if they were employed en masse, and second, that bomber formations were inherently vulnerable to enemy fighters and therefore required strong escorts in order to achieve their missions. These factors, which were the foundation of their ability to mass offensive air power as well as they did, began to move the Japanese away from the view that dispersal was the best way to employ their carriers. This movement was confirmed in fleet maneuvers carried out in 1939 through 1940, which demonstrated the difficulties of offensive coordination between dispersed assets, a fact that the Americans would learn to their cost on this very day. By the time First Air Fleet was formed, the idea of operational dispersal had essentially been abandoned. The basic carrier formation that was eventually adopted by First Air Fleet and used by Kido Butai during most of the engagements of the war thus far was a box. At Midway, this basic configuration remained in place. With 8,000 meters between ships, this was very loose formation, allowing the carriers a good deal of sea room to operate. Intriguingly, too, other than the individual plane guard destroyers, there were no escorts anywhere near the flat tops. Thus it was up to the carriers to fend for themselves against air attacks. It should be noted, too, that, contrary to some Midway accounts that describe the Japanese escorts as being in a ring around the carriers, this is not strictly correct. At this point in the war, the concept of a tight ring formation optimized for anti-aircraft screening, that is, the active defense via combined gun power of a capital ship, was unknown to the Japanese. While both the U.S. and Royal Navies were already using such defensive alignments, ring formations did not appear in Japanese doctrine until mid-1943. During the course of 4 June, those destroyers that were not assigned as plane guards were pushed out to the extreme perimeter of the formation to act as air raid warning pickets. Thus, while the formation might have appeared as a ring from the air, the escorts on the perimeter were there for different purposes than an American ring formation, and were much farther out from the high-value vessels. On the face of it, dispersing the escorting vessels might be considered poor doctrine on the part of the Japanese, but as we will hear, the majority of the defensive firepower in the formation actually resided with the carriers themselves. Given this, the placement of the destroyers on the perimeter made good sense because it bought time for the cap to react to incoming threats. As much as possible, the Japanese wanted to reduce the number of times the carriers had to engage aircraft with their guns to an absolute minimum. Akagi's anti-aircraft outfit was the weakest of the 4. Her heavy AA armament had yet to be upgraded to the more modern 5-inch 40-caliber guns that were now prevalent throughout the Navy. She was still equipped with older 4.7-inch 45-caliber weapons, which possessed neither the rate of fire nor the maximum elevation of the newer gun. In fact, Akagi was slated for an overhaul that would have upgraded her fire control equipment and replaced her mounts with the newer 5-inch model as soon as she returned from Midway. Not only were her guns outdated, but the sky arcs for her 4.7-inch battery were bad as well. Instead of having her heavy mounts distributed around the 4 quadrants of the ship, they were grouped amidships and relatively low on the hull. She had no means to bring large-caliber fire to bear either directly forward or aft. On the port side, the island blocked the forward arcs of the port battery even further. If a target dove from directly overhead, particularly from the region of the port bow, the 4.7-inch guns would have a very difficult time aiming at it, meaning that only the 25mm weapons would be able to fire. This made Akagi particularly vulnerable to dive bombers. Kaga had her own difficulties in the gunnery department. While she sported the newer 5-inch 40 gun, her fire control system was the older Type 91 model, rather than the Type 94 that was used on the other 3 carriers. Fire control, the rather arcane science of how a ship's guns are aimed at a target, is often neglected in favor of focusing on the raw characteristics of the weapons themselves. This is understandable. Such factors as the rate of fire of a gun and the size of the shell it fires make intuitive and quantitative sense, whereas the relative merits of relying on barrage fire versus having a fully tachometric director are less obvious. However, a weapon itself has no intrinsic usefulness unless it can hit its target, and in this rather vital respect, Kaga was sadly lacking. The Type 91 Koshaki director, which was first deployed in 1931, was a slow, manually trained model lacking many of the power-assisted features that helped Type 94 maintain a bead on a fast-moving airplane. Type 91 was designed at a time when combat aircraft did not exceed speeds of 200 miles per hour, and dive bombing was still in its infancy. In the early 1930s, it was still thought that the greatest danger to a ship came not from dive bombers or torpedo aircraft, but from level bombers attacking at high altitudes. Aircraft attacking a ship in this manner were obligated to fly straight and level in order for their bomb sights to make an accurate fix on the target. Unfortunately, in the intervening decade, aircraft performance, as well as dive bombing technique, had improved enormously. Flying straight and level, as any of Kido Butai's own dive bomber pilots would readily have attested, was a charming anachronism rarely witnessed in modern combat. Contemporary aircraft, when piloted by skilled men, maneuvered constantly and made their attack runs at frightening speeds. Against these targets, Type 91's only recourse was to direct the guns to fire a barrage. Contrary to the popular lexicon in which the word barrage implies firing roughly that-away with everything you've got, barrage fire has a very precise meaning in the parlance of the gunnery officer. Placing a barrage means creating an imaginary box in the sky at some preset range and altitude, and then pumping shells into the box as quickly as possible. The effect is to create a zone of exploding flak through which an enemy plane must fly on its way to the target. The advantages of this method are that it doesn't take much time or thinking to create a good barrage. All the shell fuses are set to a given range and the guns are shooting at an unmoving point. Over a short period, this method can deliver impressive output from the guns. However, barrage fire also has a crucial drawback, in that once a plane has made it through the barrage, it is effectively home free. A barrage is a one-shot deal. If it fails, the target vessel can be reasonably assured that enemy ordnance will soon be incoming. Even the newer Type 94 systems on Akagi, Soryu, and Hiryu were scarcely better able to defend their ships against dive bombers. Type 94 was a fully tachymetric system, meaning that it was designed to track and aim against individual targets moving in 3 dimensions. It was theoretically capable of tracking a plane moving at 500 knots, but in reality the system was not nearly fast enough to engage such a target. Dive bombers, for instance, hurtled downward at 225 knots, shedding appalling chunks of altitude as they went. In the process, they created large vertical rate changes that made life very difficult for an opposing fire control director. Not only that, but while the nominal range of the 5-inch 40 weapon was about 14,000 meters, in actual use the Japanese figured it was only good out to about 7,000 meters, with a useful ceiling of about 3,000 meters. This meant that under normal combat conditions, even the 5-inch weapon had difficulty engaging a dive bomber before it reached its pushover point. Once it reached that point, it would deliver its ordnance in under a minute. It wasn't that Type 94 was a bad system. It was roughly on par with the U.S. Navy's basic Mark 37 director, although when the Mark 37 was paired with radar inputs, its effectiveness was greatly enhanced. Being fully tachymetric, Type 94 was certainly better than anything the British currently used. In fact, it was probably the best AA fire control system deployed on any Axis warship at this time. But it couldn't cope with a dive bomber. Even with an experienced crew, it took Type 94 a minimum of 10 seconds and often as long as 20 to establish a fire control solution for the target. Obviously, if a ship was caught unaware, spending the first 20 seconds of a minute-long engagement window waiting for the computer to generate a solution was hardly conducive to its survival. The end result was that a dive bomber, once it reached pushover, was an almost insuperable weapon system. At shorter ranges, of course, ships also relied on their machine guns to provide additional defensive fire. Light AA weapons compensated for their relatively crude fire control arrangements by simply putting a large number of bullets in the air and hoping something hit. The Japanese were no exception in this regard. Their light AA fire control system, the Type 95 Koshaki, was essentially a glorified telescope with an etched glass ring sight that transmitted training and elevation data to the guns it nominally controlled. It was then up to the gun crews to follow the pointer of the director and hose down the target. The standard Japanese light AA weapon was the Type 96 25mm automatic gun. It was a copy of a French Hotchkiss design and had been in licensed production in Japan since 1936. Most of the 25mm mounts in the fleet were twin-barrel models, although Hiryu had a number of the newer triple mounts. It was generally well liked by the Japanese, but it suffered from some important drawbacks. First off, its rate of fire was badly hampered by its ammunition supply, which came in a 15-round box. These clips had to be changed frequently, chopping the gun's nominal rate of fire in half to only about 130 rounds per minute. With a full clip, the 25mm had around a 4-second burst before it needed to be reloaded. As a result, it was standard Japanese practice to fire only one barrel of a double or triple mount at a time. In this way, the gunner was able to put sustained fire on a target while the other barrels were being reloaded. Obviously, this was a poor substitute for being able to blaze away with full firepower when it really counted. It must be noted, though, that against a dive bomber, the target might not be within the 25 mm effective range long enough for the problems of changing out magazines to be terribly pertinent in any case. The engagement window against such targets was very small. This points out another flaw of the 25 mm weapon, namely that it didn't have the range or hitting power it needed. While nominally effective out to 8,000 meters, Japanese gunners routinely held their fire until the target was within 2,000 meters. Against a torpedo airplane, the 25 mm could be an effective weapon. Given their need to launch their weapons below a given altitude, torpedo planes were inherently more constrained in their vertical movements. This eased the gunner's problem by making his fire control solution much more two-dimensional. However, against a dive bomber, the equation was much more complicated because the target was moving in all three dimensions, and much more rapidly to boot. In the case of both heavy and light guns, a single director controlled a battery composed of between 2 and 4 weapon mounts. On the Midway carriers, the heavy AA batteries were grouped port and starboard into batteries of 3 or 4 twin mounts apiece. With the lighter guns, Soryu's and Hiryu's 25 mm mounts were grouped into 5 batteries, 2 on each side and 1 at the bow. Kaga's and Akagi's automatics were subdivided into 6 light batteries, 3 per side. The important point here is that the total number of aircraft that could be engaged at any one time by a carrier was really not equal to the number of gun mounts, but rather to the number of fire control directors, and hence the number of batteries. Thus, 7 or 8 aircraft composed the theoretical maximum that any of the carriers could protect itself against at any one time. In practice, this number was actually much lower, as multiple 25 mm batteries tended to be concentrated against a single target. Consequently, even a large ship's defensive systems could be swamped fairly easily if the cap fighters didn't thin out the attackers beforehand. AA was therefore really only useful for stopping leakers. The other major defense the Japanese carriers had against their attackers was the ship's helm. The Japanese viewed maneuver as a primary mechanism to defeat incoming aircraft. This approach had pros and cons. A skilled skipper could usually make life very difficult against a slow-attacking aircraft, such as a torpedo plane, particularly against the Americans, where both components of the weapon system, torpedo and plane, were subpar in terms of speed. Simply executing a sharp turn to place the aircraft astern could complicate their attack greatly. Such a maneuver presented the plane with a markedly longer approach and lengthened its exposure to fighters and AA fire accordingly. American airborne torpedoes, with a top speed of only 33 knots, were in roughly the same predicament. Both Hiryu and Soryu could outrun the American fish outright, and even against Kaga and Akagi they had little chance of hitting unless the Americans laid down a perfectly timed attack from several directions. However, using violent maneuvers to throw off attackers had its downsides as well. In the first place, it made very difficult for any escorting ship to stay close enough to the carrier to add effective firepower to her defense. The chances of collision with one's charge were very real under such circumstances, and destroyers knew they had to keep their distance, although with the bulk of the Japanese destroyers pushed out to the perimeter of the formation on 4 June, this was less of a problem. However, radical maneuvers also badly degraded the ability of a fire control system to hit its target. Fire control computers were essentially mechanical slide rules that accepted numerous inputs such as target speed, target course, ship's own speed and course, and other variables. These were fed into the computer by a gang of crewmen, sometimes as many as a dozen manned the computer alone, via dials and knobs. The result was then mechanically generated, displayed, and fed back to the guns. Putting the ship's helm over hard introduced rates of change into the system of several degrees per second for at least one crucial variable, known as ship's own course, making it very difficult to generate a meaningful solution for the guns. In fact, it was generally acknowledged that performing a radical turn threw the solution right out the window. Both the Japanese and American navies recognized this problem, but each adopted a different approach to it. The Japanese accepted the fact that fire control against aircraft was exceedingly difficult and continued to rely on the helm to evade attack throughout the war. Even as late as 1944, Japanese doctrine prescribed that in AA combat, the normal procedure will be to maneuver at long range, avoiding as much as possible any reduction in the effectiveness of fire. When the enemy tries to attack at close quarters, the required evasive maneuvers will be executed, if necessary, without regard to development of firepower. This de-emphasis on firepower, in preference for the helm, was in marked contrast to American practice. American capital ships, knowing that they were closely surrounded by escorts that were actively contributing to their defense, tended to maneuver in such a way as to maximize the aggregate firepower of the group. Unless they were absolutely forced to, American vessels avoided radical maneuvers. U.S. doctrine in 1944 noted that while individual ships were allowed to maneuver to avoid a specific threat, this doctrine does not constitute an unrestricted license to individual maneuver. Lack of restraint exacts heavy penalties. Ships become scattered. Mutual support is lost. Risk of collision is added to the dangers of enemy weapons. The USN's approach would certainly make more sense by 1943, when the massed firepower from 5-inch 40mm Bofors and 20mm Oerlikons, coupled with radar direction mounted on its warships, would fill the air with almost impenetrable curtains of fire. In June 1942, though, the correct answer to the question of whether or not to maneuver was far less obvious. For one thing, at this stage of the war, firepower from both sides' escorts was minimal. The average destroyer in 1942 sported only a handful of light automatic weapons. Japanese tin cans often carried little more than a pair of twin 25mm mounts. Not only that, but their low-angle 5-inch guns, which were optimized for surface fighting, were practically useless as anti-aircraft weapons. They could neither elevate high enough nor train quickly enough to engage a fast-moving airplane. Consequently, the Japanese destroyers didn't have a lot to contribute in the way of screening fire. An examination of Kido Butai's aggregate AA firepower makes this fact clear. The 4 carriers between them mounted more than half the total usable AA barrels in the formation. In terms of throw weight, the actual weight of shells that could be fired within a given amount of time, the carriers accounted for nearly 60% of the force's total. Each of the carriers individually had twice the throw weight of light cruiser Nagara and all 11 of the force's destroyers combined. The only other ships in the force with any meaningful AA firepower were the 2 battleships and the heavy cruisers Tone and Chikuma. However, unlike a destroyer, the handling characteristics of these large vessels made them less useful for taking up station close to a carrier, even if they had wanted to. To add to this basic problem, Tone's and Chikuma's duties as float-plane motherships, as well as indicating incoming raids to the cap by firing their main batteries at intruders, meant that they had their own matters to attend to. The battleships were high-value targets in themselves, and maneuvered independently. The result was that the only help that each carrier could likely expect in the event of an attack would come from its division partner, assuming it was close by. Given this state of affairs, preferring maneuver over firepower may well have been the right answer for the Japanese in mid-1942. However, it was hardly an answer derived from a position of strength, and the results of the coming battle would reflect this. Of the 146 American aircraft lost to all causes on 4 June, only 2 would be confirmed victims of Japanese anti-aircraft fire. To this total can perhaps be added some of the aircraft written off as constructive losses by the Americans after the battle, But the point must also be made that these were aircraft that had lived long enough to deliver their ordnance and then make it home. Indeed, more American aircraft were lost in landing accidents than from Japanese flak. The final point that must be made about Japanese anti-aircraft procedures is that the Japanese themselves probably did not know just how weak their defenses actually were. Except for an isolated incident in the Indian Ocean, Kido Butai had never really faced a concerted air attack. There, on 9 April, a flight of 9 British Blenheim bombers operating out of Ceylon had managed to penetrate the striking force's cap without being detected. Hiryu had observed the incoming enemy, but had, inexplicably, failed to pass along a warning to the rest of the force. The first indication that anyone on Akagi had that something was amiss was when waterspouts off the flagship's starboard bow announced the thundering arrival of 9 sticks of bombs, dropped from an altitude of 10,000 feet. Scrambling fighters had then pursued the attackers, eventually shooting down all but 4 of the bombers. By all accounts, Kido Butai was somewhat chastened by this lesson. The official Japanese war history, Senshi Sosho, notes that the fact that the carrier strike force, with a combat patrol overhead, was bombed without being aware of it was an extremely serious matter. Hiryu's battle report for the mission noted that it was an absolute priority to improve detection facilities to deal with these threats. Having some of the world's foremost practitioners of the art of naval dive bombing on board, it should have been apparent that if the Blenheims had been dauntlesses and not level bombers, Akagi might well have been critically damaged or even sunk. Yet there are no indications that any concrete measures had been taken by the Japanese to counter the threat posed by such attacks. For one thing, the Japanese may well have had too little experience with live firing their anti-aircraft weapons against enemies to have drawn any lessons. For another, they may simply have dismissed the enemy's ability to hit their ships. By the time American carrier pilots demonstrated conclusively at Coral Sea that they could hit anything that moved, it was a little late for the Japanese to reflect on these lessons before sortying for Midway. In the absence of any better arrangements, the only thing the Japanese could do under the circumstances was simply try harder not to be caught with their pants down. Nagumo had more to fret over than just the threat of incoming aircraft. He was also worrying about his own attack force. Tominaga should have been approaching Midway about now. Finally, at 06:16, Akagi overheard a message. Tominaga's radio operator, Petty Officer First Class Murai, was tapping out a message from the Hiryu strike commander to his force. Assault method number 2, wind 90 degrees 9 meters, approach course 270 degrees. As anticipated, Tominaga was attacking out of the east, so as to have the sun at his back. Apparently the wind over the target was gusty. 4 minutes later, Tominaga was overheard giving the order to the formations to assume their attack positions. Another empty 15 minutes followed. Nagumo knew that his air forces were in battle to the south, but he knew absolutely nothing of the tactical situation over Midway, and could do nothing to intercede. After the morning's discovery by the American PBYs, the question of surprising the base seemed moot. But how many enemy aircraft were still there? How stiff had their anti-aircraft defenses been? Had Tsuganami's fighter escort been sufficiently powerful to brush aside their American opposite numbers? It was one of the most frustrating aspects of exercising command over a force that fought well beyond visual range. The powerless waiting, devoid of all but the most cursory information on the circumstances of battle, the supply of actionable battle data choked down to the anemic transmission rate of the force's radio telegraphs. The man commanding the most powerful carrier force in the world could do nothing but wait for the message orderlies. Every so often, one of them would run up to the bridge from Akagi's radio room and deposit the scanty fruit of Murai's telltale tapping. In the interim, Nagumo had little to do but stare out the bridge windows. Nothing further was heard until 06:36, when Tominaga radioed another message to his entire force: assume penetration formation. This was an indication that Tominaga wanted the various Chutai and Shotai, particularly the dive bombers, which necessarily had been scattered by their individual attack runs, to begin regrouping into an orderly formation, one that could defend itself. The actual bombing attack on Midway, save for the fighters strafing the target, was now almost over, and the tedious process of rounding up the stragglers had begun. 9 minutes later, at 06:45, Tominaga sent out his first message to the mobile striking force: "We have completed our attack and are homeward bound." In the meantime, Akagi was setting up to cycle her cap fighters. Lieutenant Ibusuke Masanobu and his Shotai of 3 Zeros were warming up on the flight deck. They were sent aloft at 06:55, and the deckhands immediately prepared to take aboard Petty Officer First Class Tanaka Katsumi and the other 2 fighters that had flown the morning's first cap watch. These were brought down starting at 06:59. Hiryu was starting to do the same, preparing to land Lieutenant Mori Shigeru and his 2 wingmen. By around 06:30, out of sight and out of mind, Nagumo's meager scouting arrangements had quietly gone to hell. The Chikuma aircraft flying the 6th search line, along bearing 54 degrees, had radioed Nagumo at 06:49 that, because of bad weather, he was returning to base. The timing of his message indicates that he would only then have been reaching the outer end of his first search leg. Further south, flying the 77-degree search line, Chikuma's No. 1 plane was apparently hot-dogging it. Instead of flying below the cloud cover that dotted its route, this plane was flying above weather and merely peeking down through the clouds as the opportunity afforded itself. Either that, or it was badly off course. One of these explanations must be true, else by all rights it should have detected Task Force 17 sometime during its outbound leg. South of Chikuma No. 1, Tone No. 4 was continuing on its way along the 4th search line down the 100-degree bearing. However, in retrospect it seems almost certain that this aircraft was not flying along its intended route. Having started a half an hour late, Petty Officer Amari may have been intending to save Tone the trouble of doing a late recovery and was simply cutting his route short so as to make his appointed return time. Furthermore, there are indications that he may have had a run-in with an American PBY. Whatever the reason, though, instead of flying out to the full 300 nautical miles of his intended search, Amari was apparently either pushed off course or made his dogleg at about 220 miles. Had he not done so, he would not have been in position to spot the Americans shortly thereafter. Neither Amari nor any of his crew were to survive the war, and the truth is that no one knows exactly what route he flew that day or why he did so, leaving his movements open to speculation. Nagumo was aware of the return of Chikuma's No. 1 scout plane as a result of weather conditions, but he had no way of knowing that the other 2 aircraft were not doing their jobs. All he knew for certain was that he had heard no tidings at all from his disengaged flank. So far as he and his staff were aware, everything was going pretty much according to plan. Within an hour, though, he would be disabused of that notion in the most inconvenient way imaginable. 9. The enemy revealed, 0700 to 0800. At precisely 0700, Akagi finally received word from Tominaga regarding the outcome of the morning's strike when another decoded transmission was brought up to the bridge. The strike leader's message was blunt enough. There is need for a second attack wave. Around the bridge, mental shoulder-shrugging was the order of the day. No big surprise there. 70-odd bombers had, indeed, been insufficient to put Midway out of business, just as many of the staff had foreseen. Now the question was, what to do about it? The manner with which Tominaga transmitted his message, which was clearly noted by the American Signals Intelligence Unit on Hawaii, also supports the picture of a force that knew all along that it would have to strike Midway again this day. Tominaga's message, A single code group repeated 3 times, Kawa, 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 0400, was strongly reminiscent of the famous Tora, Tora, Tora signal used at Pearl Harbor and is indicative of a prearranged message format. No matter what Yamamoto's instructions had been regarding only needing to hit Midway once, it seems clear that Nagumo's staff had arranged prior to Tomonaga's departure that the strike leader should have this certain code group in his back pocket if need be. Having sortied a day late, with less time to reduce the island before the landings, it is little wonder that Kido Butai had anticipated hitting the place more than once this day and had planned accordingly. While Nagumo pondered Tomonaga's signal, Akagi prepared to reinforce the combat air patrol still further. As soon as Tanaka's previous threesome of Zeros had been brought on board and stowed down the forward elevator, the same elevator began bringing up more fighters. The next group of 5 aircraft to go up would include 3 from the 6th Kokutai, under the command of Lieutenant Kaneko